fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit. They just fucking ripped her clothes off.
Fuck it, we'll do both. I'll use my tongue.
I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one. I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the Oh, that was, no, fuck you. No. Woman, don't hurt her. Are we back? Wait, shit. Did I? Son, I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Should've mentioned your name when Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye? I can't do shit, I'm stuck. He can't. I'm pressing everything. I can't do it. He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years
of being insane.
And be polite. Give them the
Get a 24-inch cock around.
Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say it without laughing. Oh shit!
Really fucking shitty to me.
Oh Jesus, fuck.
Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one.
Fuck them kids.
How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide.
His sister drank his ball water.
By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian.
Damn, it's good to be back and with a working internet connection. Holy shit. Yesterday was not fun. Not because I didn't have an internet connection, but because it kept cutting out every 15 minutes. It's not a good time. What's up, Scourge first? What's up, Sniper Tiger? I wish it was me breaking shit, because then I could at least say, guys, I'm a stupid fucking retard, and I pressed the dumbass button that I definitely shouldn't have pressed. But no. Unfortunately, no. It's not been me. That's the worst part. It's gotten so bad my hair's starting to grow back. I got nice and sick over the weekend. Had some regular African AIDS, got better, which was nice. That's why I was so pissed off, because I felt good yesterday. I felt really good yesterday, and then I couldn't stream. Now I'm just dealing with the nose shit. What's up, John Com? How many local entrepreneurs does it take to get an internet connection? It takes... You're asking the wrong question, Jonathan. It's not about how many entrepreneurs it takes. It's about how many political assassins exist. I won't go into further detail just for my own sake. But there are components of my country that need to change, and it's not the businesses. There's a virus out there trying to kill us all. Yes. It's flu season. At least in Africa, it's flu season now. because it's all winter and we're all dying. And actually, shockingly enough, it got so shitty that, like, I felt like such shit that I actually fixed my diet over the weekend. Like, I was calculating my BMR. I was setting out, like, how I'm gonna eat food from now on because I'm so fucking tired of falling sick. It's not even to lose weight, it's just so I don't get sick again. What's up, Whip Nipper? It's good to be back. It's good to not be fucking sick as fuck. So, today's stream... Wait, hold on. What? That was the wrong one. God damn it, I need to relearn my buttons now. Because I had to fix those as well. Where is it? It's not that one. That one's working, thank God. That one barely ever works. There it is. Okay. So today's stream, there's a few things I want to go through. I've started to try and, like, add to my life as much as possible whenever I can, so that, like, I can maybe one day potentially ruin more people's existences. And I think my best opportunity at doing that currently... Jesus, my bald white ass head. I look like that fucking... You know that white guy from the Da Vinci Code who's, like, whipping himself? That's a bit better. Okay. So, I've started to add to, like, what I'm doing content-wise when it comes to, like, content strategy on YouTube and Twitch and shit like that. Because, believe it or not, I'd actually like this to be my job if I could ever get to that point in time. Like, the thing is, I've been contemplating this for a while. And it's like, if this was or wasn't my job, I would want to do this every single day of my life if I could. But there's a time component to streaming, right? There's a time component where it's like, you will be streaming for like 6 to 8 hours. And that means you're doing nothing else during those 6 to 8 hours. And I don't want to stop doing it. I'm being honest with you. I just don't want to stop doing it. I enjoy it that much. So, first thing I'm going to go through today is how I'm going to be working my content strategy. And why, if you are... Filter, I will kill you. I will be under your bed tonight if you say that shit to me. I'm gonna be kind of planning out how I'm gonna be doing this. So this is gonna be a boring fuck around and find out stream. Holy shit, Jarek Dan? How long has it been? How are you, dude? How many are paid for? 12 now that you're here. Dude, it's been a while. I missed you. For anyone who doesn't know, Jarek Dan has been here for years. And every now and then, he ends up disappearing for months at a time because of the sexual assault allegations. No, I'm joking. Because he's just a busy guy. Where's my money? You'll find it in the mail. You'll find... Actually, you know what? I take that back. You'll find it underneath my ballsack. You'll need to come retrieve it with your tongue. So, this is how I'm going to work things today. First, I'm going to go through a little bit of content strategy. Of figuring shit out. Trying to identify how do I turn this into something functional enough that if I'm lucky, I can turn this into a job. Not like that's gonna happen anytime soon. Did you receive my DM about another streamer like the Crackhead? I think I did, and I'm glad you reminded me because I have a 5-second memory. You might need to DM me again just so I can find yours. Oh, wait. It's this one, right? It's this shit. Yeah, we're gonna go through this. Okay. This poor woman who, despite having the face of an avocado, is probably a popular Twitch streamer and is being screwed over by Twitch. This one, right? Otherwise, DM it to me again. I've got like 7 different DMs I still haven't opened. Sure. She's a looker. No. Whatever works, right? Show your butthole on stream or look good. Those are your choices in life. I saw Tectone's video on her getting screwed by Twitch. I don't even know who she is. And we can insult her looks all we want and stuff. But the reality is she's probably doing a lot better than most people on Twitch. And if she's made a video and she's got nearly 200,000 subscribers and 30,000 people watch that video, then she's doing a lot better than any of us ever could. So, hey. Also, some people pay good money for women that look like that, so you... So, this is how I'm going to do it today, right? We're going to start here. Good old paint. On a content strategy. So, a few things I've already figured out, right? Twitch is going to die. I think we all know this. I think we all know that at some point Twitch is dead. That means I've got to figure out how to get onto Kick. I need to figure out how to get onto X. YouTube's been fucking fantastic, so we're staying there. Why is it dying? It keeps on supporting content creators who keep on, like, sucking terrorists off live on stream. So, like, if you go check out, like, Hassan Abi or Frogan and shit, they keep saying shit like, I hope US veterans get PTSD. He brings on... Yes, for real, dude. You've been gone for a while, so you won't know about this. Hassan brought a terrorist, a literal terrorist, live on stream and started talking to him and saying that he was like his favorite anime character. And it's like, there's a point it gets to where it doesn't actually matter. And I say this again. My personal opinion on this is I actually think that Hassan should be able to say these things. He should be able to say all of this shit. But you can't take Hassan saying all of this shit and do nothing to him, and then you take another creator like Tectone or Asmongold or whatever, and they say something like, these people who keep on bombing others have an inferior culture. Or you can't take people who keep on saying shit like, Frogan is a fat, wobbly, tubby, little dumpy bitch, and then they get banned because they spoke a fact, right? Why is her son on the stream? No, Hassan. You know Hassan Abi? The gay dude. The gay Arab dude. Does she suck him off? It's very progressive. So, you can't, like, have it one way and not have it another. Because despite what you think, I think you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want on Twitch. And then you deal with it using the US Constitution of freedom of speech. But that's not how it's been working. Advertisers are running the fuck away from Twitch. There are no advertisers, like barely any advertisers left on Twitch. There's like contracts that are ending. And no one's renewing contracts because everyone's like, why the fuck am I on Twitch? You serve ads in the wrong place. You're targeting the wrong markets with ads. No one wants to watch a 3-minute ad that cuts through an entire live stream. You don't know how to post a lot of, like, a proper advertising that's non-interruptive to the viewers and still allows us to sell our product. So advertisers are out of here. Right? Kick, as we've seen, has been growing massively. Right? It's already 1/3 the size of Twitch, and Twitch is losing people. X, assuming that Elon does something with it, like he said he would, I think $500 million he could have a competitive platform because almost everyone uses X these days. This could be, and I'm not even kidding when I say this, X is I've thought about this. X is probably going to be the #1 porn streaming website in the future. Ever since you guys told me that people use X to jack off, particularly Super told me this. I went and looked at the stats. I looked at the data. It's fucking devastating. It fucking destroyed my soul. So, I don't jerk off to psychos on fucking X, right? I've got a wife for that kind of shit, so I've been out of the game for a while. I've retired. So let me show you how X works based on the data sets I've seen. Over here is regular X. No porn, black people Twitter, you know, stuff like that. You have a business idea, tell me, Jared, that. Over here, right, approximately... Oh, we need to integrate AI chatbots with IRL sex toys. You know, I've thought about that. I've thought about that. If you could get a vibrator with an emotionally manipulative boyfriend voice attached to it, do you know how many lonely women would buy that shit? It would make so much money. The second AI is strapped to sex dolls, it's over for the human race, right? But, okay, back to my original point. Approximately, I'd say about 20% of X is what I'd consider softcore porn, right? Approximately. The numbers vary a little bit depending on where you source them from, blah, blah, blah. I'd be the first customer. Dude, you would be the millionth customer because you would have woken up late to go to the sex bot store and the line would be around the fucking block. The line would be from where you live to like Central Africa of just people in one line waiting for their sex robot, dude. You would not, you'd be waiting 5 years. You'd be on a wait list. Those things would be like scalpers would steal AI sex bots like they do Nintendo Switches. Right? So another approximately 18% of Twitter is some really, really freak shit. I'm talking like out of the ordinary kind of stuff. Right? I'm talking things with animals that get taken down after a week and then show up again. I'm talking like 7 dudes and 1 girl. I'm talking fucking like 7 gay dudes in a room all trying to have sex with an inanimate object at the same time. Like really freak shit. And that leaves about 60% of the website. And this is like the hidden iceberg. This is just regular ass porn on Twitter. I'm actually in the minority. I fucking live here. I live here when it comes to Twitter, right? I like gaming content, MMORPG shit. I looked into the stats, the data of this. It destroyed me. It broke my fucking heart. I was like, so this is what happened to Tumblr. Remember Tumblr banned porn? This is where all these fucking people went. And by the way, this 60% here, does include all your anime porn, which is about that much of it. Where does my stepsister is stuck in the tumble dryer fall? That's like its own section over here. That's like a huge chunk of this. Like a shocking amount. And you know what's really devastating, right? I have been looking for like... I've said this before. I've got a whole folder. Yeah, I'm happy to show you this. I have been looking for... I've been looking for porn games, right? That I would play in my next speedrun ban. So I'll download one of these games. I'll try it for 5 minutes. And I have to tell you something. Every single one of these fucking games sucks. Fucking terrible. All of them. They're miserable, they're boring, they're just bullshit. They all fucking suck. I don't know what happened. I thought people like would be making like porn games that looked like fucking VR reality by now. But apparently no. right? Porn games are fucking dog shit. There's no gameplay. It's just text on a screen. Robin Morningwood, you know what? I still have bad dreams about when you fucking tricked me into seeing that shit, Jared Dan. I still have PTSD about that goddamn game. I almost knew you were going to bring it up. So, what's really, really weird, if this is the entire, like, animated porn section on Twitter, there is an entire chunk of anime porn on Twitter that belongs, I don't know why the data set's like this, but this data set to me belongs here. But that's not how the data set's divided. It put the animated porn here. There is an entire chunk of animated porn that is related to, this is gonna be weird, so just brace yourself, to raping NPCs, to infidelity. Yeah, there you go. That's the word. Jonathan's got it. NTR. Right? I wonder if NTR shows up on the list. Yes. Well, it's they just added it under infidelity, but it's like the animated version of infidelity is like NTR, and they kind of put them under the same category because there's like the real life cheating shit that's porn, and then there's the animated cheating shit, right? So there's infidelity, there's raping NPCs, there's a lot of sex with animals. A lot of sex with animals. Like, holy shit, dude. I did not know that that was a popular category. And a strange amount of shit about actual human shit. Like, people just shitting. I don't know why people just shitting is a thing. Like its entire section here, in this corner, is just people drawing anime girls taking shits. And I don't fucking know. This broke my heart because I thought, okay, this is the breakdown I saw in my head. I thought, okay, this is Twitter. This is the breakdown of Twitter that I had in my head before I looked into this. This is all your normal stuff over here. You know, politics, you know, Israelis and Iranians killing each other, Palestinians, black people Twitter, white people Twitter, right-wing Twitter, left-wing Twitter, and then this section here was going to be like all the porn. No, we're outnumbered. We're outnumbered. The Gooners own most of this fucking website. It's almost all porn, and like 25% or less of the site is everything else. It destroyed my fucking soul seeing that. So, if X gets into streaming, it's gonna be 90% girls showing their buttholes for free. Which further convinces me my daughter's never having a Twitter account. Ever. NTR is just the Japanese word for adultery shit. Yeah, that's the thing, right? The data set that I saw broke it down using English terminology, so it put the NTR category under just infidelity. So it was like all under one blanket term. But Jesus Christ. Here's an idea. Stream on Pornhub. I've actually thought about it, Jarek Dan. But I think the problem is, if you're going to stream on Pornhub, you have to do something like super niche and specific. You can't be like generalized. You have to be like a guy. I don't know if you know that one Asian guy who's teaching math lessons on Pornhub. And he's like making bank. So, you know what? Fuck it, maybe. You know what? I'll do it. I'll think about Pornhub. I will think about streaming on Pornhub alongside X and Kick. Because if I'm going to be streaming on one porn site, why the fuck not on another, right? And give people a 5-minute break before they go back to jacking off. Bald dwarf porn sounds pretty niche. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. Right, but that's the streaming side of it. Now, I need to set up Kick. I need to set up X. Fuck it, I'll even look into Pornhub. Why not? Why not? when it comes to the discoverability part, I think everyone knows all streaming websites have dog shit discoverability. Every single one, without fail. YouTube has dog shit discoverability. If it's streaming, Twitch, X, Kick, doesn't matter. Because there's like this culture behind streaming where if you're not involved with the culture, it's very difficult to start being involved with the culture, if that makes sense. There's a barrier to entry, like a condom that needs to be broken. Or like your partner's trust, according to Twitter, and how many cheating fucking porno things there are. Jesus Christ. Just stream on OnlyFans too. The problem with OnlyFans is you don't get to see a stream unless you pay money first, right? Oh, thank you for following, Jarek Dan. It's been a while. It's been a long while, huh? No longer care about your reputation, I see. Come back down here into the pit of mental illness with the rest of us. You're just another crab in the bucket now. You're never leaving. But the problem with Twitch is discoverability. With streaming in general is discoverability. So, I'm gonna give you all a warning now. Turn off the notifications in my Discord for some of the channels, because they're about to get really fucking annoying. They're about to get incredibly fucking annoying. So the way I found out that YouTube works for posting videos, right, is there's something called a 3 a day. If you post more than 3 things a day when it comes to video content on YouTube, the algorithm starts punishing you, right? It starts whipping you like a black man in a cotton field. So what I'm going to be doing is 2 shorts every day, if I can handle it, and then 1 long form video whenever I can, alongside the streams I'm doing. So you may have noticed yesterday that I spun that up. So every Monday I'm going to be working on shorts, and then every Tuesday I think it's going to be long form videos for the week. So I'm warning you guys now, turn off notifications in the Discord, because they're about to get really fucking annoying. If you're here for the streams, turn off the goddamn notifications, because you're going to see some irritating shit. In fact, I think some irritating shit probably just happened to a bunch of you. Because, hey, guess what? Yeah. The video for today was scheduled and just released. Exactly. This is what I mean. It's not like it might be easy to just start clipping. I mean, look, clipping is actually more difficult than you would think, because you think about it this way. You spend 8 hours streaming, then you got to run through it again and try and find the right thing, then put it in the right format. So I found a cheat code around this that I'm using, and it's this, which is pretty great for anyone who does streaming in here. Unfortunately, this shit is expensive, and I had to actually spin up a business account for my streaming and my Twitch and all of that shit. Not only because you fuckers keep subbing and destroying my tax viability and fucking me into the dirt. I'm actually trying to make this into a business now, so I've had to like open up an actual company for this. And this site has been fantastic, because it runs through your stream, and an AI finds the videos and shit, runs through it, and then generates a bunch of stuff. And these need some editing because the AI is not that good yet, but it's much better. Can you do 2 text channels, 1 for shorts and 1 for normal vids? I don't want to miss the big vids. Tabe, I will do that. I will set that out for you. Right? So that's going to be my content strategy moving forward when it comes to like videos and shit to counteract the fact that streaming up here has zero fucking at all, no discoverability, everything hates you. That's just how it works. You fuck, you two love me. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Ravenstein. Now, the second thing that I would have liked to have had, but you fuckers destroyed it, is this. Now, I'm gonna have to find, I'm probably gonna have to pay for premium or some shit like this for this site. This pop-up message on Tangier did not exist a week ago. I've never seen this message on Tangier before. I personally think there is a non-zero chance that because you fuckers abused the free TTS that I put up, that you made them change their terms of service. I quite literally think you abused these people like they're a 1950s housewife to the point that they fucking changed the TOS. You have to implement Tangier Dungeon. I saw something about Tangier Dungeon when I was checking Tangier today and trying to get it working against Scourge Fist. I probably will. I'm actually gonna like spend your money that comes in from the stream, from the subs, on that so that you've got something to fuck around with. Now, outside of this, when it comes to YouTube and streaming and trying to turn this into something that's an actual business, blah, 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 all of that shit, I don't know what I should do. And I wanted to do this here because I wanted to ask you guys if there's anything else besides this that I should try and focus on to try and grow this into something that's entertaining. Because the way I'm seeing this, right, is everything that you spend on this stream, I like the idea of taking every single piece of that and putting it back into the stream to give you guys more shit to do. At the same time, I don't like the fact that Twitch does this manipulative shit where they try and like force you to spend money. When you finish Heart of Thorns story, I need you to make a Guild Wars 2 stream titled "Today I Get Fucked by Tentacles and a Sloth." I promise it's relevant. You'll have to remind me. I want Thorn only on Thursday. She don't want to be involved with it. Character, now that she's a mom, now that she's the responsible adult in this family, she don't want to be involved with the streaming stuff. Both for doxing reasons, but also because I got some real freak shit DMs that got sent her way that I had to deal with, and she didn't want to deal with that. I don't know how that woman puts up with my shit. So, the other things, focus on getting to the US so you have stable internet and electricity. You know what, Tigers? I'm actually looking into that. I'm actually looking into that shit. Like, Jarek Dan, you have no idea. Okay, so my wife has asked that I not tell the whole story because she doesn't want it spread around and shit like that. But I'm talking like, there were certain people who started DMing my wife after they found out who she was. I have to say this in a particular way, but the problem is there are people who've come from the stream and who've DM'd my wife and are genuinely like friendly people who mean no harm and are good people, right? Selm, I'm looking at you. And then on top of that, if I explain this, the people who are genuinely normal people, it sounds like I'm accusing them, but I'm not, right? So I have to give that clarifier. Should I also stop DMing your wife? No, you're fine, Jarek Dan. You're fine. You're one of the normal people. That's why I'm trying to fucking say this. I like this. That's why I'm giving this qualifier. Shockingly, believe it or not, Jarek Dan, you are normal compared to this shit, right? So they're like pretend to be like friends with her, have normal conversations, and then they like try and almost twist the conversation in a particular mechanism where it's like they're trying to like either get her to start shit with me, or they're trying to like slowly manipulate her into sending them pictures or doing like strange shit. And unfortunately for them, my wife has an IQ that's not in the double digits. She's actually pretty fucking smart about this. So she immediately picks the shit up. And she'll just be like, hey, look what this fucking freak sent to me. And so she then knows how to deal with it. But after dealing with that, she was like, I don't want to get involved. I don't want them to like have an idea of my kid or try and contact my kid or be weird, because if it's this bad now and you're a literal nobody, the statistical chance of it getting worse over time only increases the more involved I am and the longer you do something like this, which is a fair take. I think it's a completely fair take. Wife, I thought you were gay. No, I'm gay for my wife. John Com, if you don't understand, there's nothing gayer on the planet than fucking a woman. Right? I don't think you get this. Women do gay shit all day. And now you're gonna put your dick in that? That's gay as fuck. If you were straight, you would do something manly. Like find the biggest, hairiest, strongest man you can, hold him down, and fuck him in the ass. What's more manly than that? I'm putting my dick in gay shit all day. What do you expect? You got it backwards. Unrelated, but supposedly Elon Musk was in the USA illegally for a brief period of time. It might be true. I'm kind of inclined to believe it is, since there's a video of his brother saying they were illegal immigrants. Can we trade out Musk for you and your clan? The thing is, I don't think Musk is going anywhere. All of those are claims and hearsay. There needs to be hardcore evidence. And even if like people really hate Elon Musk, which is, I think that's a fair take after some of the things he said, it's part of South African humor to say crazy shit like that. To say shit like, we're illegal immies, we're coming to rape all your women. You know, get off the plane and you're like the whitest dude ever, and you go, ooga booga, where the white woman at? You know, that's like, we'll do that shit because we think it's funny. If you want an idea of South African humor, right, go look at the shit talking that Dricus du Plessis does to any of the UFC fighters, right? Every single one I've said is like, oh man, he's such a great shit talker. And I'm like, I'm kind of confused when I watch these, because I'm like, no, this is just Saturday with the boys. We're just all like this. Ask Jarek Dan, he knows. Exactly, I'm only gay for you. So like, he might have been joking, he might have been memeing, he might have been, you know, accidentally admitting the truth, but I don't think with the amount of infinite money he has, he's not going anywhere. He's always going to be there. If I were to even research any private information on the streamers I watch, I would just send out apologies for the partners being associated with the streamer. Yeah, no, it's the thing is, people do this thing where they take like entertainment too seriously, or they go out of their way to get like really hurt in their feelings. I mean, honestly, just go look at fucking go look at shit, I forgot that site's name. Doesn't matter. Can't remember the fucking name of that thing because my music changed off of my playlist for some reason. So, people get up in their feelings, and they think that streaming is reality. And even recently, there was like some YouTube content creator with 5,000 subscribers in the US who got shot by another dude with 5,000 subscribers over fucking them not liking each other. And that's the most retarded shit ever. So that's how hard people get stuck in their feelings. And then the people just go over there. And then they fucking... they start attacking partners and children. Like, look at what happened to Ethan Klein's kids, right? Whether you like Ethrail or not, man, they really went after that fucker's kids. Called CPS on him. Are we going over as refugees? I'd love to. But then I have to kill my dogs and my animals, and I don't want to do that, Jarek. I'd like to go over there as an immigrant and like have some contribution to society. That would be amazing. But I don't know if that's happening. I'm gonna have to, like, I'm gonna be spending like the next 3 to 5 years planning that out. Hoping this isn't getting against Twitch TOS, but this is basically the manliest thing you can do with ADHD. Okay, I'm not showing that on stream. Not because of what you've put there.
Because your brain's...
Oh, what the fuck? I'm not gonna put this on stream, not because of what you put there, but primarily because it's blue sky, and that is disgusting.
I have ADHD, and so, having ADHD and a penis makes it sometimes difficult to maintain an erection because your brain's going, jingle jingle, the back rooms, and you're like, I am trying to plow this twink, and your brain's going, jingle jingle, the back rooms, and I'm like, I'm trying to plow this twink, and your brain's going, jingle jingle, the back rooms, and I'm like, I'm trying to plow this twink!
Yeah, I don't think that's ADHD. I'm pretty sure that's that's just full out mania plus schizophrenia. That, you know, what happened to the good old days where like 5 muscly guys would show up in a white van and put you in a jacket with long sleeves and go solve those problems. We need to take like, I mean, look, that guy would be even into that. He would like start coming as they put the jacket on him. So like, it's a win-win for everyone. Reason I think it might be true is because, hold on. It's a gray area and his brother said it again. Yeah, this is the thing, is you need hard proof to do that. Can you believe I once stalked a Guild Wars 2 smut writer by discovering his account name and messaged him thanking him for making the stories, but then I apologized and didn't speak to him again. Yeah, he was probably freaked the fuck out like you're gonna show up and fucking rape him or something. Well, taking it personally, I would complain that Rose only reacts to 1 out of every 40 messages. I can't help it, okay? I'm doing my best. It irritates me too. But unfortunately, I'm fucking retarded. What do you expect? Difficult for us South Africans to go over. We can be refugees. You know what? I don't know if you've signed the thing, Jarek Dan, but you should probably sign the document saying that like you'd like to go over there as a refugee. I'll send it to you if you want. I've signed it. Fuck it, I was facing... you don't know this, Jarek Dan, because you've been gone for a little while, right? But I employ someone who works in my house. I don't employ them because I need them. I employ them because their mother helped raise me, right? And I don't like the idea of abandoning people. I'm not a big fan of that. So she works for me, and I'm helping her kids get through school, right? Her oldest son is now graduating high school. The rest of her family don't like that. And as such, the rest of her family have been like sending her death threats and a bunch of fucked up shit. Saying that you're trying to turn your child into a white person and we won't allow this. This is demonic and evil. How can you throw in with the colonizers? Blah, blah, blah. Because he's trying to get a fucking high school degree, like diploma. It's fucking mentally insane to me. So she comes to me and I have a conversation with her. And I have a conversation with her one cousin who's also not into this shit. And they're like, we just want you to know that they're doing this black magic shit now in the background, right? So they're like doing all these fucking magic rituals and shit. And I've seen photos sent by her cousin of this. Of them like shaking chickens in the air and shit. because, you know, they went to the Sangoma who said we can do black magic to make sure that their lives are destroyed and ruined. And then none of this shit is working, except it's giving this poor woman who works for me fucking panic attacks on the daily because she's like, her whole family's turning against her. So then they start harassing me. They start like sending death threats my way. And do you know why they were sending me death threats? They were sending me death threats because apparently my white skin makes me immune to black magic. I'm immune to black magic because I'm white. And that's a problem. And so they need to eliminate me so they can use black magic on someone else. Which is like, looking back on it now, it's kind of hilarious and retarded that a bunch of these village retards are out there being like, the magic waves we're sending our way isn't working because the white skin is blocking it. He must be a paladin. He must have spec'd into magic resistance. But this is the fucking country we live in. So they're like, we're gonna kill you because you're white. Right? And the reason why I had to I had to go to a lawyer, get like fucking restraining order signed and shit like that. But one of the reasons that doesn't concern me about them showing up here is because I don't think they know what money is, and I don't think they've got the money to afford travel. So I should be okay, because they'd have to travel a pretty long way from their village to get to me. It's so white that you I'm reflecting magic with my white skin. It's why all the colonizers didn't die when we came down here. They you know, like, they all spec'd into like being black magic wizards, and then like the colonizers got off the boat, and instead of firing guns at the locals, they were just like, "Nuh-uh, I've got an invincible force field," like you used to do on the playground when you were a 4-year-old. It's great to be white, I guess. Priest level maxed out. You know what? Yeah, all the white people in this country just maxed out the priest magic resistance skill. They got that bubble going. It's the dumbest shit imaginable. But yeah, so that was great. So like when I was signing those forms and shit, they were like, yo, so like, can you show us any forms of discrimination? I was like, would you like pictures? Would you like all the pictures, or like, is like some of them okay? Do you need video? I have video if you require it. It's the dumbest shit imaginable. But yeah, that was their excuse as to why their black magic wasn't working. So I need to look at a content strategy like this to getting back on fucking track, because you fucking people keep on pulling me off track. What else do I need to do here? I don't know if there's anything else you people can think of that would help grow this without relying on being a manipulative piece of shit. The only thing I can really think to do is I'm going to be posting a lot of videos on YouTube that are going to be fucking annoying while I work on other stuff. Jarek, Dan, that's pretty it's pretty brave of you to consider Cape Townians people. I mean, I wouldn't, but you know, spam shorts. That's what I'm gonna do, Edward. So I'll show you what I'm looking at right now. So if we go to the second channel here, whoops, let me just switch to this. If we go to the second channel and we go here to the back end, you'll notice that I have shorts lined up. Wait, nope, wrong channel. There we go, come on. I have shorts lined up for fucking days, right? 2 a day. Edward, there's gonna be 2 shorts a day, And that's going to get really fucking annoying for people in the Discord. So I'm warning you now. Turn off notifications. Shorts are doing well. I still miss the one where you are claiming Preach has cancer. I didn't say he had cancer. I said he's either got cancer or he's taking care of himself. It's not my fault he played World of Warcraft. That's just radioactive, okay? I already have your second channel muted. That's fair. That's probably the right thing to do. So I'm going to be really fucking annoying with this. The only other thing I can think of currently when it comes to this is I don't know if it's worth it to post to Odyssey, to Rumble, or to any other video platform out there. Is that worth it or not, or is that a waste of time? I need you guys to tell me that. Do you think Odyssey's going anywhere? Do you think Rumble's going anywhere? What even fuck? What are the YouTube alternatives that exist? Never heard of them. Exactly, Faith. Never heard. That's just how good and dominant fucking YouTube is these days. Oh shit, now I gotta open up Suno. Every time, Jimmy. Let's see if this works. I don't know how you have that many points, to be honest. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I'll approve that. Oh, couldn't generate that. It decided no. Adjust your prompt and I'll manually approve it for you. So, 9gag, Jesus Christ. Are any of these sites worth bothering with at all? Or is all of this just a waste of time? Do a short on this. Thank you, Edward. I actually will. I need to dig through the Twitch shorts. Black people cast shamanistic curse magic. White people are not affected by it. I think it's the AI is not going to do that because you put black people and white people in it and it immediately thinks it's like a racist thing, because you got to remember that the people who are currently in power of deciding what an AI is allowed to and not allowed to do are so left-leaning that they almost look like authoritarians. Right? They're so far left, they look like fucking... They might as well be on the hard right. Nope, won't generate that either. You gotta keep adjusting. I think I tried Odyssey a little bit, but then forgot. I don't, like, this is the thing is, I don't see any of these platforms being a viable alternative to YouTube. Can't whisper without verifying my number. Well, I guess you gotta verify your number. You'll find him in the Discord. I'm sure Jarek Dan's still there. He's too lazy to leave. So, in my head, none of this, aside from maybe TikTok, is worth, like, resyndicating shorts over to. And so what I'm gonna do, actually, no, that's a good plan. That's what I'm gonna actually have to do. Is I'm gonna look into TikTok. We're gonna go abuse the Zoomies, and they're having sex with Minecraft models. Man, it still fucks me up to figure out that there was Minecraft porn. Right? We're gonna go abuse these people, because guess what? I have an entire library on YouTube of shorts that I can then resyndicate over to TikTok. Fucking Pornhub is the closest to beating YouTube. You're probably right, Cyro. Jarek Dan is actually probably right, more than I want to admit, about streaming on Pornhub. I'm just thinking about it based on the stats I saw on Twitter of how much porn there's. God damn it. I hate the fact that you're right. That's fucked up. I can maybe help with X advertising. See, I don't want to waste money on X, but I do want to figure out how the platform works. So if you're willing to help, fuck yeah, dude. I'll fucking take it. Still won't generate it. Jimmy, it doesn't like your prompts. I'm sure my fucking Suno account has been flagged this time, like because of you and your fucking prompts. You're gonna have to adjust it again if you want that song to go through. Pornhub just needs to make a PG site, call it VidHub or something. You're not wrong, Cyro. I think Pornhub probably has the best chance to actually beat YouTube, and I don't think it's ever gonna happen. I think Pornhub is too profitable to want to diverge from their actual, from their actual business model that is just working out perfectly for them all the time. Why would they ever? Did that work? Holy shit, that worked. That actually worked. And it named the song Shamanistic Defiance. Very nice. We'll listen to this while I carry on fucking yapping.
Drums are pounding like a war in the air.
Noted, Suno is racist. Suno is super racist, dude. It doesn't like... there's no freedom in AI anymore. Chrome. I'm not going to waste my time with that. I think maybe reposting shorts to TikTok is probably the best alternative. I also made a song. Want to hear mine? Sure. Go for it. Just remember, I'm gonna... If you have an independent thought, I'm gonna have to ban you, character. I don't want to, but it's just the rules now. Unless it's a song about saying bad shit about Jews, okay? Then it's fine on Twitch. Question, is the paid for Tangier still active? It might be, but I'm not sure. I tried to take it down so that I can reset the Tangier. I was fucking with it earlier today because I was trying to get the free version back before the 30-day cooldown's up, but it didn't work. Okay. Yeah, I pulled it down because I was trying to reset it. Super, so it's probably not there right now. You can still use the paid one, but I didn't want people to continually get scammed with the free one, if that makes sense. Because that doesn't feel good. I'll put it back up once I've tried to reset it, or once I've figured out my business account and I can pay for it through that. That'll make more sense. So, last part of this content strategy that I need to consider and worry about, and then I'll play Jarek Dan's song. That song was better than it had any right to be, I'm just saying. That song, based on your prompt, should not have been that good, Jimmy. That's all I'm saying. So, I need to look at long-term goals. What's the plan here? Long-term. And there's a few things I want to do long-term that I think would be really fun to do. Okay, so I would want to do viewer tournaments on Twitch, streaming, wherever the fuck I end up streaming. I'd love to do viewer tournaments. I think there's nothing more fun. If you want to go look at a good example of this, look at the Warcraft 3 tournament that was hosted by Tyler 1, right? There's nothing more fun than watching a bunch of retards play a game wrong and fuck everything up. And I think it would be really fun to get a bunch of viewers to do some shit like this. I would like to also do streamer tournaments. And I'll tell you where this idea came from. I was trying to figure this out and trying to get this done. And if someone can help me with this, I will tattoo your name on my penis, right? What I wanted to do with the Dune MMO was I wanted to get Swole Benji, Sawman, Muckluck, Noxy, maybe even Danny, and no one's gonna know who that is in here. Fandral, and any other streamer I can. Get them free keys for... I'll approve your song now, Ravenstein. For Dune Awakening. And then host a tournament where I take my own money, give them an objective in the game. Everyone gets to watch them play this game for like 5 or 6 hours. And whoever wins, whoever gets first place, gets that payout, right? I think that would be super fucking cool. I think that would be super fun. I don't know if you guys think the same, but I think that would be awesome. So that's one of the long-term goals I'd like to work towards. Now, this one is very tentative. But if for some reason I ever had money in my life, I would find a game studio and not do the Pirate Software thing where I pretend to dev out a game for 9 million years, but I would actually go find a game studio and pay them money to try and develop a game for some of the ideas I have in my head that I've written out fucking hundreds of pages for, just to get it out of my head, so it would leave me alone and stop sitting there while I'm trying to sleep. Right? I have like 7 different game ideas that I've literally written out hundreds of pages for, just because I can't help myself. Now let's try your song, Ravenstein. Outside of that, my primary goal is that. That's the thing I care about the most. I want to stream until I die. That's it. You really made the Spellforce script 9 hours long. So, currently my Spellforce script is... I think it's 36 pages. But it might be 26. I can't remember. I haven't counted them. But I need to cut it down by a lot, because now I'm into playing the second game. And I'm still considering whether I should play the second game live on stream, or whether I should do that off stream, depending on how good the content is. Fuck me, I can barely make an essay. No, you don't understand. I have a problem, right, Syro? Like, I'm not kidding when I say this. Like, I'm autistic to the point where if I have an idea, I won't sleep for 5 days unless I get the idea out of my head and do something with it. This has happened a few times. Pisses my wife off. It's really funny. Like, I won't sleep for 3 days and I'll just keep going and keep going. And then she's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You fucking retard. You're just writing moon runes on the fucking floor. Go to bed. But currently, I think this and this would be really fun to do at some point. When it comes to goals outside of that, we've got the workout streams that I want to bring back, which I think I've figured out now how to make them more interesting and more entertaining after multiple failures. And outside of that, I'm just going to play MMOs. That's my plan. Oh, look, it generated your song. You see, that's how you make a prompt, Jimmy. Without the AI screeching at you.
Drums are pounding like a war cry in the night. Spirits summoned, but they're putting up a fight.
Oh, God.
We cast a spell, but they stand there and grin. Our enemies just laugh while we try to pull them in.
You know what this sounds like? Do you know what this sounds like, Ravenstein? This sounds like the next intro music to the next Mortal Kombat song. Like they're gonna make an intro, and it's just gonna be one fat black woman in a wheelchair fighting a disabled one-legged Asian woman with crutches, and this is the background music playing while they're doing the next Mortal Kombat. That's what this sounds like to me. Let me know when you decide to try out City of Heroes. It's gonna be a while. Okay. That's my plan for now. I need to look into that. I think that's gonna be my priority right now. Is I need to re-syndicate a bunch of shit to TikTok, and I need to start making videos every single day and just be as annoying as fuck on YouTube. Mortal Kombat, the whole game is combating artery clogging. Have you smelled the Mortal Kombat tournament? It's not much better than Smash Brothers. I saw one in my country and I went over to that region during like a gaming event, and it smelled so bad, dude. The song's not bad. It's really not bad. You got ideas for the Living World video? Yes, Cyro. So that's the next thing I wanted to plan out. So, I have several videos that I'm working on currently, right? I'm going to be working on the Dune MMO video to release this first, right? I'm going to be working on, at the same time, a Guild Wars 2 video for Living World Season 1 and 2. What I've realized about Living World Season 1 and 2 is all of Living World Season 1 and 2 is actually just a build-up to Heart of Thorns, right? So I don't see how I would make a video about this without also making a video about this. So I think I need to play through Heart of Thorns with Living World Season 1 and 2. Because I'm looking at this from a story and a lore perspective, not from a how has this been divided world-wise. I think it makes more sense that Living World Season 1 and 2 and Heart of Thorns are one video. Although Living World Season 1 was more of a monster of the week. Listen, if the monster of the week is Scarlet, I'm all for that. Damn. You know, there are only 2 times in my life I thought about eating ass. It was when I first met my wife, and the second was when Scarlet turned around during the boss fight. I bet it tastes like aubergine. So yes. Even if that's monster of the week, what a fucking monster of the week she was. I don't know, I think Heart of Thorns and Living World Season 3 should be one vid. You see, I think I need to, either way, I need to play through Heart of Thorns before I make this decision, but my instincts are telling me this needs to be one video. I'm not sure. That's the problem, I need to think about this. On top of that, I'm also working on the entire Spellforce series videos. And then on top of that, I need to start working on a Star Citizen video. You got ideas for the Living World video? Yes. Also, yes, to your question, Cyro. I do have ideas for it. I think I'm going to very much go back to the GTA kind of thing, because I'm sorry, but the entire Sylvari race is so fucking hood-coded, it's ridiculous. They hate gays. Mom's angry about everyone leaving. She doesn't like her firstborn daughter. Fuck, Dad left, he's just a big dick. Dad shows up again. Scarlet shows up and steals an egg like it's a bicycle. God, it's I'm sorry, but there's so many memes there that can be made. And the best part is the Asian character in Living World Season 2 sees our sister steal the egg, and the first thing she does is turn to our Sylvari characters like, why are you fucking twiggers like this? What's wrong with you? Why are you all like this? What made you this way? What socioeconomic factors turned you into this? Don't come for me, but are people still looking to play Star Citizen? No. But I don't think I care so much about if people are playing it or not, so much as I made a video a long time ago shitting on Star Citizen, and I had a bunch of people coping and seething about it. Oh, it's just your graphics card. Oh, it's because you're running this off of an HDD, not an SSD. And now, because a company in Cape Town sent me a PC that's actually decent, right? I want to play Star Citizen again using this fully decent PC and take a shit on them and be like, oh, these bugs, yeah, now you want to tell me about performance when I'm running this shit on a 4090? Fuck off, right? So I want to take a shit on them for that. Other videos I want to do, probably going to do a Chrono Odyssey video, right? I'd like to do a Chrono Odyssey video, depending on how good the game is. And I'm not sure where to go from there with my main channel stuff. But I think this is a good starting point. Guild Wars 2, I've been having fucking debates about in my head, though. Because holy shit, there's just so much to cover. And to be honest, I feel bad every time I complete a piece of Guild Wars 2 because I'm like, shit, that's another piece of story I'll never experience for the first time ever again. And the story actually got a lot better after the base game ended. Bait on the 20th. Yes, Whipnipper, I've applied, I fucking done handstands, I've sent like 7 different dick pics to the CEO of Chrono Odyssey. I want to fucking play that game. I want to play that game. Oh, that's right. Other video that I want to make a video on. I mean, other MMO that I want to make a video on is probably Black Desert Online. The problem with Chrono Odyssey, Black Desert Online, and the Spellforce video are that I'm going to need to play these games for probably 200 hours plus before I can make like a solid video on all of these games. And currently, I'm deep into the Dune universe and trying to play this game until I get to the end game so I can understand the game and do like a full game review and do like a proper meme full out, maybe hour and a half long review, somewhere between 40 minutes and an hour and a half, somewhere there with Dune, because there's just such memeable content in this shit. Do not worry, Guild Wars 3 is coming. Oh yeah, of course it is. I see Peppa Pig is leaving the Xbox Game Pass soon. Might want to hop on, for fuck's sakes. You know? I shouldn't say this, but I have a family member who had a kid who grew up watching Peppa Pig. And he speaks like a Peppa Pig character. He's like 16. And he still speaks like a Peppa Pig character. So I think that brain rot did some real damage to that kid. So I'm so scared of letting my kid watch any kind of Peppa Pig at all. like I'm terrified of Peppa Pig. Because like he'll have a conversation with it and he'll be like, hello. How are you today? I am feeling pretty good about myself. Every time I hear the kid, I feel like if I hit him hard enough, it'll like reset him back to factory default. But you can't just go around attacking family members, apparently. It's not the 1960s anymore. But yeah, so that's my content plan. We'll stop there. He may be missing a chromosome. Okay. I'm gonna keep this vague. But he's got me concerned. Actually, no, he doesn't have me concerned anymore. I'm gonna keep this vague. But this kid, who's a part of my family, I have a cousin that sounds like a US YouTuber, you know. Oh yeah, I know the type. So this kid, he grew up with these very like strange tics, right? Where he makes certain hand movements and gestures that his parents have like forced out of him. Not by like physical violence, but they stop him whenever they see it. So like he'll get excited and he'll wave his hands around in a certain way. Or he'll get stressed out and he'll start like making a certain behavior. And like, okay, I kind of understand because I did a few of those things when I was a kid. And it's like he has these tics, and I get it. Yeah, like the autism is strong. The spectrum is strong in my family. It's just how we are. So like for me, for instance, I used to do this thing with my throat where I used to like be able to click in the back of my throat where I'd go, right? And it used to irritate the fuck out of my parents. But they didn't like scream at me for it. They were like, that's weird. Stop doing that. This kid got screamed at whenever he did this shit to try and like nail down, like drive those behaviors out of him. And now that he's in his teenage years, you can start to see like the rebellious, like, I remember what you did to me come out. And I was worried that he was gonna like be alone for the rest of his life. I was genuinely worried about him being alone for the rest of his life. And then, just out of the blue, out of nowhere, I found out he's got a girlfriend and he's spending a lot of time alone with her. And my wife and I see this girl, and the scariest part is she looks like a carbon copy of him. She looks exactly like him. This guy is out there fucking himself. And the best part was, my wife, who's like a non-spurg, just turns to me one day, because we've seen him interact with his girlfriend now, and we're just like, we're driving home. we're driving home, and my wife just comes out of nowhere. It's like, they're fucking. I'm like, who? She's like, they're fucking. He's fucking. He's fine. He's gonna be okay. He's fucking. I'm like, yeah, but he's fucking himself. When I registered who he was talking about. Man, I was so worried about him, but somehow he found a way, even with the tism. And he's banging himself. That's the best part. And I can see that it's stressing his mom out. But I think it's too funny to stop them or like say anything or even approach the topic. But my wife's like very socially adept, so she knows exactly what the fuck is going on. I was like, yeah, they're fucking. And then she like pointed out all the signs, and I ran through the checklist in my head. I'm like, oh yeah, they're probably fucking. It's great. Is this proof that humanity is not all lost? Probably. Let's see what the fuck Jarek Dan linked to me. This better not be porn. I don't know what fucking shit you keep on linking to me, but this is the fuck around stream, so.
No, I got cheated on, and at least he cheated on her with look half decent. My husband cheated on me with a lady with Down syndrome, and it wasn't the fact.
Nice.
It wasn't the fact that she had Down syndrome.
Hey. He said, if she's down, I'm down. What do you want? What do you fucking want? What the fuck do you want?
I said, what she got on me, right? I want.
Oh, she's already seen that clip, Jimmy.
Me, right? And I went.
What she got on you? She's got an extra chromosome on you. That's what she's got on you.
In person, I saw that slob coming out of her mouth. I say, that's it right there. I can't compete.
Wait, what?
And I went and met her with her in person. And I saw all that slob coming out of her mouth. I say, that's it right there. I can't compete. Hey, I'm wearing the flag. You got it, mama. I'm dehydrated right now. I can't.
All right, there you go.
My time, y'all.
This has been a wonderful set.
Damn. That's what happens, huh? That's just life. All right, so there are a ton of videos I want to watch today. There is a fuck ton of shit that we're going to go to. Jimmy, I'm going to open that link. I'm going to save these for later. Thanks for the resub, Ashura, and for making my taxes more difficult. You fucking bastard. $2.50 for the hair transplant. Oh, thank you so much. I'll go to Turkey. And I'll just say, mashallah, can you give me some hair? And they'll take like the hair off my ass and just glue it on my head. Jesus. You went to go to Townie on some Townie. That's perfect. That reminds me of that one tragic story that it was some Australian woman said, where she went on the news and she was talking about how like her husband had an accident at work. And she's like, he tripped and he fell into his co-worker's vagina and he's still stuck there to this day. God, that made me appreciate Australia, which feels illegal, but it did. I love that shit. Oh, beautiful. So, there's something I need to tell you before we carry on here, right? First and foremost, today is the fuck around and find out stream. So, we're gonna be watching a bunch of shit, but there's something we need to do first. There's something we need to go through first, and it's really, really important that we do. Because I want to show you something. Just gonna go there. YouTube Studio. There we go. Right, so last week, I think it was last week, I posted this video. A video that said, this hit piece will make you respect Pirate Software more. Not a bad title. Pretty clickbaity. You know how it works. That's just how it works. More roach content. Exactly. More beautiful, slimy, skeevy, rat shit content. What did you expect? What did you fucking expect? Now, if we look over here, if we look at the like-to-dislike ratio, a lot of people don't like Pirate Software. A lot of people despise Pirate Software, to the point that if you say anything good about him, even if it's true, they will fucking dislike you and say, fuck you, I hate you, and whatever else. Now, unfortunately, I didn't get to see all the hate comments, because YouTube just blocks those without me giving them consent. They steal all of those away from us. Are you aware that Nexus Mods was sold? No. Put it in the Discord. I'm gonna be honest, I did leave a dislike. That's fair, Ducks. That's fair. No one likes Pirate Software. I'm not a fan of Pirate Software. A lot of people are not a fan of Pirate Software. He's very smug. He's very contrarian. People have, like, this built-up animosity towards him because of his behavior, his interactions with others, the inability for him to take accountability for his actions. But the one thing he didn't do in all these DMs was try and get cucked. I'm not a fan of the malware that comes with Pirate Software. Okay, Dad. Thanks for the dad joke, Jarek Dad. Okay, Dad, back into the old age home now. I think Pirate Software should put the fries in the bag. That's fair. A lot of people feel that way. I'm not against you. However, I have to call it like it is. I don't have to like Pirate Software to show him a degree of respect for the fact that he refused to take shit from this person who is using all these explanations in these DMs, trying to coach people into feeling a certain way. Right? These are manipulative and untrue and very clipped out of context, and I dislike this Lyric person. Now, it would be fair to say that both Lyric and Pirate are bad people. If you feel that way, I completely understand. Now, I showed you the like to dislike ratio, right? What I don't see in any of the comments here, oh, for fuck's sake, I hit the refresh button for a second there. What I don't see in the comments here is people disagreeing with the statements I made. I see people pointing out that I'm clueless, that Pirate Software is fucking a dude, not that it really matters, but no one cares, right? I was clueless, 100% clueless. And then I got this. The furry who accused Pirate Software has now come out with receipts proving that Pirate Software lied in his response. Fuck, I promise I'm not that old. Young 32. I'm gonna show you a picture that's gonna hurt you right now, Jarek Dan. You wanna know what anime thinks that a 30-year-old looks like? That's you. This is you right now. This guy here, that's what a 30-year-old looks like. It's Jova. It's over. We might as well kill ourselves. Remember the Pokemon kid? The Pokemon guy? Where was he? He was the tutorial guy who taught us how to catch Pokemon. I'm 30 years old. It's over. It's over. It's Jova. I'm sorry, it's Jova. You're as old as Joe Biden is right now. What's up, Banjo? It's Jova. So, back to my original point. It is only fair that I look further into this because I may need to rescind any respect that I have for Pirate Software after I saw all these DMs where he's trying his best to not get cucked by some fucking random furry. I know, I'm right with you, Jarek Dan. It's over. You make it to Jesus' age, and if you haven't been crucified by then, it's all over. So, the other thing that I did see, there was a counter argument here, is this person saying, so if you've never been abused by someone before, a lot of the time they manipulate you into silence through their positioning, can even gaslight you into doubting your own memories. As someone is a CSTV, now I only know about DSTV, we don't get that channel in South Africa. In extreme situations, your hippocampus shuts down, but the other parts of your brain remember fragments. So I don't know the full context of what happened. So here's the problem. I don't know the full context of what happened. I can spin a narrative, but that would be guesswork based on the fragments and likely isn't correct. I know the individual fragments aren't real. Are real. I know that the scars on my arms from where they would inject me are real. Did they take this guy to the SPCA and try and put him down? However, this is something a lot of people don't understand about victims' memories, which is that if you were to ask me when I was 17 if I had been through something like that, I would have said no. because I literally could not remember then. It's only much later when I started leaking out. Interesting turn of phrase. I was able to know what did happen. CSTV is supposedly complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, as much as I am memeing on him, I do understand, because I was in a really bad relationship for 5 years of my life. Like a viciously bad relationship. And I didn't call out a goddamn thing until I had a few months to sit down and like pick up the pieces of my broken fucking life and put enough of them back together to realize that it was not my fault that she was fucking 8 other dudes in her office. That it wasn't my fault that she was slashing her arms and legs and then sending me pictures saying to me, you did this to me. It took me a few months before I realized that it is not normal behavior for someone to smash their phone into pieces and then say, you need to buy me a new phone right now because you did this to me. Right? This is why I keep on saying, I don't hate iDubbbz. I feel bad for him because I understand what being a weak piece of shit looks like. But the issue with this right here is it hasn't been a few months. It's been over 7 fucking years, dude. It's been ages. And apparently this is not the first time this guy's brought this up. He's been doing this for fucking years. He built a website, for fuck's sakes. Old iDubbbz was based, Saro. I'm sorry, but he was. And then he had pussy and it destroyed his life. Sorry to point out, I don't know the full context. Right? So, full context of all of this. iDubbbz, Roach Software, Pirate Software, had a relationship with this human being. This furry, this person, who I thought initially was a woman because he was speaking in a very woman-coded way. And I don't mean like normal woman, I mean like you know the like manipulative, blue-haired, evil pieces of shit that ruin your life kind of stuff? Like, I've said this before. Feminine behavior on a man always comes out in the worst ways possible. It's always like the worst behaviors. Right? And male behavior on a woman does the same thing. It just, you end up with very shitty behavior and very like trashy, manipulative, the worst components of each gender shows up in the other gender, if that makes sense. So I thought it was a woman. Apparently it was a dude. Hey, I was wrong. Guess what? I was wrong. And I'm happy to admit that. It was a dude he was fucking. But you know what? That doesn't matter in 2025. You stick your dick in whatever you want. You want to put your dick in crazy? You go right the fuck ahead. We're going to farm you for content for it. That's just how life works now. So, apparently he now came up and debunked. He did a debunkening of everything that Pirate Software said. And that's exactly why we're going to go through it, because it's only fair that if I did one video on this, and there's something I missed out on, there's something that might change my opinion, the +4 respect that I gained for Pirate Software might be a -10 today. That's what we might find out. Once we're through this, then we will look at all the other videos, because today's the fuck around and find out stream. That's how it works, okay? To be fair, old iDubbbz wouldn't work with YouTube's guidelines and algorithms nowadays, so I guess we lose anyway. Yeah, we do. We do lose anyway. Wow, first, we don't say that quiet part out loud. Oh, you mean, oh, you're talking to Scourge first. The woman you fucking leave. No, you see, you're still thinking in 2020 terms, Scourgefist. It's the women who peg you and then you leave them. Get with the program. They have real penises now, too. So this is the important one. The very, very important one. Pinned at the top of their Twitter right now, which is Pirate Software and Shay lied in their response. I know that a lot of you have talked about this as a nothing burger, but this right here proves that Thor and Shay are lying to you in their responses. Let's find out exactly what the fuck they're talking about, huh? Nuzzles you, okay, this is just porn. Curls toes, ew. Okay, this is all him doing roleplay shit. Okay. Where's Pirate in this? I just see you in this. So, first image, not a good sign. There's no Pirate here, there's just you. Again, looks like bullshit. His member resting against your belly. I was trying not to read that. Thank you, Ducks. Thank you. Thank you for bringing my attention to this message right here. I genuinely appreciate you making it difficult for me to stomach food for the next day. Sorry, but why do we care about Pirate Software? Because he's been a big creator, he's been a big streamer on the platform. He had this monumental rise to fame on Twitch and YouTube. He gamed the shorts algorithm. He was a very impressive person initially, and the more hot takes he started to give, the more of an arrogant, self-centered asshole he began to look like. This all culminated with him joining Soda Poppin's WoW Rating Guild, or WoW Content Guild, acting like an asshole, getting his group members killed in the hardcore server, and then refusing to take any responsibility for his actions. All the while pretending that he was a pro player that would never make any mistakes ever. Right? And on top of that, he keeps on doing this thing. So Pirate Software is really, really good at giving good basic, straightforward life and job advice to people. And then he fucks that up by making these smug contrarianism videos that, like, they farm people for content, but they also piss people off. So, like, he'll say the Stop Killing Games movement is run by a guy who's a used car salesman that no one should trust and should work with. He very purposefully, or at least it looks purposeful, I don't know, I don't know, I don't live in his head, so I don't know if he did this on purpose or not, but it looks very purposeful that he misconstrued the Stop Killing Games movement to make it look worse than it actually is. He then went on to everyone saying there's going to be an adpocalypse on Twitch because of the kind of content that was on Twitch. He then comes out with a smug contrarian video saying there's no adpocalypse on Twitch, fuck all of you. 1 month later, it's proven he was wrong. He has these takes where he acts like an arrogant asshole. Can't be that important. I don't know who he is. Yeah, you wouldn't know who he is because you've been missing the whole fucking time, Jarek Dan. That's why I'm giving you context. Now, the things you can't say about Pirate Software currently, up to this point in time, is he might be a smug asshole. He might be someone whose personality you personally dislike. But what he didn't do was he didn't rape a minor. Like he was a Minecraft YouTuber or Dr. Disrespect. What he didn't do was go out and kill somebody. What he didn't do was go out and commit illegal crimes like his name was Johnny Somali. Right? What's up, Gargan? I'll remember to write my name on your stomach today. On my stomach, sorry. So you can't say that shit about him. So you can dislike who he is as a person, but he's not the worst. Yes, drama. That's how it is. This is my fuck around and find out stream. If it's not for you, I 100% understand if you're gone. Now, all of this was kind of like, okay, this is People just dislike him for behaving the way he does. Now, he also got in a fight with Narc about Ashes of Creation. And I still don't know who's right when it comes to the fight he had with Narc, where he was saying Narc was lying and manipulating his viewers, saying that what he saw in Ashes of Creation wasn't actually this, and I don't know. I don't know who's in the right. I don't know if Narc is in the right. I don't know if he's in the right, but Narc has been pretty straightforward, so I always lean towards maybe I'd want to believe Narc over, Pirate Software, who's got a kind of checkered history at this point in time. At this point in time, now, this drama explodes. Narc disappeared from YouTube, so I imagine he was guilty. Potentially, or his life happened. The problem with a lot of this shit is you can be accused of something that you didn't do, it ruin your life, and the problem is that the accusation to people then becomes the truth because you stop doing everything else. Ducks. Do you see the issue there? Is maybe he was. Maybe you're 100% right and he was guilty. Maybe he wasn't and other shit happened in his life. Maybe something happened to a family member. If you know what the term litigating on the court means, you'll understand how this works, right? Nintendo keeps getting away with being pieces of shit with court cases and suing others because they keep on making products that are good enough that no one gives a fuck on the back end. If Nintendo sued Palworld and then every single thing that came out of Nintendo for the next year was a Blizzard-verified piece of shit, then everyone would attack them for the court case even more. Does that make sense? Because now they've got a reason to, because the thing that they were good at is now fucked, and everyone would start saying this is because of the court case. So, this disgusting RP happens. This tells me nothing. This is just his messages. This has got nothing to do with Pirate Software. This is an indictment of him, not Pirate Software, particularly his member resting against your belly, and he holds onto you gently to brace himself as you prod at his rear. Which is a hell of a fucking sentence to be able to, to be, degen enough to post in public. Holy Jesus. Have you seen the price of the Switch games? Fuck them. Doesn't matter, Jarek Dan. The Switch 2 is already sold out. It's already sold out. Doesn't matter. People will eat up that slop. They will keep on going back for more. So these are two gay dudes. Or I suppose, I don't know if Pirate Software's bi or what, but these are two dudes in what's essentially a gay RP right here. Right? Nothing against Pirate Software that I see there. That doesn't tell me anything about Pirate Software. This just tells me they were in a private message thing with Pirate Software. Favorite character is Mania Misery. Favorite song is Office Dad, I think. Isn't too nice in reality, but he's smart unapologetically. I don't know what the fuck that even means. Okay, we've learned nothing. This tells us nothing so far. I don't see a single message from Pirate Software here, except for an 8-hour call. Jesus Christ. Do you see a single Oh, I really like your Oh, God. Oh, I feel like I'm swimming through the fucking sewer here. I see not a single message here from Pirate Software. I see an 8-hour call. So maybe Pirate Software deleted all these messages, but this doesn't tell me something one way or the other. This tells me nothing. 2-hour call, 2-minute call, 2-hour call. This tells me nothing. What does this tell you? Because this is not a debunking. This is just him spamming random messages, being like, see, look here. That's not proof. If there was proof there, he deleted it. So is this a thread, or is this just a single message? Let's find out. Let's dig into this fucking trash pile. Despite deleting all your messages, Pirate Software, you cannot delete the history of calls that we shared after my erotic roleplay messages, despite you claiming to end our relationship after rejecting my advances. Okay, so there's a timeline on this. Did Pirate Software state a specific timeline? 5 years you've come back, blah blah blah, LARP. When you were in the sphere of friendship, you tried to push that to something sexual and I turned you down. Okay. When you were in the sphere of friendship. So it looks like, to me, on first appearance, this does look like Pirate Software lied about the sexual roleplay shit. This tells us that Pirate Software can goon for 8 hours straight. Tangier's not fixed, sure. Can't even play. Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. You fucking literally broke it, and I think there's a non-zero chance that they changed their TOS because of you. You motherfucker. You took the same shit you said in 2019, your HTML chat logs, rehashed it into a neat little package with a pretty little bow on top, extra added flair text that reads to anyone with more than a speck of higher thought like a one-sided lovesick fanfiction. Okay, what is the dates on these disgusting ass messages? 2018, 2018. 2018, 2018, 2018. 2019. To me, that doesn't sound like he lied. That sounds like he got the date wrong. Now, if Pirate Software had said 2016 and it was actually 2018, I would be more inclined to believe that he's lying. Right? This seems like you took the same shit you said in 2019. Your HTML chat logs. Right? To me, that sounds like he just posted a bunch of chat logs in 2019 crying about this. And these fucking guys had a relationship that fell apart. Now, I'm willing to believe, I'm 100% willing to believe. No, you misunderstand. Lyric tried to shit in 2019 after the 2018 chat. Yes, that's what I'm understanding from this. Super. That's what I'm getting out of this conversation here. The more I think about it, is this happened in 2018. The relationship ended. In 2019, he posted a bunch of shit. Then he went away when it failed. And now he's trying again. All I'm understanding is this is gay woman shit. Well, Jimmy, I've got a surprise for you. This is gay man shit. There are no women involved here, Jimmy. This is just two gay dudes going at each other. Being fabulous little queens. Talking about resting their members on each other's stomachs. Oh, Jesus. So, he's tried this before. And it didn't work. So what this means to me is he's tried this now again because the general flavor of life, of content, is a lot of people don't like Pirate Software. That's what I'm getting out of this. And he saw this as an opportunity to jump on that bandwagon. And if you don't like Pirate Software, I understand. I'm not going to argue with you on that point. But this seems like he wanted to jump on the bandwagon to make it worse. Especially since he's tried this a second time. Let's see where he goes with this from here. That's why you even started these 10-hour calls, right, Thor? Because he rejected me. Right, Shay? So, 10-hour calls, 9 hours, 5 minutes, 3 hours, an hour. God damn, the Goon Master himself. 13 hours. 13 hours of gay call. God damn. Jesus Christ. These people are like fucking athletes. Holy shit! Goon software. you could call him Roach software. You could call him Rat software. And now you can call him Goon software. Because Jesus Christ, how the fuck do you jelk it for fucking 13 hours without your dick falling off? God damn it. This man, you know what? You know what? +1 to respect. Just because that's impressive. That's gone from disgusting to impressive. What the fuck? Pirate Goonware. Jesus. The Edge Olympics. Holy shit. +1 to respect. Because what the fuck are you doing for 13 hours of the day? Jesus Christ. Okay. Do we risk this link? Do we risk this? And would it even work? Would this work? Okay. I don't think this will work because it's a private message, right? But we gotta try. We gotta try. 33 4 D155 2 CE 3 BB 180 F724 F724 96 B914 404 35 B55. This better not work. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, that might have it saved us from throwing up right there. Strong arm goonware. Fucking goon software here is fucking going. God damn, he's going to town. Okay. I see nowhere where this conflicts with the timeline. I need specific posted dates from Lyric to show me that this conflicts with the timeline, because otherwise it doesn't. This is all just he said, she said shit. You forget someone in your Discord has gone from 5 PM to 1 AM with a shitty diaper. Oh God. Oh God, I don't, fuck. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I might fucking mute any of you who do that. What was the date of the last message on the RP chat log? So let's go back up here and we'll see. What was the last date of the RP chat log? The very last date we're getting here is 10:06. So 10th of June. Or maybe that's, fuck. Maybe that's October. Americanese means that they put the month first for some reason. So October 6th, 2018. What was the date of the last message on the RP chat log? No, the messages. Which messages do you mean, Faith? The actual RP ooh giggle fuck stuff. Let's see. 9/16/18. So September. It looks like. Yeah, September. Okay. I don't see this conflicting with Pirate Software's timeline. I need to see if Lyric really wanted to do damage to Pirate Software and get people to believe him. What he needs to do is he needs to say, This is the date that conflicts with what Pirate Software said. Here is the proof of the initial date. Here is the date he stated. I'm not seeing that anywhere. I'm just seeing him saying, actually, meh, meh, meh. But Pirate said you tried this in 2019. It didn't work. Fuck off. So I don't want to take Lyric's side here. I'm just more disgusted by all of this. So, 13-hour Goon session from Goon Software. Impressive. I'll give you that. Impressive. This is the unedited Discord footage, by the way. That's your account. Pirate Software. It even has the exact same date of creation. Shay, I guess despite you and Thor being people with a speck of higher thought, you forgot all about how Discord logs your call history and who started it. Okay, then show me what's in the call. Show me what's in the call that's making him so abusive. Oh wait, that's right, you can't because you didn't record it. None of this means anything. Oh no, he had an alternative Goon Software fucking Discord name. What does that even mean? Just imagine the absolute poetry pieces Pirate was writing back in the RP sessions. Okay, this is very niche. What I'm gonna say is very niche, and anyone here who has not been on the internet for a very long time in their life is not gonna understand me when I say this. But I would love to have seen one of those things, and the only thing that Pirate Software says in one of his messages is, I put on my robe and wizard hat. Now, that's not going to make sense to anyone. But if you know, you know. So, this tells me nothing. Again, Lyric is just throwing shit in every direction, trying to get people to believe him. We don't have receipts because he nuked all of his chats bullshit when Thor's messages are the ones that are deleted. Yes, because he didn't want anything to do with you. I'm sorry, if I don't want anything to do with anyone, I delete all my shit and I move on. I tell them fuck off, I delete everything because I know they're going to take it out of context at some later point in time. I've had to deal with this. When I was working as a project manager trying to help fix a company, I sent a set of messages out to a bunch of managers, and then one of the managers tried to spin it like I was trying to sexually harass them, and it turned out that I wasn't the first one who did this. Now, I think it's very interesting that I was working online and trying to sexually harass someone who worked in Canada. That would be amazing. God, fucking superpower touch someone from the other side of the planet. But once it was revealed that we went around the manager's office and that this one woman was trying to do this and she had basically done this to every single manager, like as someone who had come in from the outside and was trying to help fix this business's efficiency, my first thing was you need to get rid of this person. And they did. And guess what? Efficiency improved by like 10%, which is not a small amount. It was fucking ridiculous. Their output profit was insane after that. I'm actually really mad about that because they were paying me a standard fee for me doing that, and I feel like I should have asked for like a percentage of profit based on output that occurred over the next 6 months. I'm really upset about that, actually. I lost out on so much money. Is this one of those ignorance is bliss moments? Yes. Yes. Pirateware, are you lating me? This is Goon Software. This is just people gooning. This is not like evidence that's admissible in any sense or makes him look worse. This is just more of the same fucking trash. Okay, I guess a normal convo for you is spending 10 hours in a voice call with someone you supposedly, quote, turned down because of hypersexual weird-ass behavior. Okay, we're gonna pull out paint for the retards here, because if I make this into a video, I know there's gonna be some fucking retard who doesn't understand how this works. Okay, if you are having weird sexual calls with a person between this date and this date, and then from this date onwards, You decide, I don't want to have weird, freaky sexual calls with you anymore. You have turned this person down. You have decided, I do not want to do this. Then you will say the words to them at some later date in an argument, I turned you down. And then that person, deciding to be malicious, will go, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, because we were doing it here, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. So that's how that works. He may have still gotten turned down, but only after all this goon software shit happened here. That's the problem. That's the issue I'm seeing here. The problem is that he knows we don't have receipts because he nuked all of his chats before he tried this originally, so he couldn't save anything. It was heavily planned. Not like there was anything, but like normal convo about the stream, etc., etc. Why? Okay, this is suspicious to me. This right here is incredibly suspicious to me. Because why did you post images like this and screen grabs like this off of your phone, but this is a square image, unless you try to edit something? Press X to doubt. You've changed the format of how you were capturing evidence. And this concerns me. So I don't know if this is real or not, but let's go over the fact that this is real. Let's assume this is real. It was heavily planned. Not like there was anything but like normal convo stuff about stream, etc. Why don't I see the whole conversation here if this is real? Why are we seeing this teeny tiny chunk that you've, again, taken out of fucking context instead of the entire conversation like you seem to have been pretty happy to post up here? I don't care what you think of me. I'm starting to think this person, this is like, they have like a shame kink and an abuse kink. And they're like sitting there with like 4 fingers up their ass, and they're fucking going to town on their schmeat, reading every single hate message they're getting. That's what I'm starting to think. Or maybe it's 200 IQ and he wants to leak this shit to stay relevant. Look, I don't think Pirate Software would be bright enough to do that. Because I think that currently he needs to move towards better content and away from contrarianism. Because he had solid content in the beginning and then it just started falling off the more he started speaking. Why do all furries have shaming kinks? Because it's what happened to them their entire life by their parents, probably. If you fuck a pig one time and save children from a burning orphanage, you'll still be remembered as a pig fucker. Yes, exactly. You're right, Ashura. And Goon Software is going to be remembered as Goon Software forever. That's just how it works. You know what probably happened? Lyric revealed some sexual kink that Pirate was uncomfortable with, and Pirate said no, and then Lyric was pissed and said no. Maybe. Or maybe he deleted all these messages because Lyric was having sexual roleplay stuff with someone else, and Pirate was like, I'm not into that. You can call me what you want, but don't call me cuck software. Fuck you, I'm out. Right? Because he seems pretty mad about that based on the first interactions we saw. So I don't care what you think of me. But what you see here is Thor's repetitive dishonest behavior. The same thing he did to Ross Scott and SKG. That is a valid argument, what he did to Ross Scott. But this is my problem, is they are now saying what happened between me and Pirate Software is the same shit here. That is manipulative. That is a please be on my side kind of bullshit. I'm not on your side. I'm on my side. Everyone in chat should be on their own fucking side. Not on my side, not on Pirate's side, not on Lyric's side. Think for your fucking self. Use some critical thinking. This here is, again, God, what's the term? There's a term for this. It's called poisoning the well, right? This is a well poisoning pattern. And you know what? They've done this since the beginning, is they poison the well. I was underage when they were 20. This is well poisoning behavior, and we should probably have this person's tweets in some kind of emotional manipulation museum somewhere, so that young people and young men particularly can go into that museum and be like, and study the ancient texts, so this shit doesn't happen to them in their lives. This is unrelated to the entire thing, but I think Terra's Elon players should be barred from having kids and should financially be punished. I don't know anything about Elon, so it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me. The same thing he did to Yamato in World of Warcraft. The same thing he did to EVE Online devs. The same thing he did to Mr. Robot's creators. So, all of this might be valid, but that doesn't make this valid. I've said this before. I've explained this pattern on stream, right? The Pareto principle applies to lies. The way you get people to believe you is you tell 80% truth and 20% lies. That way people assume, because you've said 80% truth, when you tell the 20% lie, they are going to automatically assume that the lie is true. That's how it works. Do you think this kind of content should have been taught in life orientation? Yes. This would have been way more valuable to learn. How to not have manipulative bitches ruin your life. Yes, absolutely. It's the same dishonesty he had in 2019 when he accused me of doxing him despite his number never existing in the chat logs when running a phone number search using regex. Is that a tacit admission that they were running regex? Is that them admitting to running regex? That's pretty suspicious. That's pretty suspicious. Of course, officer. How would I know that he was killed with a Glock and then buried in the swamp where it's very difficult to find the body? Of course I wouldn't do that. Oh, what is regex? He's using it to basically say he's going into the registry and using that to find public information based on his IP address or any internet information that is then linked to his account. Right? That's the basics of it. I'm no expert. I'm sure that Jimmy could explain it to you in much more detail. But it's basically you can use it to find where people live and shit like that. Their phone number, where they live, IP address, stuff like that. So, I agree, but Lyric released Telegram chat logs, which include Thor's real personal phone number. So, okay. This is through Telegram. Now, the only way you're going to get messages through Telegram that have... Okay, that's a manipulation. That's a fucking manipulation. So if you release someone's information, if you dox someone through Telegram, that means that someone has had to send you their private information, because Telegram keeps that all private, right? Digging through the registry in Telegram is not going to get you anything because it's encrypted, as far as I understand how Telegram works. Side issue, but what is the glasses watermark in the corner about? Which corner? Where? Oh, you mean on YouTube? Over there? That's just the subscribe button that you can hit on YouTube. I just put that there because it's my rose-tinted glasses that I have right here. That's for moments when I'm having a nostalgia fix. I put these bad boys on when I feel like going back to the good old days. And I like to say, yep, life was so much better when MMOs made us loot things manually. That's what those are for. Rose-tinted glasses. Literally the name of the channel. So, this tells me nothing. Again, this tells me nothing. Because Telegram's not going to give you that on the back end, but if you got it on the front end through a message, that means that that you did dox him. But again, I don't see anyone posting his information that he doxed him from those Telegram messages. I want to see evidence that Lyric doxed the guy. So this is nothing burger again. And finally, the final message in this fucking change, in this chain of complete nothing. This changes nothing. None of this changes anything. This actually bullshit doesn't change anything, Lyric. It doesn't make you look better. It makes you look more manipulative. It makes you look shitty. And guess what? That doesn't make Pirate Software look good. It just makes you look shitty alongside him. That's the issue here. Pirate doesn't look like a fucking good person. But that doesn't mean you look like a good person because you're taking a stance against him. You need real, actual evidence. You need to show, okay, I didn't do anything wrong. Here's where he lied about the dates. Here's the manipulations he had. You posted such shitty fucking evidence the first time around that it feels like an exceptional manipulation. If I had to pick a winner between him and Pirate Software, even after this chain of horseshit, it is still Pirate Software. That doesn't mean I have to like him, but it does mean that he doesn't want to be a cuck. That's the only thing I've learned through all of this. Hold on. No, rather... Okay, hold on. Okay, so channels are still public, though. Public channels are non-encrypted. Oh, wait, so public Telegram channels are non-encrypted. I've got that wrong. That's fine. And yes, I am hoping for Chrono Beta access. Iceworm. God, I'm hoping for it so bad. I've done the handstand. I've opened up my ass for the Chrono devs. I did all them like shit to do entries and stuff. I sent a picture of my penis to the CEO of Chrono Odyssey. I told him I will shill for China. I will tattoo a dick on my forehead. If he wants, I'll do whatever I need to get that public access. No reply yet. I think I've been ghosted and blacklisted. So, this is the last part of this. It's the same dishonesty he expressed about Heartbound. So the next time Thor and Shay say anything, remember their track record before you accept their words. Remembering their track record doesn't mean anything. If a homeless man on the side of the road keeps lying about what he's spending money on, you go to a homeless man, you drive up to him, you give him $10, and you're like, you're not going to use this on drugs and alcohol, right? And the homeless guy's like, no, I'd never do that. And then the first thing he does is use it on drugs and alcohol. Does that mean all of a sudden that if he witnesses a murder, that you shouldn't believe him? You can doubt him. You can doubt him being a good person. But if he's walking into a police station saying, yo, there was a murder, then at least you got to do something. You got to do some level of investigation about it. This shit just makes you look more manipulative and more shitty, Lyric. It doesn't help your case. It doesn't make Pirate look good, but it doesn't make you look better than him. It makes you look like a manipulative, twisty-turny little fucking snake. Thor and his team have a history of deception and manipulation that intentionally distorts the truth. And I bet, okay, who wants to bet here? Who wants to bet that this video that's linked here is going to have nothing to do with any evidence between Lyric and fucking Pirate Software? That it's going to be about some other lie. It's going to be about some other bullshit that Pirate Software has pulled off. This is gay lover, of course he is kind to him. I'm willing to bet this is going to be about Heartbound. It's going to be about SKG. It's going to be about fucking any of these other things that Pirate Software did do, but it's not going to be a direct lie or Lyric exposing him for anything that happened between him and Pirate Software. 100% chance it's unrelated. I'm willing to be I'm willing to take that bet. Yeah, there you go. I think you're right. Lyric seems like he's trying to paint the narrative. You have no idea how much he's painted the narrative at this point, Fleshstick. If you go back to the other Pirate Software video and you look at how he's trained all the messages or the explanations he's given on like Pirate Software saying one word, it looks like shit. It looks like he's the world's biggest, most manipulative piece of shit. If you've seen it, then you understand. You understand, right? It doesn't make Pirate Software look good, but it's not proving Lyric's point. That's the issue. So let's see.
People are currently review bombing this. They're very upset. And I can understand why in some of those cases. I haven't worked on the game for the last year. When will Hardbound full release? I'm working on that. My hope is to get out Animus very soon, within the next month. This is what I work on when I'm not on stream 99% of the time. So right now I'm actually in the middle of making this environment right here, which is incredibly enormous, right? And these are the last two environments that need to be done for Animus to be finished. 2025 release. We're actually planning on releasing it, almost all of it, this year.
I'm going to say this now, as someone who's worked as a project manager. I'm going to assume that Pirate Software is working on this game Heartbound by himself, right? That's as far as I understand it, that's how this works, right? Heartbound is scope creeped. If I saw this as a project manager, I would look at this and I'd be like, you got to cut 50% of this. You can add shit in later, but this is not acceptable. This is going to take another 5 to 7 years. And by then, no one's going to give a fuck. And yes, on top of all of that, none of this seems relevant to Lyric. He has a small team, but he's a solo coder. For a solo coder, this is too much. This is too much. This is an ant trying to climb a mountain. You've overscoped. You're reaching for the stars. If you've got this entire red block you still got to deal with, and this is, I'm assuming yellow is in progress, this is not acceptable from a project management perspective. You've got to underspec all of this shit. You've got to get your game out at some point.
You know, because I only have this much left. Animus is 98% completed, by the way. And then we have the final scene for Animus, and then we're done. Animus is almost done. By the way, when Animus is done, Jotunheim will probably take me about 3 months. So when we look at this, Animus is 98% complete, and the overall game is 89% completed. The Clash is super ready, and that's kind of what we're working on right now. Animus is at 99% completion. That's 6 months ago.
So all of this is telling me he's just terrible at project management. This doesn't tell me he's a liar. This just tells me he's shit at project management. Because he doesn't know how to keep a timeline. Sometimes I give money to a panhandler. I figure I'm responsible for whether I'm charitable or not. He responds for what he does with it. Yeah, exactly. So none of this isn't lying. This is I'm shit at project management and managing my time. That's what this is. This is I don't know how to spec how long something is going to take me to do. But he can goon for 13 hours. Goon soft, maybe a little bit less pulling of the dick and a little bit more of the typey and you get somewhere. He can't keep a timeline because he's joking for 13 hours. Ducks, you're probably right. This is the place where I can find distracted by dick. Put a ferret up there and he can go on for hours. He can go on for days based on those messages. 13-hour goon session calls, that's something impressive. I can't see shit because of Twitter's video pixelization. You don't need to see shit, really, because none of this is relevant to what Lyric has said. This is just, I think he's ripped this from someone else's video and he's like just cut this piece together and posted it, pretending like someone should care about this.
I was close to finishing Animus, but then the community exploded in size, and now
I was close to finishing Animus, but then I remembered I had to goon.
Finally, actually close to finishing Animus? For real this time? I'm really glad. The next update should finish up Animus, which I've finished the writing for finally.
Jesus, dude.
So I just finished all the writing for Animus, which is kind of cool. Animus is...
You finished the writing for Animus. God damn.
Basically text-wise done. And this is what needs to get done for Animus to be done. These 2 rooms are all that's left. And I work.
This just, like, okay, so this can go 2 ways. That I'm seeing this as a project manager, right? Way number one is what I'm willing to bet it is Thor tends to be very overconfident, very arrogant, very smug in his behavior. And what I think Thor very much cares about is other people's perception of him. So he's going to talk a big game when it comes to this kind of stuff. But then it's impossible to follow through because the big game he's talked about is not realistic. No one could keep those timelines. No one could keep that together. And I think that's where his downfall in this is. I don't think this is lying. I think this is arrogance. Now, way to that this is going, and I would need to see from a project manager perspective, like how much of it's done. I'd need to see the actual stuff in front of me. Way number two that this is going is personal problems, right? So you're doing something, you have a good timeline, you know it's going to take you X amount of months, you know that the crash time on your project after accounting for excess variables is actually 4 months, and then you get black swanned. And getting black swanned means your mom gets cancer, you get divorced, someone burns your house down, like bad shit keeps on happening in a cascading failure manner that keeps on ruining his life and preventing him from getting that done. But I think it's number one because he hasn't spoken about any bad shit happening to him.
Worked on all of this. The writing is actually done for these two, so I actually have to mark those out for ENUS, so these are actually done. With Heartbound, I've actually been working on it off stream every day, like I have been for months, and...
You see, that's what makes me think it's arrogance. It's him saying, I've been working on it every day off stream. Let me just move the chat box. I just realized it's on his face, on his pixelated ass. That doesn't sound realistic to me. Where did my mouse go?
I'm done with most of the writing for the end of Animus. Like, it's basically done. How's your progress with Heartbound? Great. I actually finished off a whole section for Animus that I was really happy about the other day. How's Heartbound's progress? Heartbound's doing really well. I actually finished a whole bunch of, like, dialogue stuff for Animus last night, and basically I'm just working on the combat scene for the end of Animus now, which is nice.
Yeah, you see, I think his mouth is taking shots that are just unrealistic to try and catch. I think Gunweir should go on this guy's show for an interview. Which guy? This?
In the studio this morning, one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr? Sure. Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. You are
just put PirateSoftware's face there. That would be great.
It's like the last piece I need. Finally finished the grand majority of writing needed for Animus and Heartbound. Yeah, Animus is basically finished. I'm pretty happy with it now. How done is Animus? Animus is very, very close to being. I haven't worked on the game for the last year.
Yeah, okay, so that doesn't mean anything. That's an indictment on his fucking ability to keep being consistent and keep being arrogant and saying shit that he can't keep up with, right? From a project manager perspective, that's called overspeccing, right? That's like when someone really thinks they're capable of something or they care more about their perception in the world than reality. They're incredibly difficult people to work with, right? They ruin companies, people like this. Like when you've got and this is like really bad, particularly in medical fields, right? I'm saying this because... No, I'm not. Okay, I'm not allowed to say why I'm saying this. But in medical fields, when people are developing or designing certain medical devices or tools that are for hyper-specific purposes, let's boil this down to prosthetics, right? If you're developing a prosthetic, prosthetics have to be customized to a certain degree to fit each patient and deal with each patient's thing. Now, the guy who customizes it will always overspec on time because he understands that number one, he's got a backlog of other prosthetics he's got to deal with. He doesn't know he's going to get the supplies on time. He doesn't know whether his supply chain, like the managers of the supply chain, are going to follow through. He doesn't know that he's going to get payment on time to be able to afford the materials he needs to develop those prosthetics. And he understands that the cost is going to continue to rise over time. And he needs to deal with both inflation and shipping costs and where these materials are coming from and blah, blah, blah. So what should realistically take a guy who's a professional at creating prosthetics in the medical field should take him 2 weeks to do one prosthetic and get it perfectly formed out. It might take him 3 months because of all the issues he deals with. And he knows, okay, this prosthetic's going to take me 3 months to do. So what he'll do when they ask him, hey, when can you get this prosthetic done by? He will say, give me 4.5 months. Give me 5 months. Because he understands that even with that 3-month timeline, something's going to get fucked up. The worst human being to work with is someone who's like, oh, dude, it's going to take me like 2 months. Oh, dude, I can get this done in a week for half the price. That's when you know. That's when you know it's never getting done. It's fucking horrific. And the worst part is, people who are really arrogant about their development of things tend to generally be involved in humanitarian fields that actually benefit society. The other end of the spectrum is stuff that doesn't actually benefit society directly. Prosthetic dog penis sheets. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure Pirate Software would be first in line to buy one of those. Goon Software. My headcanon is that Lyric Furry has shaped Goon Software for what he is today. Both of them are manipulators. No, neither of these people look like good people. I will respect Pirate Software purely on the fact that he didn't want to get cucked, even in sexting texts that Lyric wanted to have with someone else. I will respect that, but that doesn't mean I'm going to respect everything else he's done. Because that's fucking stupid. That would be retarded. Now, is there anything else here before we take a look at the website that Lyric has made? What I'm willing to bet is no. Hold on. On April 14, 2019, I was coerced to delete all of my posts. However, Thor and Shay did not delete any of their posts as promised, instead leaving all of their Twitter replies and Discord posts public, making it look like I was remorseful because of my stunt. Yeah, sorry, but it's under your purview whether you delete something or not theirs. It doesn't matter if you were coerced or not, you're the one in control of your own fucking life. Under promise, over deliver. Yeah, exactly. Project Management 101. Literally always set your crash time to almost double what you think it's going to be. If you are really, really good as a project manager, and I know this because there are project managers who are way fucking better than me at managing people, they can set their crash time at 50% of their final date. I can't do that. I'm not that good. I'll go for 100% of the time. They're just way fucking better at it than me. Like, I've seen gods. I've seen fucking gods at this field do shit. That's why I know for a fact all of that shit's unrealistic. So, he doesn't and he never did. Thor and I weren't together with him, wife divorced. You tried to push yourself on him and then onto me when he rejected you. Did you forget all the time you spent on my arm at TwitchCon? You make an $800 donation to our stream and charged it back 192 days after it was made. I'm not sure what you expected to happen. All of this is realistic. Only ferrets. I should have known. I should have fucking known. This is more Gooner shit from Goon Software. You made $800 donation to Australia. Okay, it does. As the copyright holders, we legally have the right. Why should someone be allowed to take money from us, yet continue to profit off of our work? We were not contacted to discuss his interest in the chargeback until early March. Speaking to PayPal representatives, blah, blah, blah. None of this is an indictment. Again, none of this is an indictment. You were in control of your messages. You chose to delete them. You don't get to say I was coerced. You've shown no evidence. You seem like an exceptionally manipulative person. I don't trust a goddamn word you've said. During these events, I was in college double majoring in mechanical engineering and aerospace engineering. That's not as impressive as you think it is, because both of those subjects you have to learn them anyway. I maintained a 3.92 GPA. Don't know what that means. Over my first 4 semesters, after the events of mid-fall 2018, my next GPAs were 2.76. That's on you, buddy. Hey, guess what? I also dropped out. I had 3 subjects left, and I dropped out. That's no one's fault but my own. I chose that. What this person could have chosen, if they so desperately cared about this shit, is they could have gone out of their way to say, okay, fuck this, I don't want to deal with any of you. I'm going to focus on this degree. And they could be a sick fucking furry inside of my beautiful engineering fields. What's up, Fandral? Like any good VR, I'm going to do a zero research and learn everything secondhand, but do we know why they came out now specifically? We don't know why they came out now specifically, but we can speculate. Lyric has tried this before, according to Pirate Software. He tried this in 2019, and it didn't work. Now in 2025, a lot of people fucking hate Pirate Software. Just what I believe to be justifiably so. If you dislike Pirate Software, I get it. I think Lyric saw that opportunity to jump on that bandwagon and ride the hate train, thinking that he will get more people to agree with him now that everyone hates Pirate Software for other behaviors he's done. Do you even know how many furries are in STEM fields? Yes, Super. Yes. I worked in STEM. I worked on certain drone projects. I worked on certain fucking aerospace projects. I know exactly how many sick fucking degenerates there are. There are 3 groups, generally speaking, in engineering. It's the degenerate sick fucking furries. It's the D&D nerds. And the last group is kind of like a catch-all that covers both groups, and it's spurgs. It's just spurgs from one end to the other. All of them, all autistic as fuck. I know firsthand. Why do you think I have a tolerance to furries? I think it's disgusting. I think it's gross. It sickens me and makes me want to throw up in my mouth on a personal level, but that doesn't mean I get to impede on your freedom to do a bunch of sick fucking shit, as long as you're not touching kids. That's how it is. I know this isn't it, but imagine it's a psyop orchestrated by Pirate Software himself to repair Image. If it is, it's not working, Fandral. If this is all a psyop, and he's doing his best to repair his image, it's not working. It's not gonna make me forgive him for other behavior, right? It's not gonna make me think he's a better person for other behavior. This just seems like 2 manipulative people got in a relationship, and the one was more arrogant than the other, and the one was more manipulative than the other. That's just how it works. To be fair, to use the negative momentum to get a better chance isn't wrong in it of itself, if you can show prove. Otherwise, you look like one of those, he totally diddled me too, I want money. Exactly. We could call him Gay Ops Goonware. The 13-hour goon call is gonna live forever in my head. Jesus. This is all on... But anyway, Lyric, this is all on you. All of this is on you. The same way me dropping out of aeronautical engineering is on me. There's no one else you can blame for that. I can talk about the death threats I faced in university. I can talk about all the one particular lecturer who fucking had it out for me and proved they had it out for me when I got a nearly 100% for the year in a particular subject, and then they refused to take my mark because I handed in my semester project after doing it for 1 week. It doesn't count because I was repeating the subject, but I can point all that shit out. That doesn't matter. Death threats, yes. I'm in South Africa, Pipers. You can guess what those death threats are about. I've said this before. I said there was like 7 different reasons why I left university at the time that I did, right? My relationship falling apart, my mother killing herself, me becoming homeless. One of the reasons was death threats. I was facing several different death threats. I went to the police. I got a case number, blah, blah, blah. Nothing happened. Beyond that, but like from multiple numbers, every single day I'd get a phone call from a different number. I started recording them, sent them to the police, nothing happened. What do you want? They wanted to kill me because they're like, you're the one white guy in the class, fuck you. Yeah, it happens. Don't care. Okay. Convinced by Thor and Shay's lies and manipulation, my partner would give me an ultimatum that I have to drop the drama and delete all my posts in order to show that I care about our relationship. No, your partner probably told you to drop this shit because it was retarded. My partner assured me that Shay was trustworthy because they have a mutual friend, and assured me that Thor was trustworthy because he agreed to delete his posts. In the end, I'm looking forward to resolve all of this. If I manage to get him delete the posts, then both sides... Okay, you see, again, this is a manipulation because what are these messages up here? Show the entire text. Then both sides, all of them will move on. When this is over, it's over. That's my only wish. Well, yeah, I'm not the aggressor here. If he calls off the attack, all of this goes away pretty fast. That doesn't mean he's going to delete posts. Will you do the following? Same thing. Hold on. If he deletes every single thing from Twitter, Discord... Yep. Okay, so he says yes. Will you delete every single thing from Twitter, Discord, and everything on YouTube community? Goon Software, how dare you delete the sexting messages, Goon Software? You fucking bastard, how dare you? Oh, you're trying to hide. He literally agreed to delete these. What the fuck are you on? What fucking crackhead, skooma, Oblivion NPC character is this? Homeless and holeless. I was relieved to be holeless. Just not homeless. That sucked. You ever think about leaving South Africa? Yes. Pipers. I'm currently in the process of trying to immigrate to the US. I've looked at several other places. And thought about going there, but it's honestly about which ones I'm going to be able to be a contributing member of society to. I'd like to be a contributing member of society. That feels good on the inside. Which is why I don't want to live in Detroit. So he said yes. Now, I need to know... This looks like Patreon to me. This doesn't look like any of these other things. But I need to know, when was the screenshot taken for any of this to make sense? And did he delete it and you screenshotted it before? Is that why your evidence is so fucking jank and shitty and out of context? I had another romantic partner, January 2019. Thor and Shay would contact my partner to convince them of my wrongdoing. They told my partner that I doxed and attacked them. They proposed a solution. He can fix this on his end by deleting the posts / reversing the chargeback. Yes. Ashura is trying to buy my big Latino ass for $1. It sounds like you're underselling it. $1.99, Keith. It's been really tough for us, especially considering the timing and amount of the chargeback. We were still trying to fight it with PayPal, but I don't know if we're going to win the case. I hope he changes his mind and reverses the chargeback. As for the attack messages, he's been posting them as recently as yesterday, so I hope that your conversations with him will get him to stop. As part of the attack messages, he posted numerous chat logs, some of which were modified and contained our lead developer's personal phone number and contact info. Now, Shay is stating this, but I need to see evidence of this. I can't believe any of this because there's no fucking evidence of this one way or another. There's just he said, she said shit. Maybe they are being manipulative. Maybe they're not. He also made public statements claiming that I was in a relationship with our lead developer and that he was cheating on his wife as well. He is divorced and I have never had a relationship with him. During the times he claimed he was having a relationship with Thor, he was hanging on my arm and being overly affectionate with me at TwitchCon. The claims he's making have led to his community attacking us on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and over Thor's personal phone number. We tried reaching out to Twitter and Google to delete that information he posted as it contains personal contact information, but they have not yet responded. Okay, that doesn't seem like crazy person behavior. That just seems like a statement. Claim, claim, claim. Damn, the legally aware language here is sociopath. Woo! Woo! You know what? Fuck all these people. Rex Kramer's the person you want to believe. I'm on Rex Kramer's side. Fuck Goon Software. Fuck Lyric. Fuck all these people. I'm on Goon Software. I'm here with Rex Kramer. This is all just sociopathic, manipulative bullshit all over the place. Now, if he's only talking about this message, then fuck him. Because Lyric is saying, oh, he claimed this, he deleted the messages, and then he fucking, this is all retarded. And this doesn't prove Lyric's case. It doesn't make Lyric look better. It doesn't improve anything. All of this is, oh, boo-hoo, I'm a shitty person. And I've brought this back up when this was settled 5 years ago. What species is Lyric? I want to make a song between it. I have no idea. I don't want to know. You can look it up for yourself. So again, Lyric has not posted evidence. He's posted out of clip context. He's, again, based on his first messages, where he put those little suggestion boxes below all the messages. None of this makes me want to believe him. He seems manipulative as fuck. This doesn't make Pirate Software look like a good person. It doesn't make him look like a better person than Pirate Software. Wait, Lyric is a he. Yes. Literally, the only information I've gotten out of this is that Pirate Software is able to goon for 13 hours straight. That's all I've learned. All of this is non-viable retard shit. That's all I understand from all of this. And I think that's a fair thing to see. Now let's go to the website. PirateSoftware.sucks summary. This document contains content that may be disturbing, emotional. When I was 20 years old, Jason Hall, age 30, you see, this is well poisoning again, emotionally abused and manipulated me. Thor's actions had severe impact on my life, causing me to give up university. Again, poisoning the well. You chose to give up university. You can fuck off with that shit. Website details into actions, how you manipulated me after I was silenced in 2019. You weren't silenced, you shut the fuck up because it wasn't working. I tried to forget about that experience, however, I started to see Thor's resurgence on online platforms. I was jealous that this guy I had a bad relationship with started to take off. Then I decided that I'm gonna hook onto his success and try and launch myself forward. Pirate Software is the bottom. Who fucking knows? They're both the bottom. I decided to write a Google Doc about my experience with Thor. At first I was going to point out his hypocrisy when he accused me of cheating on him. When I roleplayed with someone else, I documented each conversation, putting together my traumatic experience, bit by bit in a way I did not previously comprehend. Over time it evolved into this website. Yeah, that's bullshit. You've got to go into HTML, you got to bold this shit. You did this on purpose. This is a directed attack. Thor's friend and business partner Shay, age 22 at the time, while first sympathetic to my situation, would ultimately be a willing accomplice. Gee, I wonder why they would turn against you. You know when you've got that one person in a room and they've had like 7 different relationships and that haven't worked out, maybe it's not everyone else's fault. Maybe it's yours. There's one common denominator in that fact. In those situations. I can tell Thor's the bottom. Jesus, I don't wanna know. I don't wanna know. It's making me want to throw up already. They're all furries. This document, blah blah blah. Please read at your own discretion. How I met Thor, YouTube. Okay, this is the same thing that he said in a tweet. I gave him money and then charged back it because I'm a piece of shit. That's what he said. Thor, okay. Started showering me of affection. Same thing in the tweet. TwitchCon meetup. Constantly push for... Okay, this is just the tweet. Manipulative evidence. Again, with this. Right? We've seen these in the first one. None of this brings up anything new. This is the same manipulative tweet. Let's see. Public Fallout 2019. Charged back the donation of $800 because I'm a salty little bitch. You took an entire year to do a chargeback. That is manipulative. That is evil. And that is fucking twisted. That is I am taking something away from you because I want to hurt you. Thor would publicly call me out by name and make posts on Twitter, which he has the right to do, painting me as a scammer. You were a scammer. You gave him $800 just to charge back on him and fuck him over. On April 1st, 2019, Thor filed a DMCA claim against my YouTube channel. Hi, Lyric Wolf. Due to a copyright takedown notice that we received, we had to take action. Heartbound, Overture, Lyric Wolf piano tutorial and synesthesia, video URL. Takedown issued by Pirate Software. This I believe that Pirate Software would do. I genuinely believe that Pirate Software is petty enough to do this. This I see as now a relationship spat, and I'm willing to believe that Pirate Software is petty enough to abuse the copyright system. Suno refuses that. Sorry. Shit. Did the live stream die? It's still working on YouTube. I don't know why. Okay, my multi-chat's decided it's gonna go fuck itself again. It's probably an outage. Fuck. Yeah, okay. Oh, there we go. Now it reconnects. Of course. And let me manually do this, because people keep on trying to make sick fucking songs. And then the AI is like, I'm not doing that. What's wrong with you fucking people? I'm not a slave in a cotton field. I'm not just gonna do what you want. Nope, not gonna generate that either. It said no. So, I'm willing to bet Pirate is shitty enough of a person that he would copyright claim someone and do this kind of shit. So I'm not surprised by this. Blah, blah, blah. Copyright strike. You now have 1 copyright strike. In response to my Twitter post, Thor would claim that his strike was to prevent me, a scammer, from profiting off of his work. Okay, is that true? Was it his work? Did he buy your music? Did he own the contract to any music you made? If so, then yes, he can copyright claim you, and it's not an issue. And if it was an issue, why didn't you take him to court? If this was a false claim, and you're such a manipulative little bitch, it would make sense for you to go and take him to court. That would make sense to me. Sorry, but that makes sense. If you hire a musician to make music for your shit, and you own the IP of that music, and you've paid fair market value for it, it is yours now. You don't get to post that as a musician on your own shit and claim it's yours. That might be unfair, that might be manipulative, but hey, guess what? That's how it works. Also, this one went through. Sorry, that's just how life works. So, Thor employs an us versus them narrative. He portrays himself as the victim, scammer, blah blah blah, me as the villain, where you're acting like one, so that's fair. Narrative would prove to be effective in the premise that I did blah blah blah. I turned off monetization on my videos related to Heartbound. That's fair. You don't get to monetize work that doesn't belong to you. Going to court for copyright is too expensive unless you're a big media corp. Joe, you might be right about that. This person did say they were a student at the time, so they probably wouldn't have the money for lawyers' fees and a bunch of shit. So, look, I'm willing to believe this. I'm willing to believe that Thor is manipulative and fucked up enough to abuse the copyright system. So let's steel man this argument and say that this is true. You want to send this to me? What, the song? I'll figure out how to send it to you later. I don't want to get distracted from this. I want to get through this so we can get onto other shit. Video not monetized. Thor reached out to me about 24 hours later after I published my first Heartbound video. Great cover, but unfortunately you monetized the video, which is against our content guidelines. Please refer to FAQ regarding commercial use of our content. Please either contact us for a license or remove the advertisements on the video. Videos not monetized. Thor is saying they are. Now, as far as I'm aware, Thor has attacked people using a copyright system unfairly on YouTube before. There was that one dev who put Thor in his video game as a roach. So I'm not surprised that Thor would do this. Like I said, this is not painting Thor as a good person. This is painting both of them as pieces of shit. Aside from this, nothing in the video description leads anyone to our games or company. Please add crediting to things like this to avoid users thinking that you are the original creator. I will check back in 24 hours to see if this is up. I've added more descriptive descriptions of the video. I've also removed ads for the video until we can come to a licensing agreement. Okay, so it was monetized. He DM'd him, and then it was unmonetized. That's what this sounds like. We never reached a licensing agreement. After I followed up with my request for a license, I would give Thor advice on YouTube's CMS system. That's gross, but okay. Track in all countries, blah blah blah. I believe in you, piano tutorial and synesthesia. God, I'm keeping a list of all this garbage. Okay, second component. Description, monetized, meaning videos monetized, blah blah blah. Okay. In the screenshot I sent to Thor in our Discord DM showing him content usage policy, which shows that I had monetization turned off. Monetization status. Okay, that's fair. Thor's free publicity. Despite the fact that he did not permit my videos to be monetized, Thor would encourage me to make more content with his music. Yes, of course. Because free publicity is the thing you want. You want to get some exposure. You want to get as much exposure as possible. It's why, I think it was Mr. Beast saw that someone was taking all his videos, translating them into Spanish or something, and then instead of attacking the guy or copyright claiming him, instead he hired the dude to start doing videos in Spanish as well so he could reach a wider audience. Of course you want people to do this. The more exposure, the better. So of course he's going to encourage you to do this. Hey Thor, should I do every Heartbound song? Dude, yes. Following this, I would arrange at least 20 songs from the Heartbound for Thor, though only 3 were published due to my release schedule. So that's on you, not on him. I believe wanting more content is generally a normal thing for game developers to want. However, it should be noted, Thor went out of his way to ensure that I was not monetizing my videos while encouraging me to make more content for him, which is essentially free publicity. Okay. You know what this is the equivalent of? In my country, this is the equivalent of you get to a stop sign or a four-way stop. The light's red, the traffic light's red, we call it a robot down here. Traffic light's red, and a guy walks up to your car, splashes water on the window, and then cleans the window. And then he puts the bucket down, he walks next to your window and he puts his hand out. And he says, now pay me money for what I did. That's what this sounds like to me. He tried to take advantage of someone else's work. He got called out for it. Then Thor went out of his way to say, don't monetize this shit. It's not yours. But I'm more than happy for you to give me exposure. Which again, manipulative, shitty, but not illegal. And now he's crying about it, saying, I deserve money for free publicity. If that was the case, fuck me. Every video game I play, I should go and nag and bitch and cry at every fucking dev ever and say, you owe me money for publicity. That's what that sounds like to me. If you wanted something in return, you should have discussed it before. He should have. He should have sent an email long before posting any of that shit. Pay me for all the emotes I made. Yeah, exactly. I'll pay you in dick pictures, sure. I'll pay you in pictures of Lyric's bad DMs. And then 5 years later, I'll show back up to like post them out of context and be like, Ashura groomed me. I was a young 30-year-old man. Barely out of my diapers. Okay. First day, Rome. Okay. Now it's the TwitchCon meetup. Constantly push for us to meet at TwitchCon, which is false. We know that's false. You begged to be there based on the DMs. Met up at TwitchCon. On first days, by night, group went to a bar. I could not join. I was underage. The more well poisoning. We've seen this in the tweets. This is the exact same tweet. Public fallout. Lyric docs Thor. Blah, blah, blah. April, I posted about the strike on Twitter. Thor would continue calling me out on chargeback. I responded with a Google Doc. Recounting my experience. Now you're deleting evidence? Interesting. Interesting. Deleted evidence. Wow. What am I reacting to? I'm reacting to the drama between two sassy gay men, both of which are are very manipulative, have no ability to control themselves, and refuse to let a beef die. And the guy who got left on the worst end started to see his now ex start to take off on the platform and saw this as an opportunity to get his little hooks in and ride this whale. The more shit I see, the happier I'm living a recluse. Listen, never talk to anyone ever, okay? Don't talk to women. Don't talk to men. If you're a woman and you talk to a guy, he's going to accuse you of the worst thing under the sun, right? He's going to say that you were fucking a bunch of dudes. And if you're a dude, don't talk to a woman. She's going to say he groomed me. There's no winning. Be alone, drill a hole in your wall, put some lube in there, and fuck the hole. That's it. That's all you can do. And even that is suspect, because if the wall gains sentience and gets a Twitter profile, you're fucked. It's just a post of a hole in lube, and the wall's like, I never consented to this. In reality, Thor was married October 17, 2015 to 18th, 2020. Well, if he was in divorce proceedings, that doesn't mean he was married. That means he was trying to get out of it. Legal shit takes forever, so I don't believe that. None of the published messages, images, metadata included personal information. Lurik's phone number, the Telegram archive has never been edited, remaining unchanged. I'm just going to do this for a second. I'm glad I did that. I'm very glad I did that. Oh god, he's calling him a good boy. Jesus Christ, how long is this fucking document? Okay, none of this. Literally none of this is anything but sexting. And really, really gay images. That's definitely the image you want to post, huh? And yet the worst part is, I know about the shirt. You pull that shirt down and the cat's pulling 2 zap signs at you. I've seen that shirt before. Oh god, they're sending pictures to each other. Goon software. I gotta say, he's got some endurance. Jesus, if he put 10% of the gooning time he did into programming, Heartbound would be the next fucking Oblivion. Jesus Christ. Oh god, okay, more furry porn, more cum. Thor seems to see himself as a hyena, of all things. Maybe he would have voted for Kamala Harris. That's all I'm saying. Oh god. Okay, more gooning. More gooning. More gooning. More images, more gooning. I'm not seeing anything here that's like, yo, fuck you, delete that, you piece of shit. This is literally just pages and pages and pages of sexting. This is literally 2 sick fucking degenerates wanting to fuck each other. That's all this is. This is literally just people wanting to fuck each other. There's no value in any of that at all. Thor's actions towards me were focused on financially exploiting me. No, you gave him $800. If he was financially exploiting you, you would have given him more money and you would have been bringing it up. You gave him money out of nowhere. He would reward me with unprovoked sexual attention after large donations. No, that's not what those Telegram messages tell me, bitch. His defense was effective at the time, as the public had no greater knowledge about any of these facts. He had reasonable deniability for his marriage since it wasn't publicized. No, or he was going through a divorce. He told the online community I publicly leaked his phone number. He claimed that there were attacks on his personal phone number. I'm willing to believe that there were. You've been manipulative this entire time. I would genuinely believe that you were manipulative enough to do all of this shit. Where did you get this? Just go to his Twitter. Go to Lurik's Twitter. And you can read all the sick fucking gooning shit in there. All you want. And you can spend all day jelking. Imagine now you happen upon a draw me like your French girl star. I'm so glad I didn't. I'm gonna be honest with you. I skipped pages 5 through 7. Because I don't want to see Thor's dick. I don't want to see a thumb. I don't need to see that shit. Remember that Japanese girl that stole money from his tops? Yes, I remember. I have 3 stickers of that. Yeah, you could deal with that in your own time. You can jelk it to their fucked up relationship. I agree, but Lyric released Telegram chat logs, include Thor's real personal phone numbers. I'd need to see some form of evidence about this instead of just shit posting. I'd need to see some kind of blurred out image of not his home address and stuff, but something that was like proving that he did dox him for me to want to believe this one way or the other. My silencing. Thor was able to lie so confidently that even I would end up believing him. So you're retarded. At the time, I didn't read back through the chat logs, so I didn't know that his phone number wasn't actually there. That seems like bullshit. I found another romantic partner 2019, so when Shay would contact my partner, convince them of my wrongdoing. How the fuck do you find another romantic partner and these guys somehow magically have that partner's phone number unless you were playing fucked up games and going back and forth with them? That doesn't make sense. How the fuck do they get that romantic partner's number? You're leaving out important information. He can fix this on the end by deleting the posts and reversing the chargeback. There you go. Simple answer. Let's just go our separate ways. You drop your bullshit, I drop mine. It's the Goon Squad. It's literally the Goon Squad. Convinced by Thor and Shay's lies and manipulation, my partner would give the ultimatum, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we've read all of this on Twitter. The effects on my life... I can't be held responsible for my actions. Thor had a gun to my head and up my ass, but I asked him for the gun in my ass. That's what this is. Events maintain... Okay, this is the same as the Twitter post again. April 2019, tried to speak out, Thor turned everyone against me, thought of this, blah, blah, blah. This is all just accusations. None of this is recent. None of this is important. It is just you crying about your shitty behavior, and you made decisions and then tried to make it someone else's fault. I felt abandoned by everyone. What was once a desire to create free educational content was replaced by feelings of inadequacy and abandonment. I posted less and less. I stopped making content. And this is my story. Oh my god. And then you bring this back up. Imagine this is the worst thing in your life that's ruined your life. And you are so excited to come back to this 5 years later that you make an entire website about this shit. Is that not manipulative within itself? I'm sorry, but when my relationship ended with my ex, when she fucking ruined my life and dumped me on the day I was writing the most difficult exam I've ever written in my life, the fucked up part was I fucking killed that exam. I fucking destroyed that exam that day. I walked out of that engineering exam with like an 85%. And do you know why I did? Because the only thing I felt was relief. And it took me like a good 5 days of me sitting there like, why is it that I didn't feel sad or suicidal when she left? Why did I feel relief? And you know what I feel now? No need, no desire, no want to have that person ever in my life. I don't give a shit what they tell their friends. I don't care what story they spin and cry and bitch and scream about. I just want them to never be near my life ever again. But this person apparently wants to bring it up. Wants to use this as an opportunity to dig up all this old shit. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Recent events. Shay deleted their replies to my tweet. Oh, yeah, because they realized they shouldn't have probably been dealing with any of this. They probably were like, you know what, fuck it, I don't want to get involved, leave me out of this. And Shay obviously didn't delete all of them. They didn't delete these ones. Except he doesn't and never did. Thor and I weren't together and, okay, this is the same thing. This is the same bullshit. This is them just rehashing the same bullshit. None of this means anything. Okay, my original position stands. If you dislike Pirate Software for all of his behavior, I understand. I'm there with you. I comprehend. Je comprends. I get it. Ik verstaan. I don't see how any of this shit-flinging contest makes Lyric look like the good guy and makes Pirate look worse than he already is. I just see the same behavior one way or another. That's all I see. None of this shit matters. And the most valuable thing I got out of all these messages, the most valuable piece of information I got out of these shitty, shit-flinging bitch crying about fucking shit that happened, is that this man right here this man right here, this motherfucker right here can goon for 13 hours non-stop. That's it. You can't call him cuck software. You can call him roach software. You can call him rat software. You can call him unfinished heartbound software. And you can call him goon software. I think Thor's behavior has been shitty. I think he's been manipulative. I think he relies on smug contrarianism. But what I don't see here is a standardized accusation with enough evidence to say that Lyric is in the right and Pirate's in the wrong. Yeah, there you go. You can call him Nepo software as well. But you can't look at all of this and say, okay, Lyric is not a manipulative bitch. Because you know what? Pirate might be a manipulative bitch, but he got stuck to another manipulative bitch. They're just as bad as each other. All of this is bullshit. So, the final tallied score that we have, it's going to work out like this, right? Where's paint? We have the initial rounds. In the first round, we had a +5 to respect for Pirate Software because he didn't want to be known as cuck software. The second he found out Lyric was doing shit behind his back with someone else, he was out of there. Then we had a -1 for being hostage to the nut. Because instead of leaving, instead of getting the fuck out of there, what did he do? He was like, oh, wait. What do you mean I get to put my dick in your ass? Let's meet at TwitchCon. Let's do a Dr. Disrespect in the bathroom. So -1, he was a hostage to the nut. Round 2. Lyric now cries about Pirate Software lying. He bitches. He screams. And what he says is that Pirate Software and Shay lied. He then proceeds to show no evidence. He proceeds to not bullet point, stamp, date his time, and just straight up starts fucking posting all their porn that they had between each other, all their sex sessions. We got no valuable information from Thor's side. We got no valuable information from Shay's side. We got no valuable information from Lyric's side. We just saw a bunch of manipulative shit. But we did see that Pirate Software can goon for fucking 13 hours straight. And I gotta respect the man who's able to do that, because holy shit, my dick would fall off. But then, unfortunately, for Pirate Software, Lyric posted the goon sessions. He posted all the Telegram messages, and I've got to say that's a minus 1,000. I can't respect a man who spends that much time gooning, because holy Jesus, it's impressive. I'm not going to get you wrong, it's impressive, but it was also disgusting. It was sickening. And so now I believe that just about rounds off to a score of minus 995, because it was just that gross. Mr. Stinky Dick Goon Ferret here. There's some sick shit in his spare time. But out of that, what I cannot say is that he's at fault here. I cannot say that he's at fault here. This is 1,000, not 10,000. Oh wait, sorry. I can't count. I'm retarded. This is why you don't do math on stream. Right? +1, -1, +5. It should be minus... No, it's right. It's right. Minus 995. This -1 is cancelled out by this +1. Why is it 996? What the fuck's wrong with you people? Jesus Christ. You fucking got me doubting. I was coerced into believing it was minus 996. But I didn't saw the other +1. Yeah, so there you go. Final score for how disgusting all of that was. But guess what? This just puts the reality is this just puts Pirate Software in the exact same spot he was before. I don't see him as any better or any worse than he was prior to all this shit going down. But I do think it's funny. That +1 comes from how impressed I am that he can goon for 13 hours straight. That's how impressed I am by that fact. Jesus Christ. This man's pulling dick like he's a professional fucking tug-of-war specialist. Jesus Christ. Brainrot got all of us off this fucking train wreck. You're not wrong that it was a train wreck. Holy Jesus. Okay. Finally, we can move on. All of that bullshit amounts to Lyric is a manipulative piece of shit who has tried this song and dance before. Pirate Software is the same smug contrarian he was prior to all this began. And if you have a bad opinion of him, if you have a good opinion of him, nothing should change based on the literal bullshit, crybaby bullshit, no evidence, no time stamping, no bullet point list of things. So if you want to say fuck the guy, I understand. If you like the guy for some of his content, I understand. But it just... Damn, all I learned was that this man can jerk off on a call for 13 hours. That's all I learned. No wonder Heartbound isn't being created. Man's pulling more dick than he is programming. Holy shit. He may have a problem. Brainrot got to us all after this fucking train wreck. Hold on. Ludwig Streamer of the Year. I'm not surprised. I mean, he owns the event. He can choose to be Streamer of the Year. To be fair, he was probably cycling between hard and soft. You know that, right? I don't want to know. I don't want to think about it. Super, I do not want to think about him cycling on and off. I don't want to think about him gooning. I don't want to think about him edging it. I don't want to think about him sitting there and doing all that fucking sick shit. I'll be honest with you. I'm grossed out by the idea of two gay dudes fucking, right? That grosses me out. But on a personal level, I would work under the assumption that a gay dude would be grossed out by a man and a woman fucking, right? So fair's fair. I'm not gonna interrupt their life and whatever they want to do. And I hope they're not gonna try and interrupt my life. I see it going both ways. That's okay. There's nothing about that. What about bi? If you're bi, I suppose you're living by the rules of every hole's a goal. Same rules apply. If you're a bi dude and you're banging a girl, okay, doesn't gross me out. If you're a bi dude and you get banging a dude, grosses me out. If you're a bi dude who's banging a girl and banging a guy at the same time, grossed out. But that's none of my fucking business. They get to do whatever the fuck they want. And I don't have a say in that. I'm not allowed to like walk in on their life and tell them yes or no. That's up to them. What if I like putting it in a toaster on burnt bread settings? That's not disgusting, but if you do that, post it in the Discord, that'll be hilarious. Bi is just gay. No, bi is just like, you like every flavor of ice cream under the sun. Do I say this? Okay, this person's still alive, and it's been a few months since I talked to them, so I'm probably safe telling you this. I know a woman who's vehemently against dating bi dudes, because she was like going through her I'm discovering myself phase, and she dated a bi dude who wanted to do a threesome with another guy, and he like, during a session, was like balls deep in a dude's ass, and then he pulled it out and jammed it directly into her pussy, and she had like an infection for like half a year. She was like on antibiotics trying to get her life back together after that shit happened. After that literal shit happened. So she's like, she developed a hatred for bi dudes after that shit happened. She's like, I'll never date them. Fuck them, they're degenerates, blah, blah, blah. If you're gonna be gay, just go be gay. She was like so vehemently on that shit. Now, I'm gonna take a quick piss. This is the toaster. That's disgusting. That's even worse. Never mind. I take it back. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta take a quick piss. Because that shit was all gross. It was all disgusting. Then we're gonna start watching some of the videos I wanted to catch up on. I'll see you now. That's better. Pansexuals is the all flavors. Isn't that pots and pans? I thought that was pots and pans. Jesus. Right, let me put this beanie back on. It's getting cold since I went outside. No. There we go. Right, now, where were we? Now that disgusting little fucking, let me post all my kinks all over the internet bullshit went. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the same image. Okay. If there's anything you want me to watch, if your name isn't Jimmy, if there's anything you want me to watch, post it in the Discord. If your name is Jimmy, if it's over 10 minutes, I'm second guessing every single second of anything you post after that fucking bullshit video. But let's start here. We've been down PirateSoftware's rabbit hole. We've discovered nothing new. And I think the only valuable place to start right now is exactly what I was hoping to do. Obligatory VR chat video. We'll get there. We'll get there. But first, I think I want to start with anything that has to do with Chrono Odyssey. Because I really want to play this game. I've put it on wish list. I've done the little song and dance. I've done all the entries. I want the Chrono Odyssey. And they just won't give it to me. This fucking game. I want to play this goddamn fucking game. And I need to find a way to manipulate these devs into giving me a key. But in lieu of the fact that I might not get it, and that there's going to be a beta playtest thing, let's instead start with the people who did get to play the game, who did get keys, who did get to have a try of this game.
Everyone,
what is up,
been a while
guys?
since my last upload. If you're curious what I...
No, stop. Jesus Christ. Video queue starts just fucking randomly playing. We're going to theme this. So we'll go through the Chrono Odyssey stuff. Then we're going to go through some of the stuff that Twitch is doing. Any of the bullshit of that. And then we'll follow anything beyond that point. Why are your eyes watery? Blink twice if you're being forced to do this. I'm not. I'm not. My eyes are watery because it's fucking freezing outside. And also because, like, you see this here? Right? I got fucking nailed here. Walking into a wall. And there was, like, there's construction going on downstairs in my house. And I'm the one doing the construction. Because I'm fixing my garage door. Because I don't want people stealing shit and hopping my fence. And there was, like, a metal pipe with a hook on it. Walked right into it. Still hurts. Really annoying. Walking into a wall, Dad is being abused. You know what? That is the problem is when you do walk into a wall, when you do fall down the stairs, what the fuck do you say? Because no one's gonna believe you. You're fucked. So we've got Baggins, who I've watched for a long time. I used to watch a lot of his New World videos. This guy was like top of the New World kind of scene. Very involved. It was him and Danny, I think it was. I can't remember his name. He now lives like in a van, streaming out of a van with his wife and his kid. I can't remember his name. I kind of stopped watching his stuff. Baggins I've watched every now and then. But I think the only correct place to start is right here with Goon Squadron. Because if this game doesn't have ass, we know he's not playing the game.
Guys, the gig is up. I got to play.
And also, to make life easier, because all of these people fucking made like a 40-hour video on this bullshit. We're going to be doing that.
Chrono Odyssey in an exclusive beta test before basically the rest of the world got to play it. So I'm going to give my thoughts. I tried literally every single system in the closed beta that they had available to us. I did tons of questing. I did the PvE, the PvP, the solo dungeons, bounties, gathering, cooking, crafting, all of it, guys.
This literally looks like New World. Quite literally, this game looks like New World with a more artistic flair on it.
So make sure that you stay tuned on the channel. I'm going to have a lot of videos coming out in the next few days, basically explaining those systems and what I thought of those systems and how they work so that you guys are ready for the beta on the 20th. I will also have a choose your class guide video so that you know a little bit more about the classes, but we're going to talk about that here in a second. This video is going to focus more on my initial thoughts of the game and kind of like the overarching, like, hey, here's the TLDR of all of those videos. And if you feel like you want to explore any of these systems further, there will be a video pertaining to that in the near future being released on my channel. Okay, so initial thoughts on character select and classes. Only 3 of the classes were available.
I like this shit. I like the start already. This reminds me of Diablo. Is Chrono Odyssey gearing up to be New World except good? Are they gearing up to be, okay, we know what we're actually doing, Amazon, fuck off. Is that what they're gearing up to be? That's the vibes I'm getting here. I know it's action combat. I know that it's got a lot of systems that are similar to New World. This is me pre-gaming and knowing things by reading different blog posts and shit and people saying that, yeah, okay, it's kind of like New World, but a lot better. When did people start saying gig is up? It's pronounced jig. Damn, I didn't even catch that, dude. XR, I didn't even catch him saying that. I think maybe that's just Goon Squadron, ducking out on us. Maybe he fucked up and he didn't catch it. Maybe he's saying the gig is up and it's not the jig is up because this is not a scam. Who knows? Maybe he did it on purpose. I'll never know. I'll have to ask him.
Well, in the closed beta for me this time. So there is the Swordsman, the Ranger, and the Berserker available. The other 3 classes that will be available on launch are the Paladin, the Sorceress, and the Assassin. Okay. And we will get into those a little bit later as well. I'm going to probably be
a little bit of open titty there.
Paladin when it comes out, so just be ready for that one.
It's always the Asian devs. Why do the Asian devs know how to vacuum form clothing onto women correctly? And you know what the fucked up part is? I say this as a man who is an appreciator of the female form. But every woman I've seen never wants to play a video game that's got fat, ugly bitches in it. All of them are like, I want the prettiest princess imaginable. And ironically, in making Goon material, they make material that women actually enjoy playing. Is that not strange? I think Japan is starting to drink the DEI Kool-Aid. Well, they're really far behind on that, Jesus Christ. Koreans have a lot of cuck and adultery hentai. Maybe you want to go over there. You'll be able to fuck someone else's wife.
But the 3 classes that you're able to choose from, Swordsman's kind of like a warrior from BDO, and the standard hack and slash, like all-arounder overall. It's got the great sword, the sword and shield, and the dual blades. Pretty cool, but I didn't choose that one. The Ranger's got the bow, the crossbow, and I think the rapier as well, because I played about an hour or 2 on at least every single class to make sure that I know.
Oh my god, this looks like New World, but it works. Controls. Don't copy my homework, it's shit. Don't worry, bro. I know how to make your homework good. Jesus Christ. I know this is because I read a lot of manhwa. What the fuck is that? That's like white people. White people. About isekai and dungeon hunting and shit. You have to sift through a lot of bullshit. Korean... manhwa is Korean manga. Why don't they just call it Korean manga? Why'd they have to come up with a new name for it? Okay, well, whatever. I'm still beginning my journey into anime, and now you're telling me that there's another competing country for animation and shit. God damn it, give me a second to catch up. Holy fucking shit. I just got to the fucking part in, God, what anime was it? I just got to like episode 2. No, it couldn't have been episode 2. Must have been episode 3 or whatever of this anime where a kid is part of a fire fucking he's God, what's it called? He's like a firefighter with fire powers in his feet, and he just kicked a big brown bitch in the face with huge tits. I think it's called Fire Force. Like, I just got there. Like, I've watched like maybe 2 episodes of Solo Leveling, okay? I'm still learning. I got to the part where it's ReZero, not RE0, right? I can't remember. I said this last time correctly, I remember. I got to the part where he's like facing the ball and chain, and it's like I kept on thinking to myself, everyone else in this universe must think he's a god at the end of this anime, because they don't see how many times he's had to fucking die. Right? But he's fighting some fucking person in the woods, and they keep on throwing like a ball and chain at him and fucking destroying him. Indian anime is live action. Yeah, that's just Bollywood. Indian anime is just Bollywood. I'm still learning about anime. Now you're telling me there's a competing nation? Jesus Christ, God, I've got entertainment to go through until I'm 90 with how much of this shit is going on. As a side note, I've been watching My Hero Academia with my wife. We both agree that Deku is a little bitch who did not deserve to be given all for one. He's such a pussy. Jesus Christ. What fucking weak ass shit is this? He just cries all the time. Fuck me. He makes it, like the main character makes it almost unwatchable. Ew, watching anime is gay. Well, what did I say at the beginning, Devilis? I said I'm already gay because I'm putting my dick in the gayest thing on the planet, a woman. There's nothing gayer you can do than put your dick in a woman because they do gay shit all day. What did you expect? So I'm still learning about anime, okay? I'm still beginning my journey into it. Just get in the robot Shinji. Okay, that doesn't count because we all watched... Okay, so back in the day, every single kid in my school had access to Evangelion, Dragon Ball Z, and there was another one. Death Note. We all watched those. All of us watched those. We didn't have access to Berserk. I still need to start my journey into Berserk. All I know about Berserk is all the memes I keep seeing being posted about all the rape and shit. That's all I know about Berserk so far. Watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Neon Genesis Evangelion. I've already watched the Evangelion. Everyone in my school watched it back in the day. Apparently, like, some of the... Oh, fuck, what was it? Someone told me to watch... Inuyasha, I think it was. I don't know how it's said. I don't know how good that is or not. But I saw some of the artwork, and it looks like that's a woman anime to me. That looks like it's just fucking woman anime. Asuka or Rei? Neither. I can't remember her name, but the drunk 30-year-old MILF is who you go for. Neither. The dark-haired drunk bitch? Yeah. Inuyasha is furry light. Okay, well, thank you for telling me. Now I can avoid it. I watched Inuyasha back in the day. It said Inuyasha, right? That's how it said. It's not like there's like missing letters in there or some shit, like it's French. A shonen shoujo hybrid show about shonen shoujo. What the fuck? Okay, wait. I've seen the word shonen before. I don't know what shoujo is. Hybrid show about the dangers of race mixing. Nice. Maybe it is worth it then. Masato is who you think of. There you go. That MILF. Damn. A broken drunk bitch? Top tier. Let's continue. We're getting off topic here.
Understood how they played, what their skills looked like, etc. But I ended up choosing the Berserker, mainly because they've got the chain blades, the twin axes, and the battle axe. And I thought that was pretty cool.
Shit, that's
just
cool.
so you're aware, guys, the classes are not gender locked. Not at all gender locked. And when you go into character customization, they're going to have like a preset available for you. So you can pick kind of like the closest face to what you want. But never fear, there's a ton of customization, like rivaling Black Desert Online, levels of customization that you can do with your...
That's a good sign. I'm sorry to say this. MILF. What the? I said MILF. What's wrong with you? It's not my fault you can't hear. I know that that's a good sign. Because I'm sorry, but Black Desert Online should be the standard for character creator. We shouldn't be holding Black Desert Online up as this pillar of wonderful fucking game design. It should be, this is the standard and you have to do that or better. But every single MMO is too much of a pussy to do that. Black Lagoon. Write it down. Wait, Black Lagon. Sorry. I thought there was an O. Black Lagon. I'll try remember that. There are so many. There's like a huge list.
Your character. I did not spend a crazy amount of time on this, but like I can see people getting lost in the customization screen menus of this game. It does not leave
Oh, yes! Oh! Hey!
wanting. You can literally move just about everything. And for those wondering, yes, there is a boob slider. There is in fact a tab named breasts. And there are 3 sliders, not 1 boob slider, not 2 boob sliders, but 3 booba sliders in the game. There's also a
La 4e érection en 7 ans. Question. Envouriez-vous des érections? Une 5e érection avant même que la 4e soit terminée. Êtes-vous tanné d'avoir des érections à répétition? Avions-nous besoin de cette érection? Chers amis,
Can you tell I've been trying to learn French?
How about my exquisite erection, huh?
butt slider as well, and a cock slider for those of us who might be either gauge
Name
or
of the
maybe
game.
want to play somebody with.
This is Chrono Odyssey. Beta's coming in.
That is bulging a little bit in the front.
Oh,
so, hey,
God,
you know,
that's so good.
It is what it is. So definitely super base Korean devs as usual. I chose a female berserker, and I had no regrets. I had a lot of fun.
He put a black woman's ass on this Asian woman. that low poly count needs to be up though. That I can see lines here. We don't want to get these angles jammed into our hips, no. I wonder what African tribe she's from.
With it. Now, when you spawn into the game and you get into this, I want to explain this as kind of a the atmosphere of this game is kind of like Alien Prometheus. Like if you're a fan of like Alien versus Predator, just like Alien franchise, there's elements of this in the world basically everywhere. It is scary. The world is dark. It is gloomy, and you are like you're like him, capital H Timothy, walking through trying to defeat these epic monsters and stuff, which is literally insane.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you guys a question. Do you think these guys are relying on game design and graphics, or do you think they're relying on fantasy and artwork to sell this game? Do you feel that this has a unique enough art style to stand out and stand the test of time as an MMO, or do you look at this and say that these are graphics whores? Because I like the dark fantasy theming, but it's also it's kind of got that. I don't know if this is true. I don't even know what engine they used, but it's kind of, maybe I've just been poisoned by so many Unreal Engine 5 games. If that makes sense. You think graphics. I need to see someone actually control a character first. I'm looking at the game, like the art style of the game itself here. Maybe I've been poisoned by too many Unreal Engine 5 games, but I'm not yet seeing a unique enough art style, if that makes sense. Every Asian MMO is a graphic whore with vapid, huge tits and asses until proven otherwise. That's a fair take. but you forgot also the pay-to-win element, where you got to pay for tighter thongs on your characters.
But the world is really scary, it's dark, and so it's Dark Souls themed alongside Alien is the best way that I can kind of express it. If you love Dark Souls, you're going to love this, because this is basically Elden Ring, the MMO, okay? The difficult...
Fuck, that's great. That's... Oh, God, I hope that's true. I hope that's true.
Level, right out the gate, you can and will die during the tutorial if you're not careful. The first boss is kind of a banger. The first boss can be a little bit difficult, especially if you're playing...
Thank you, God! Thank you for making a difficult tutorial boss. I'm so tired of MMOs, where the fucking first thing you fight is borderline retarded. You're like beating up children in the special needs school. Oh, God, finally. Please tell me that's true.
Berserker is a little bit kind of a hard class. It is the hardest of the three, in my opinion, to pick up and play, but I'll get into that more in my class guide series. After you spawn in, you're thrown into the world, and this is why I say it's a lot like Elden Ring. You spawn in, and you essentially have these massive monsters all around you that you are not designed to kill early. Can you kill them? Technically, yes. If you're a god and an absolute Giga Chad, you could do it, but it's kind of like how...
If this controls like Elden Ring, this is going to be my game. This is going to be my game. The problem with Black Desert to me is it feels more like a fighting game with how many fucking combos you got to pull out. The problem with Dune is all the enemies are borderline retarded, and you literally feel like you're kicking puppies at the fucking puppy mill. This might be the one.
How Elden Ring places Tree Sentinel out in front to teach players that, like, hey, you don't necessarily need to like follow the main story progression of the game. You can go do basically whatever you want. Now, the starting area is going to try to keep you confined, but once they set you free, you can pretty much just do what you want in this game. It is a sandbox through and through, and I walked into a dragon just out of like render distance of like the main story quest. Like, anyone could have seen this. You walk up to it, and it just, bro, it just destroyed me. It's absolutely crazy. And one of the coolest things is it's also got elements of like Monster Hunter in here, where if you bait other creatures near these monsters, they will actually fight each other. They will engage.
Oh my God, world interactions between the NPCs. Blue, you better not be lying to me. I swear to God, you son of a bitch, you better not be lying to me. You better not be gassing this game up because they paid you money. I swear to God, I will lick your bald forehead if you're lying to me.
In combat. There's an ecosystem in this game, a lot like you see in Monster Hunter, but it's also got the feel of, like I said, Elden Ring, where these monsters out in the world are like, yeah, you're not necessarily intended to fight them right now. You can come back when you're a lot stronger, and it's going to be a lot easier of a fight for you, or you can attempt it and try to be a super gamer. Either way, it's a lot of fun. The difficulty is extremely high, though. If you try to basically brute force your way through everything that you find, you're going to have a hard time with that, and I think that Dark Souls fans will really enjoy that overall.
I'm going to love that because I'm going to brute force my way through that shit. I'm going to find the build that I love. I'm going to hardcore narrow the fuck down on it. I'm going to work my ass off, and I'm going to beat the shit out of everything. You know who was the first one to figure out the Sellsword Twin Blades in Dark Souls 3? It was me. My first character. I saw the Sellsword Twin Blades, and I was like, these things are fast enough to fuck up anyone in PvP. And I fucking got that build hardcore built down. And then like 3 or 4 weeks later, after I made a post on one of my old accounts, guess what? All of a sudden, there's like 5 different YouTube videos. Oh, the Sellsword Twin Blades are so amazing. Elden Ring comes around, and they had the 2 fucking... double blades, and you could double wield them, and you could dual wield them. Fuck. And I was so good with them. Dark Souls 2 or 3? 3. Sorry, 3's better. Dark Souls 2 has bad hitboxes. Absolutely dog shit hitboxes. If you fought the Punisher once or twice, you will know that. No one talks about Dark Souls 2 because it's really weird. It's a very strange departure from the world of Dark Souls and its themings and stuff like that. Dark Souls 2 is underrated, but I'm sorry 3 is better.
As far as the main story goes, this is the most gripping main storyline I've probably actually encountered of the MMOs that I've played. Please bear in mind that my MMO experience involves Black Desert Online, Throne and Liberty, World of Warcraft Classic, Guild Wars 2, okay, and of those, I did feel that the main story, at least in the early levels, was gripping and engaging enough that I found myself wanting more, wanting to see what happens next, so that I can uncover the next mysteries of Saterra. Very cool. And
I say it again.
Mr. Burgundy, you have a massive erection.
Yes, I do.
To be honest with you, normally I don't care about the main story. Most MMORPG players do not care about the main story, unless you're playing Final Fantasy, in which case that's primarily the reason you're playing the game, aside from the cat girls. Now, as far as the NPCs go in the game, super engaging. Most of them actually have personality. They're attractive in most cases as well, and they actually have a purpose. They're engaging. As far as the NPCs in town go, this is a critique that I'm going to give the game overall. I think that the NPCs in towns are definitely a little bland.
I swear to God, this looks like New World. Does this not look like New World? Oh my God. This does not look exactly like New World. On a side note, imagine Rose becoming hyped and hopeful for an MMO. Now, I'll never get back there. I see interesting things about an MMO and then I want to play it, but I'll never be like, oh my God, I'm so hyped. I'm so incredibly... I want to play this. I do want to play this. That, like, even Dune, as much of a simp as I was, as I am about the Dune universe, I walked into that like, I know there's going to be shit in this game. I knew. And I enjoy the Dune franchise, but I completely understand people who don't.
They're not walking around.
Especially Dune Awakening. I get it. What I'm talking about is Dune Awakening, not the Dune franchise in general. I mean, if you don't enjoy Dune Awakening at all, I completely understand. I enjoy it personally, but I get that no one else is going to.
And doing stuff like we see in the world of Black Desert, for example, where you have all the NPCs seem to be actively engaged in a task of some kind or talking with each other. You can hear commerce in the town and whatnot. Not in Chrono Odyssey. There's just not as much going on here. The NPCs aren't really talking to each other. They're not talking to you for the most part. They're not trying to get your attention. It's not like the Witcher 4 demo that we saw, let's just be honest, where the townsfolk interact with you as you run by, or you can see them actively engaging in something. I think that this is kind of an important part of MMOs in terms of immersion in order to get players invested in the atmosphere of what's going on around them and help them kind of immerse themselves in the world. So I think that is a bit of a miss from Chrono Odyssey there. So that
seems like the characters run a little like puppets with poles up their ass. I think you're right. I think the animation on that is a little bit weird and a little bit strange. I wonder if between now and full release they're gonna narrow that down and refine those animations, or they're just fine with leaving it in that clunky state. It's a little bit sad, but I think that's a good sign, if that makes sense, right? And I think it's a good sign that the first thing you said was the characters run weird, instead of, wow, this all of this looks like a burning pile of dog shit. The art sucks, the world is clunky, the combat looks trash, right? But I hope they fix this. Don't get me wrong. It's gonna annoy me. That's uncanny valley shit. But to me, that's a good sign that that's the first thing you thought to criticize.
So that's the first con that I will go ahead and give the game. Now let's talk about the thing that everyone wants to know about, the combat. How is the combat in the game?
Yes.
Guys, it's S tier. This is very good combat, especially if you're a...
Oh, thank you, Jesus. That's what matters most, right? Combat matters so fucking much in MMOs because it's something you're going to be doing almost constantly. If your combat or gameplay loop is trash, you're in a bad fucking place. You're in a really bad fucking place.
Dark Souls fan, it is Dark Souls combat meets you have more abilities than you would in Dark Souls. You have abilities and magic that you can use in addition to your normal just like dodge and then your attack roll that you've got, but like very Dark Souls style combat, which I think a lot of...
Okay, but what I need to know is, does it have the nuance of Dark Souls combat, right? Because the nuance of Dark Souls combat was all on the back end. It was about your poise, it was about your staggers, it was about your iframes, it was about how did you use your weapon, your timing, your telegraphing, your switching between different combat stances or styles. There's a lot here to work with. And I want to know, does the game have the back end nuance on the combat to back up what I'm seeing on the front end here?
Of adventurers are going to be super excited about because it feels smooth, it feels clean, and overall the skills do not get tiring. I used them hundreds if not thousands of times and continually was discovering new ways to combo and do various things. Just so that we're clear, you have 2 weapons equipped. There are 3 possible weapons on your class. You have 2 of them equipped at any given time. During combat you will be switching between these weapons, so when you tap Q you will switch between these weapons in the middle of...
That's a relief. You're forced into a situation where you're going to tap your weapon swap and you can do that. I wish Guild Wars 2 would let you do that, if I'm being honest. I wish that Guild Wars 2 would let you weapon swap during combat. The thing I hated about Elden Ring was that it felt like the bosses and enemies were playing Devil May Cry while I'm playing John McSouls from 2009. I think that added to the challenge of it. I've never been able to switch weapons in combat. Super. Maybe with kits. Yes. Your shitty class can't change weapons in combat. Aha, so that's a class restriction. So engineers can't and elementalists can't. Okay, you see, I didn't know that. Right? Because I've played engineer so much, even when I'm playing on my alt account, I just never switch weapons. Because the game trained me to think that that wasn't a thing. It's good to know that it's just an engineer. They need to remove that fucking limitation. I wonder, that's weird. I wonder why they did that specifically for engineer and elementalist. All other classes can and must swap. I've played 8 different characters to level 80 on my second account. Not a single time did I swap weapons. I just stuck with one the whole fucking time. And the only time I've ever swapped weapons on any of the classes was out of combat. Jesus Christ. I've never done it. NG and Ellie already got so many skills without weapon swapping. That's fair. But I'd really like to be able to do it on the engineer. Okay, what if you want to play an engineer with no kits? Huh? Then what? Sure, they've got a ton of kits that you can switch to, but I don't consider those like weapons with stats. Fucking, you see, I made a retarded decision because I fucking played engineer for so long that I convinced myself in a Pavlov dog style to limit myself to one weapon with every single class. I love engineer. Fuck you, Corrigan. It's great. I'm never leaving engineer behind. Let's continue.
Combat, which is pretty cool because like there's a nice animation for it. It feels pretty swift. I will say that there were a few times where I tapped Q and it switched to the other weapon and then switched back again, which was kind of frustrating. So maybe that's something that they could work on there. But overall, the weapon swapping felt very clean, and it felt like I had to use both weapons basically every single time I engaged. You can't just stay on one weapon for the most part. I did in some of the bosses. I stayed with the twin axes because there was a lot more sustain in my twin axes, and I was trying to cheese it a little bit because the bosses are hard, man. What do you want from me? But overall, I have nothing but good things to say about the combat. Is it as smooth as Black Desert Online? No, it is not. So aside from BDO and
I like that. I like the stylization on the bosses. I like the fact that you have to move, that mobility counts, that you got to think about what you're doing next. This is going to be a fucking nightmare for me because I'm going to be playing on 200 ping. I'm going to get my shit pushed in. Kitless engineer. I'll take a look at that later. I'll keep that open, but I'll take a look at that later.
Focus, yeah. Specifically, I would say it sits just below those two games in terms of overall combat. And
skipping the kits is part of the class identity, but if you've discovered all the kits, you've tried out all the kits, which I have done, Corrigan, and decided, you know what, I want to not use the kits and I want to use something else, is not skipping the class identity. It means I've already experienced it and I want to try other stuff. Probably muted because of copyright. Yeah, you know, I'll probably take a look at that off stream, but I've got it open on a tab here. I just don't want to be pulled off topic.
And it's certainly better than any of the tab target MMOs that we see out there. It's better than ESO, which is an action combat, and the other action combat MMOs that we've seen in the genre. Very, very solid. There is some clunkiness to it, so the critiques to the combat I have are, there's like the inertia that you feel when you start moving your character around. There's like that warm-up feel, and I think that developers like to include this a lot in games, but it's garbage. Like, players do not like this, especially in the MMO RPG.
Fuck. They were doing so well. And then you have to tell me there's animation locking. Erection deleted. They fucking put the animation locking in. Why are you rubbing cocaine paste on your lips? No, I'm using, whatchamacallit, lip ice because it's dry and cold in my country right now. I should technically be using Vaseline, but this is my replacement for when I can't find my Vaseline. It's beeswax. It helps seal in that lip flavor. You know, if I'm gonna act like an African, I've got to behave like them. You know, you got to integrate yourself into the tribe, like they taught me on National Geographic. In EOD, ain't it added the elite spec where you can go kitless and still be good? So it took them all the way until then? Jesus.
environment. We do not like inertia. We want to, just like in World of Warcraft, you just tap W and your character starts moving immediately. You jump, you spin. You want to be able to spin the character very quickly. You want to be able to move and jump at the same time, which you can do in this game, but like it's not nearly as smooth as WoW, and it doesn't. There's like the inertia is blocking a lot of that smoothness early on in the combat, so it does feel.
Okay, so it's not actual animation locking. It's. Yeah, I suppose inertia is the only real term that's going to describe what he's talking about. But it's basically your character takes. They got a turn radius. It takes them like a certain amount of time to respond to what you're doing. That's going to be annoying. That's going to be annoying as fuck.
A little bit slow and clunky early on when you start to move. There's like kind of a small delay between when you actually press space and when the jump actually happens. There is a double jump in the game, but again, it's nowhere near as smooth as something like, I'm going to compare it to World of Warcraft Classic, where you tap space twice and boom, boom, your character's already in the air before you've even released the space bar. And that's just that's what you want to see in a game. And I hope they fix that closer to launch.
So responsiveness is an issue in this game.
For the combat itself, once you've already engaged an enemy, you've kind of gotten past that initial inertia, it's actually a lot of fun. You also have like the health potions in this game are very different than you might find in several other MMOs. It's a lot more like WoW, where you can only pop one health potion every minute. Okay, so like, and in order to pop it, you have to step away from combat, just like Dark Souls, and you have to like pop it like a flask. You're not gonna be able to pop it right next to the boss. You'll just get turboed. So yeah, just something to bear in mind. Really, really cool and intense combat. I have nothing but good things really to say about it. It's certainly on par with what I think most adventurers are kind of looking for. It is easy enough. It is approachable enough that I think players will like it and they will feel familiar with it because of if you're familiar with Dark Souls or even other action combat MMOs, it will be familiar in that regard, but it won't be.
What I'm wondering about this game is, does that inertia play into the gameplay? And does it irritate enough people that they don't want to play the game? Or does it hold up well enough that it becomes an integrated part of the gameplay and why you would want to do something like PvE? I think you're right, I do need to slow it down. 1.5 is too much, we'll go 1.25.
Too hard. Like Black Desert, for example, has a very difficult to approach combat system.
Also Blue's got to fix his shit. He left the motion blue on. He's got to fix that. It's disgusting.
It almost has too much depth and is scary for people to kind of get into initially. So no worries really there. There are not key inputs, like you're not pressing Shift F into Shift E into SF. No, you are
like Black Desert Online, which makes it feel like a fighting game. Thank God.
Pressing 1, 2, 3, 4, and then swapping weapons, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 again on the other weapons. So you are going to have these things bound to your quick slots, and you're going to be using them based on your...
Isn't this the game that the boss animations run at like 15 FPS? Okay, you know what? Let's run this at regular speed, and the next time we see him doing a boss or something, or doing combat, we'll see if this chunks out on him.
Keyboard, but again, you're going to be dodging like you are in Dark Souls, constantly swapping weapons back and forth. I did not really feel initially, I was a little discouraged that there weren't combos like we see in BDO, but I'll be honest with you, it's better. It makes it more approachable, and again, the combat is dynamic enough that you really don't feel the difference almost at all. You can still get...
What MMOs have combos in them? Where it's the same ability, but if you keep going through it, you can combo things together. I know Guild Wars 2 does. Black Desert Online does. World of Warcraft kind of has follow-up abilities, but I wouldn't call them combos unless you're looking at like a rogue. I don't know enough about Final Fantasy to say whether it does or doesn't. Are there any other big MMOs that do that? RuneScape, no. Blue Protocol, no. I think that's about it. I think combos are like a very niche kind of thing. And yes, I am equating chains to combos. Because I see them as combos. And there's two ways to look at it, right? So like if you're looking at the auto attack chain, where it's like the first time you swing, the second time you swing, and the third time you swing, a different thing happens, right? But there are also abilities that have like a combo where the icon lights up saying you should use this ability now because it's going to do extra damage or some shit. I consider that a combo. Blue Protocol is a big MMO. Not anymore, it's not. I don't even know when it's releasing, to be honest. But that's the way I'm looking at combos, right? Is like you almost link things together, and you're gonna get something out of it by linking these things together. That's the way I'm trying to like generalize it as much as possible. And sure, different MMOs are going to call it different things, blah, blah, blah. But you link certain things together to get a unified and expected effect out of something. So like that's why I say like a rogue would be comboing something if you do like 4 sinister strikes and then you do like a garrote or something like that. Right? You do more damage because of the prior abilities that you did before that. Final Fantasy combos, skill 1, skill 2 deals big damage, but only if it comes after skill 1. Skill 3 deals big damage, but only if it comes after skill 2. Then I would consider that comboing. In the largest kind of perspective, I would consider that a combo. Arcage had neat spell comboing and effects and passives. I never played enough Arcage. That's the problem. Maybe I need to find a private server for that. What about Pioneer? I'm still looking into all of that, Brando. There's so much shit out there that I've only got so much limited time. I still got to do a job to support my family, goddammit. I need to stay calm and not go full tism. Yes. Combo is not a full rotation. I'm not talking about a full rotation. I'm not talking about you press 1, then you press 2, then you press 5, and then it's time to press 4. I'm talking about prior abilities directly affect future abilities in an intended gameplay way that link them together, right? If that makes sense. So it's not like if you're a warlock, you debuff someone elementally and then you use a fire spell on them. That's not what I mean. I mean like it's an intended gameplay loop where you're following up certain combinations to get an extra effect out of it. Does that make sense?
Combos often, it feels very satisfying. Okay, so let's talk about, again, I already touched on this a little bit, the difficulty level of the world. You are going to find things that are extremely hard to kill. There's these big bosses just laying around, even in the starting zones of the world, that you're just going to, and there's also just like normal mobs will just kill you if you aren't gaming. You need to be on your guard at all points in time. This is very nice. Scary environment, and these void are kind of like the aliens from Alien versus.
That's actually a big departure from what MMOs have been in the past. Is a world that's actually a threat to you. I'm really glad to hear that.
Predator, right, or from the Alien franchise, they are not messing around. These things do a lot of damage. I fought a boss that is part of the main story that you fight at level 6. The dude 2-shot me, and to be clear,
nice,
you can beat that boss. There are
well, why did you get hit 2 times?
2 different diverging storylines. You get rewarded for killing him. You don't have to necessarily, but you do get rewarded for killing him. So me being the
oh my god, I'm gonna get fucking obsessed with killing that boss at level 6. I can see it already.
Classic, like look, I've not played all like Dark Souls 2. I don't go that far back, but I did play Elden Ring, and I fought Tree Sentinel for 9 hours.
Yeah, Tree Sentinel will do that to you. Let's see, I've played Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3. Haven't played Bloodborne because it's not on PC, which is really fucking irritating. I played Sekiro on a friend's system, but not for long enough. And I played Elden Ring.
God is my witness, and then 2-shot Margot. Okay, so like, because like it...
Fuck no, Tree Sentinel can be figured out in like 10 minutes. Yes, he can. He can, with prior knowledge, or if you understand how to deal with him, right? But it takes timing, and not everyone has the same kind of timing as you do, right? Some people who are dumbasses like me, your average human being, not your giga gamer, they're gonna take a solid 2 to 3 hours, and they're gonna keep on fighting Tree Sentinel and keep on losing to him infinitely. Happens in a while. It happens for quite a while.
Fighting Tree Sentinel made me a god of playing the game. It was my first experience with Dark Souls, and then I was...
You see, like you said, Tree Sentinel was his first experience with the game, and it kept on pushing his shit in. He didn't know what to expect, and he got his shit pushed in until he learned his lesson. And yes, the later one is not even... Like, I can barely remember the later Tree Sentinel you fight. Like, literally, I had a bleed build, and he just fell apart.
much better at fighting in the combat. In the rest of the game, I basically blew through a lot of the other bosses in the game because I was much better at that point.
Yes.
It's a lot like that in this game. I left that boss.
Genuinely, if a new player who's never played a Dark Souls game beats Tree Sentinel, he could probably kill Margot on his first try. Or Margot. I can't remember if it's Margot or Margot. Can't remember. It wasn't memorable enough. I just know that he has an infinite wind-up. That's it.
Boss went and did a bunch of gathering, crafted a bunch of new gear, came back to it, and then was able to beat it, and it still killed me once. Even when I was almost twice the level and had 2 times the gear score that I had the previous time upon meeting him in the main story. So the main...
Okay, my big question about a boss like this is, does the boss feel like a health sponge, or does it feel like you're making significant progress as you fight them? Because if it's a health sponge boss, that's going to get really fucking annoying really quickly. Still hoping for a good Souls-like MMO. Well, this might be it. Maybe, Barando. I hope they didn't neglect the RPG part, aka deep as a puddle, while focusing on the combat. I hope so as well. But they've done a lot of world building here.
The story is going to be challenging. The open world is going to be challenging. But don't fear. You can actually level up on basically anything in the world. You can go out and kill mobs.
That's good. I like that. I like the Guild Wars play the game and everything levels you up. I like that.
You can gather, you can mine, you can cook, you can do alchemy, processing, crafting, anything that you want, and it will.
You saw the gameplay. He was chipping away at the health bar, looked pretty spongy. Yeah, but here's the thing: is does it feel that way, Dog Rock? So, like, think about it this way: I'm not going to play Dune on stream because it looks like the most boring shit ever. However, I enjoy the feeling of playing Dune. I enjoy playing the game, and it feels good to play. So, maybe watching this, it feels like a health sponge. But when you're playing the game, does it feel that way? Does it feel like you're wasting your time, or doesn't it? That's the real question there. This is you have to play the game to understand. With the Harder Tree Sentinel, you can AFK behind it. With poison fart gas, and it won't aggro. It'll just sit there and die. I feel like gamers these days try to brute force everything rather than being smart. Shit, I brute forced down the second one. Yeah, you don't... I know this trick, right? I know the sit behind it and use the fart gas, the poison mist. I didn't even need to do this. I was so trained on the first Tree Sentinel that fighting this thing did nothing. The red lightning bullshit that he pulls off did nothing. Right? It was literally a waste of time putting this boss there. That's what it felt like. I swung at him with the 2 twin blades, kept on chopping him down, fell apart so fucking quickly. Wasn't even a fight by that point in the game.
Will level you up at a solid pace. This isn't like other sandbox MMOs, and again, I will compare it to Black Desert in this case, where you do get EXP for gathering, but it's not very much. No. I leveled up like 4 times just by gathering on logs, okay? This is how this game works. It wants you, it actively encourages you to not just follow the main story, to not just be that cookie cutter MMO player. It wants you to go out and explore the systems of the game, and it will...
Okay. If it's encouraging you to explore the systems of the game, is this like Guild Wars 2 where you're getting distracted and going, oh, what's that cool thing in the distance? Let me go find out. Or is it like a, shit, now I know I have to grind because if I don't, I'm fucked kind of feeling? Hold on. I still don't recommend Elden Ring to new Souls players unless they go full summons. Use the summons. Who cares? It's boring. I saw Mukluk do a playthrough of Elden Ring, and one and Gods, I was miserable. I mean, if you're a new player, I don't see any problem with using the summons. Make your life easier. Enjoy it. I feel like it's the easy mode button that they put into the gameplay instead of the menu, and that's fine. You don't have to use it. The bell is purely optional. sometimes, I'm going to be honest with you, I use the spirit summons at some bosses, not because I wanted to use the spirit summons. I was just interested to see what the spirit summons did. Like, I summoned the wolves to see how long they would last against certain bosses. And then I'd let the boss kill me because I wanted to kill the boss without the wolves. Or like, fuck the jellyfish as well. I thought that was a really weird and awesome concept. The first time I played through it, there were some bosses, particularly Moog, where I used summons because I was getting my shit pushed in. And then the second time I ran through the game, I didn't use summons at all because I understood what Moog was going to do. Hold on. Hold on. I missed something there. I see a lot of MMOs that could be just like D2 and other older games. Like, you can play alone, you can connect online, but it doesn't need to be an MMO or other live service trash, especially with how scammy modern companies have become. There are so many live service games that are just trash. That are just, we need your butthole imprint so we can sell your biometric data. But that's because the world is moving towards a subscription model as opposed to a pay once and have a thing. Right? They want you to be forced into the situation where you're paying them constantly for something, because that is more predictable profit in the future than if you pay them once and now they have to figure out how to manage that amount of money over time. So that's unsurprising. Assuming CO is good Souls-like MMO, I really hope they also add open world PvP, at least as joining factions if you aren't into. I hope they do. I hope that there's consensual and non-consensual PvP. And I hope they zone lock it, and I hope they also allow you to toggle it on and off. I want both. Would be nice if people demoing these MMOs showed other people in their videos. Sure, the gameplay looks nice, but without any people, why couldn't it be not an MMO? I think, yeah, they need to show group content play here. That's an important element. You're right, Sasha. So far, this is solo experience, and you could probably... It kind of reminds me of soloing your way through Dragon's Dogma, where theoretically Dragon's Dogma could be like completely offline and nothing would change. But like, I need to see what group content looks like. Same with Dune. Dune could be an almost entirely offline game. And not much would change if you're a solo player. If Elden Ring had VoIP text and saved server-side, I'd have maimed it. It doesn't. I can literally cheat engine whatever I want at the start of the game, then go invade normies and grief their game. Yeah, of course. Of course you can, right? I think there's a lot of back-end problems with Elden Ring, but the gameplay itself is solid. If you play the game as intended, you're going to have a good time. Some bosses are harder with summons. Yes, that's true. That's true. I did see some of that shit. I used them not because I wanted to, but because the boss wasn't going to be fair, so neither was I. That's fair. If that's how you wanted to play it, then that's how you wanted to play it. There's nothing wrong with that. Play the fucking game how you feel like playing it. If it gives you a mechanic and you decide, I'm not going to use this mechanic, then there's nothing wrong with it. And then you have bragging rights to say, I didn't use this mechanic. If you're a new player, or you played Elden Ring and that was your first Souls-like experience, and you used the summons, I don't blame you. Good. I hope you had a good time with it. It's not like you can summon, you can just use the spirit summoner and then do nothing. That's the important thing. It's not like the game's like, okay, you did the spirit summon, so now the boss is just going to fall over dead. Context of my point is that every game has to be an MMO. People only want MMOs, which is ridiculous. You can't have infinite MMOs. Sasha, do I have a fucking tweet for you? Do I have a goddamn tweet for you? Pinned to the top of my fucking profile. The term MMO... Fuck off. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. The term MMO is no longer a term used to describe a type of game. It's a pure unadulterated marketing term used to push product on an underserved market desperate for a game genre that's lost its way in recent years. Boy, do I have the tweet fucking chain for you here.
I've already bitched and spooked about this after playing Dune.
Rewards you for doing this. So the difficulty of the world is high, but don't feel like you have to get bogged down doing one thing, whether it be the main story or you get discouraged by killing a mob or a boss in the open world. You can always go off and do something else, level up, get more power, craft more gear, come back to it, and fight again. Either way, I actually find the difficulty of the world very engaging in my opinion. Now let's talk a little bit about open world discovery, Easter eggs of the game. And this is what captivated me in the other MMOs that I played, whether it be World of Warcraft or Black Desert or even Guild Wars 2, the vastness of the world.
Motion looks weird. Okay, motion blur is fucking horrific. He needs to turn that setting off. But the movement of creatures like the mount and the way people walk, and even some of the animations on the enemies in the background, that looks a bit like janky.
How much there was to do.
Are you seriously monetizing Twitter? No. This here, this verified thing, I did a while ago for my job, which is linked to crypto, to see what the verified status does. So I used to test out shit on this account. You'll see if you go into my replies, I picked fights with a bunch of retards on Twitter relating to the white genocide kind of stuff that was happening in my country, to see what kind of responses farm the most content. I did this with a bot system that was also doing this with 100 different accounts. But this here, this verified thing, is linked to my old credit card, and I'm waiting for it to run out because I'm not re-verifying this shit. It's literally a credit card that I had to cancel because someone stole the number and they've been using it to like pay for Uber Eats. That's why I've done that.
You in it and how encouraged you were to go explore in it. A bad example, a bad MMO. That does
However, I will say if I start streaming on Twitter and the verified thing does something for me, then I will keep it. Wait till this game comes out and Goonware starts playing it. He's going to start a new Odyssey of Gooning. No, what he's going to say is, how come there's not animals I can fuck in this game? I don't understand. Oh, how can I show my dick to these characters? This game is not as good as Ashes of Creation. The experience that really showed me the appeal of Dark Souls summons was Champion Gundyr. Yep. Wait, which Champion Wait, are you saying Udex Gundyr or Champion Gundyr? You mean Champion Gundyr, right? The second one. I couldn't beat him. Summoned players, they parried and impaled him, which I didn't know you can do. Once I knew I was able to solo him. Yeah, no, summons, like playing with other people through random, like, co-op PvP stuff is fucking amazing.
This is Throne and Liberty. It doesn't, Throne and Liberty does not encourage you to go.
Think about how amazing co-op PvE was in Dark Souls and Elden Ring. Elden Ring quite literally built a man's character, let me solo her, became a widely popularized player because of Elden Ring. Because of that system. Why doesn't the horse have a nuts? Yeah, where's the horse's penis? I can't see its penis.
Go discover aspects of the world, and certainly does not reward you enough for exploring those aspects of the world. An MMO that does this very well is Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 2, you're constantly encouraged to go discover new areas, try and participate in dynamic questing and events.
Wait, can I have the non-social net version? I'm not sure what you mean the non-social net version. I don't know anything of the sort. I mean, you could just go onto Twitter and search my name. I don't think you have to have an account. Fuck it, I don't know.
And various things, and you're always...
Otherwise, just go back to my previous stream where I talked about the whole thing and you can look through it.
Encouraged to try to go explore because the game rewards you for exploring. Chrono Odyssey is the pinnacle of this. If you are somebody that loves discovering the world, or you are a Legend of Zelda player and your entire purpose in life was to go around finding all the heart pieces or various aspects of those, this game is going to be, you're going to love this game. This is a perfect game for you, mainly because...
Okay, exploration isn't my main thing, but I do like when it's done well. It's noticeable when exploration is shit, but exploration is generally speaking not something I focus on. So I really hope this is done well.
Every single time I went out into the world, I was rewarded, whether I found an alchemy crate or a random chest somewhere, which honestly ended up being a mimic. Screw me. There are mimics in the world that will punish you a little bit, but you know what? You do get...
Oh my fucking god. I know he's talking about mimics and chests and shit. This looks exactly like the inside of one of the dungeons in New World. Take those laser beams and replace them with blue lights instead of red ones. This is holy shit.
You end up killing it, which is pretty cool. But you also get like extra bonus points to your class's skills and chronotector abilities, just for discovering things in the open world. I can't tell you how many times I just walked into something, stumbled on it. It's like, hey, what's this? Oh my gosh, I got another chronotector thing. Or hey, this is a new dungeon, like a secret hidden dungeon that I can do. And then you get rewarded with some really cool loot and like best in slot gear at the end of it, at least for the closed beta anyway.
That's good. Now tell me there's no jumping puzzles, please. That's all I need to hear. Secret dungeons, but no jumping puzzles. That's all I want to hear.
And it was just so cool. Everywhere I went, I was like, what's that over there? I just found myself, guys, I was just trying to do the main story. Couldn't get it done. Could not get it done. Like there was too much going on in the world. And by the end of the 16 to 20 hours that I was able to play it, I think they gave us access for only 2 days, guys. So I got to play it for 16 to 20 hours or so of overall gameplay. And I just could not put it down for the time that I was able to play it.
I'm so jealous. This is one of the reasons, actually. This is actually the primary reason I would love to make streaming into my job and content creation, so I can play these fucking games nice and early. That's all I want. God damn it. I want to scam my way into getting these games early.
It was almost all in one session. I just couldn't put it down, and I was constantly exploring. So you will always feel that sense of discovery in the world constantly.
Solid amount of clipping there. Is this game actually an MMO or is it an online single player game? Fleshstick, I'm hoping he's going to talk about group content somewhere here. But so far, I would say this looks like an online multiplayer solo game. I want to see what the group content is. And the fact that they only had access to it for 2 days makes me wonder if there is any of that at all. It might kind of be like Warframe. You might be right about that.
Final thing I want to say is...
It looks good. I'm hearing minor complaints with a good system behind it, but I need to know if this is an actual MMO, or if this is an MMO light, or just again, using the marketing term MMO to get away with this bullshit.
Whenever you're gathering on something, even in a town, there's like these sacks and various things that you can go around and interact with various things. And it will just give you consumables that are actually super good in PvP, super good in PvE, that will help you kill bosses and stuff. So like if you're somebody that like loves to have that niche knowledge of that one thing, it's like, oh yeah, I can get that. Like in World of Warcraft, we see this all the time. Where it's like, oh yeah, I can totally go to that one area of the world. And
that's straight up stolen out of Dark Souls 3. The mimic looks exactly the fucking same. Holy shit.
And kill those mobs for like, 3 hours to get this one consumable that I can then use later on in Nax so that I can do the raid. Like it's crazy. Okay, it's just like that. And I think that World of Warcraft players will like that very much. Okay, so now let's talk about life skilling. I did gathering. Okay. I did mining.
So this is the crafting he's going to speak about now. I remember when, as a child, playing Dragon Quest monsters, I was opening chests hoping they were mimics because of the absurd amount of EXP they gave, and the loot in the real chest was usually trash. I didn't play Dragon Quest as a kid. Unfortunately, living in Africa meant we had limited, access to certain games. Hold on. There's some extraction PvP VE mode, where it's all in instant space. Yeah, I'll put it back to 1.2 now. I'm hoping that after this he talks about the multiplayer. What I think good solid MMO multiplayer is like you can play the game solo, but doing the multiplayer stuff adds to the experience of the game. That's what I want to see. I'm hoping there are elements of this game that you cannot touch unless you're doing multiplayer stuff.
I did butchering, I did logging, hoe gathering, cooking, alchemy, processing, crafting, all of it. Okay, it does not, and now what life skills does the game not have? It does not have boat content.
God, he put fucking huge honkers on her. Look at that shit. Look at the tits on that one.
Boner.
Uh-oh. Boner alert.
Glorious.
That I am aware of. Big Sag right there. I love boat content, and there was no boat content that I could tell in the game. This doesn't mean that it's not going to be added at a later date, but no real reason to explore the ocean or the water or anything like that, which is sad. But they could add that at a later date. That means no bartering. As far as I'm aware, there's no trading. There's no horse training, as far as I'm aware, either. You just kind of, there's a random quest in the world, like a side quest at a random place in the world that you have to do in order to unlock your first mount. And then you just have a mount. And that's really cool. And I recommend doing that. I'll have a YouTube short for it so that you guys can find it very quickly in the open beta in about a week or two. But as far as the life skilling goes altogether, these are some of the best systems I've ever experienced in an MMO, guys.
I like
and again, I would say that at New World...
I think that the one thing that New World had going for it was the way the crafting and gathering worked. And I'm hoping that they have the same system, but with none of the jank. That's what matters to me. I hope there's no jank in this.
World, they're very similar to New World, but like upgraded. So if you're a New World player looking at this, or you like New World, it's like New World, but like with much better combat and more extensive gathering opportunities. But the crafting, the alchemy, the cooking, the processing, all of that is very reminiscent of the New World systems, just a little bit expanded on overall. Now,
good. Expand on it. Expand on a good base system. Just remove all the fucking jank and all the shit where you could dupe shit. Please tell me there's no duping in this. Hold on, this is why Muckluck doesn't like you anymore. Look, I cannot blame Muckluck for my spurged out behavior. So that's fair. When you say anything worthy of the MMO label, are you saying anything at all? Just PvE, just PvE? You have to expand on what you mean there. I need context.
You will always want to be increasing your life skilling. If you're a RuneScape player, you're going to love this game. It is a grind. You're out there, and to be clear, I'm a biologist, guys, and this game is very biologically correct overall. If you're looking for flax, you're going to be able to find it in a place that flax normally grows. Like, if you're looking for flax, you're going to be able to find it in a place that flax normally grows. Now, flax...
Oh, did you hear that? He said that twice because he fucked up in his recording and he forgot to edit the one out.
Typically grows in temperate environments. It doesn't want too much water. Sugarcane, for example, though, wants a lot of water. You're going to find that a little bit closer to riverbeds and things like this. So you can biologically be able to kind of naturally ascertain where these things are going to be. But there's also...
I want you to all understand that Blue Squadron just admitted that he's an expert in cum. He's a cum expert. He's into biology. He's the cum boy. He's the cum master. Never beating the allegations. I'm an expert in biology. I've watched human mating rituals on a site called a Pornhub multiple times. Every single day. I've got a PhD.
Also silver and gold and platinum that you're going to have to run around and try to find, and resources you've never heard of before, like art and fire trees and things like this, that you're going to be running around constantly trying to look for. And every time you find one of them, it is a little nugget. It is a lot of fun leveling up your life skills because you use all...
You know what, Benji? If you want to know how he got access to the game early, I'll actually DM him. I'll ask him. I'll actually ask him.
Of these things. I used logging, hoe gathering, mining, and butchering, all of it, in order to craft like 2 or 3 pieces of gear. I needed everything. So I found myself going to the crafting menu being like, how do I find that? Oh, well, that would be on that plant. So I guess we're just going to go to this area of the world. Oh, there it is right there. Let's go. And then we would go out and we would gather that resource for a while, and then it helped me craft better gear, and this was a lot of fun. But again, this kind of relates to, this is almost a one-to-one correlation with New World and how it's chosen to do its life skills, which is good because that is one thing that New World was very good at, its life skills.
It was one of the only things that New World did right. It's only oh my god, it was so bad. There was so much bad shit at the launch of New World. There was so much cheating and duping and fucking client-side authority and a whole bunch of retarded shit. But the crafting was pretty solid.
where it's kind of just expanded on what New World already had, which is very good. Now let's talk about the PvE content of the game. Now keep in mind, this was the closed beta, so this does not include necessarily everything that's going to be included when the game actually releases, but it was very polished to me. There were not as many, like, there were bugs and things like this, but overall the game was very playable, and I could invest into it. So there's a bounty system where you can pick up a bounty in a town to try to find a very specific mob that is named like an elite. If this was World of Warcraft Classic, these would be elite quests. Okay, these are basically elite quests. You're going to have to go out in the world, and to be clear, these should be very doable while you're in a party. I did not personally get...
I'm getting the vibe from everything that Blue Squadron said so far that Chrono Odyssey is the MMO Pell World, where what they've done is they looked at a bunch of cool game mechanics that everyone loved in other MMOs, and were like, we're just going to steal that system. Oh, that shit worked in Guild Wars 2? Let's take that. That's great. Oh, this is the only good thing about New World? Let's take that from them. Oh, everyone likes action combat? That's chunky and feels good? Let's take that. Right? This sounds good. All of this sounds really, really good. You hope to see something that justifies the MMO label in Chrono Odyssey. What do you refer to? Okay, so what I refer to... thank you for the context, by the way. What I'm referring to is I want to see that this game isn't just a solo player game where it just so happens that there are 15 other people in the same instance as you at the time. I want this game to distinguish itself from being a third-person ARPG into a game where there are groups and there are guilds and there are content. There's content both from a PvP and a PvE perspective for both small groups and large groups. I want to see content that says you have to have a group for this. It is not a requirement. You can skip this if you want a solo level, but you can play this game as a group and experience this shit, right? That's what I want to see from this. Maybe a PvP arena zone where you got to go 2v2. Maybe a battleground where there's like 50v50. Maybe dungeons and instances, but that it doesn't have to be dungeons and instances. It could literally be areas in the game that are not instanced, where if you're going into that area, you have to go as either a formal or informal group where you are relying on each other to survive. Does that make sense? They ran a closed beta event for like 50 content creators a little while back. Yeah, that's what this is, but I need to ask him how the fuck did he get into it. I'm actually also curious. So Benji, the second that I know how he got into this, whether they contacted him or whatever, I'll let you know.
Get to try doing these while I was in a party, because there were only like 30 people with access to the beta. But I know that some of the other creators were walking around at least trying to help each other with these things, and then the open world bosses as well, which again, you can try to slay together. You can work together in small groups to try to kill the open world bosses. I'm not sure if there's a limit on loot and things like this when it comes to the open world bosses that you will walk into, but I do know that you can kill those open world bosses solo, because I did it once about 10 minutes before the server went down. I went back to the boss that had farmed me the entire time in my closed beta. I was like, screw this. I had spent the whole time crafting, clearing dungeons, progressing my character, pushing really hard for 16
So that's what I mean. That's good design, right? You go into Elwyn Forest and you try and beat Hogger by yourself at the appropriate level, the same level as Hogger. He's probably going to kick your ass. You can get a group together and beat the shit out of Hogger. Or you can progress your character to the point that you can solo Hogger. That's a good system to me. Does Blue Squadron have a good rep regarding these kinds of reviews? Yes, Ashura. So I've looked through what Blue Squadron usually does, and when he's he does react content and stuff, I have yet to see a point in time where Blue Squadron has given a dog shit, definitely sellout opinion on anything. I've seen Blue Squadron build a community of people who trust him because of the takes he has, and I don't agree with all of his takes. I think that would be insane for me to 100% agree with all of his takes. But the way he's approached his takes,
it's always from the perspective of this is how I feel, and this is my perspective. But he doesn't, how do I say this? He doesn't tend to sugarcoat. He doesn't tend to suck the toes of developers, as far as I've seen. The worst thing I can probably say about him is he's very forgiving of pay to win. I mean, he plays BDO. That's his main game, right? But he doesn't suck their cock. He was quite willing at the beginning of this review to say that there's inertia on your character, and I really don't like that. Now, if he was paid to do this, and he then had to give these guys this review, it would be very likely that some dickhead in a marketing department would say, you can release this, but chop this piece out, please. His main game is BDO, instant disgust. You say that. But the reason he plays BDO is to jerk off. So instant respect from me. He's just jerking off. That's all he's doing. He's just busting nuts to all the female characters he made. So I can respect that. As a man, deep down in my soul, I have to respect that. There's porn for that. But what if you want to play the porn instead of just watch it?
Hours or so, only to come back to this boss and barely clear him right before the servers went down, which felt really good. And I did that solo. So anything that you can do in a group, for the most part, you can also do solo.
Porn games fucking suck. Plagalpha, I fucking went through this in the stream earlier. Porn games suck dick. They are fucking terrible. They are dog shit. I know. I've downloaded 100 fucking different porn games, tried them all out, and they're all fucking terrible. They're miserable. So if I have to choose softcore porn like BDO over a full-out porn game, I'm choosing BDO, because all of these goddamn porn games that I've been trying to find to do another speedrun ban are dog shit.
But you can, again, most of the group PvE content in this game is meant to be done either solo or in a small group of players, 5 to 6 players at most. Now, I don't know if that plan is to change in the future, but certainly what I saw was dungeons that can be entered with 1 to 3 people, bounties that can be done with, again, 1 to...
So there are dungeons, 1 to 3 people. So I'm guessing if you over level for the dungeon, you can solo it. But it would probably be preferable to do it at level with 2 other people.
3 people, and the open world bosses that you're going to look at, maybe 1 to 5 people might be able...
Now the real question comes, is it a Trinity system?
To hit those if you're low level in that area. Now, the bounties were a lot of fun and actually very difficult sometimes to find the bounty target. Like I found myself wandering around for half an hour at a time just looking for a bounty target in this small area. It's marked on the map where like the general area of this bounty target is, and then you have to like solve a puzzle sometimes and like uncover where they actually are in order to get to them. That was difficult and made the bounty actually pretty engaging and fun to do. These gave gold and a lot of EXP for doing them, and again, sometimes, and then you can use that gold to help you craft better gear and repair your...
Here's the thing, right? Here, let me say it like this, right? Wait, where was that comment? It doesn't seem like even the... hold on. There was a comment there somewhere. I mean, if you know someone's base values and he sticks to it, it's still a decent review because you can extract info in context to his values. So, I have nothing bad to say about Swole Benji because he tells you exactly what he thinks. I have nothing bad to say about Muckluck because he's trying to be a professional. He's doing this in a PG thing. He's aiming at a certain target market. He's as far as I've seen, he's not manipulative. He's not evil. Even when he did the whole embedding shit, he was trying to work his stream. He wasn't trying to be a piece of shit about it. And when the controversy happened, he was like, okay, I'm out. I can understand people's perspective. I'm out. So I can respect him for that. And I have nothing bad to say about Blue Squadron. Because Blue Squadron's been 100% honest in every single video that I've seen. Maybe somewhere out there, Blue Squadron, Muckluck, and Benji have bad takes, but that's fine. I'm more willing to trust anything that Benji says, that Muckluck says, that Blue Squadron says, than most other content creators, because they are straight up honest with what they think. My complaint is that Muckluck is trying a bit hard to be too nice. You think that, Devilish. That's literally who he is. He's not being overly nice, even in his reviews. That's literally who Mukluk is, right? You can not like the way he does things because of who he is, but I think that's him literally being who he is. And that's why I'm more willing to trust his opinion, even if I disagree with it, even if I'm critical about it. I would literally trust Mukluk's opinion on anything and then figure it out how I feel about it in contrast to what he feels than anything else. Like, if Mukluk came out and told me a particular game is dog shit, I have zero reason to not believe him. If Blue Squadron came out with a video saying that this game is dog shit, I have zero reason to not believe him. When Benji, when I was going through Benji's content with all the Albion stuff, and he was telling me exactly why certain things are dog shit, I had zero reason to not believe him, because every single time I played that game solo and came across the same thing, I ended up at the same conclusion as him. Right? That's why. So, like, if you dislike Mukluk, that's because you don't like that particular style and maybe that content's not for you. But I would trust him over most other content creators.
Old gear and whatnot as well. Yeah, so the dungeons give you more access to your chronotector abilities and things like this, and then there's open world bosses that you're going to find as well that are just like hidden, and then there's hidden dungeons and whatnot in the world, and all of this PvE content always felt very fun and rewarding, mainly because I stumbled upon...
These fucking mimics have to be everywhere. This is going to be PTSD.
Upon most of this stuff by just wandering around in the world and gathering. I would just I would just take the plunge. I just kind of jumped down, and I'm fairly certain I'm the only person that attempted to do this boss in this closed beta, because I'm probably one of the only ones that found it. I just jumped into the giant abyss on a whim, expecting it to kill me, and it ended up being like a hidden dungeon. That was cool. So discovering that dungeon was really cool, and that was most of my experience with the open world PvE content. There's also trials in the game as well, and these trials...
Wait, hold on. He's played a few games. He's quit early through because they were shit, but he doesn't say anything much about those at all. That's fine. Think about who Mukluk is, right? He's PG. He's found his target market. He knows what he's aiming at. He's trying to be professional. Unlike me, I'm a fucking filthy animal. Can I really be surprised that a brand wouldn't want to work with me? Absolutely not. If I ever became not a literal nobody, right? I would not be surprised if brands didn't want to touch me. I can understand why brands would go for him. And if he found a bad game and he quit it, that's enough of a statement from Mukluk to tell me, okay, this is probably a terrible game. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I think the only other content creator I can actually say that I feel this way about, if I think about it, is maybe Grubby. I don't know if you know Grubby. He plays a lot of Warcraft 3. But generally speaking, Grubby doesn't touch games he doesn't like, or he doesn't play them on stream. But if he likes a game, he will play it, and I trust his opinion on it. That's how I found Mechabellum, was Grubby was playing it, and I think it was fucking awesome. I think he did a great job with it. And he convinced me it was a good game, and because Grubby convinced me it was a good game, HRJKM, I've played this game for 400 hours. If they don't want to play games, or they stop playing a game, that's enough of an indictment to me to say, okay, they believe this game's not good enough, and that's fine. That's enough for me to peace out that this is not a good game. And if you want to be family friendly and shit, I can't blame someone for aiming at that target market. That makes sense, especially if this is a business to them.
Are something where you can pay some gold to attempt the trial, and you have a choice between 3 different doors every time, and there's 3 different trials. Now, I did every single door of every single trial. I'm not going to spoil it all for you here, but I can tell you they are all extremely unique.
I'm disappointed you don't stream playing other games. I would love to. Look, Chelde, that's actually quite literally the reason I would want to make this my job, is so that I can play games fucking non-stop. I can wake up, I can be with my family, and I can just start streaming and play fucking everything. That's all I want to do. Not having Trinity is a big fault in Guild Wars 2. It makes it so weird to form groups for instant stuff. 100% incorrect. It made it easy, but too easy back then. I kind of like the way that Guild Wars has leaned away from the Trinity system. I think it's a very unique style, but I do understand that it's going to be a turnoff for certain players because they look at that and they just immediately feel turned off because it doesn't make sense to them.
Attempts. They are all extremely unique puzzles that you need to solve. Not every puzzle has one way that you can solve it, a lot like Legend of Zelda.
Good.
In Legend of Zelda, you see a lot of, especially with a lot of the modern Legend of Zelda games, that what people like so much about them is that there's multiple different ways that you can approach the various puzzles of the game. And it's very much...
What was that side skidding there? I hope they fix that animation.
Like this in Chrono Odyssey as well. In the PvE content of Chrono Odyssey, you don't just have to brute force your way through everything. You don't necessarily have to kill the boss every time. And there's certainly a lot of different ways that you could go about it if you are a clever adventurer. So really cool, especially if you uncover extra abilities in later questing. You can come back and try to approach something from a completely different perspective that no one's tried before. So again, the PvE content of the game was constantly engaging. I never found myself wanting for any sort of more PvE content at the time. And to be clear, they did kind of gate us to a relatively small aspect of the map. And I felt like...
So I like the idea of variability in puzzles and more than one way to solve it. I'm glad they thought of that. I wonder if there's a way to cheese certain puzzles, and I wonder if they've figured out a way around that. Guild Wars 2 No Trinity made it hard to understand at first and then way boring and simplistic because it was all ape DPS. Heart of Thorns addressed this. So you can still see then, Super, how if someone plays Guild Wars 2, that it's not your standardized hardcore, this is a tank, this is a healer, this is a DPS style, right? And for some players, that's going to be an immediate turnoff. But for the players who stick around, they fucking love it. Right? So you're going to have fall off. There's always going to be people who love leaning away from the traditional kind of systems. And you're always going to have people who love leaning into it. Right? I think it's not so much about whether something is or isn't hardcore Trinity system. I think it's if they stick to their guns, they will build a player base that loves specifically what they do. Guild Wars 2 style is so unique, even the devs have said that they would go back in time and remove alacrity and quickness if they could, because they were a huge mistake. That's fine. That's fine. They can say that. But there are still people who enjoy it. I think they need to stick to their guns, or if they've changed their mind, then they need to make that change if they feel that strongly about it.
Like, even at the end of the 16 hours that I was able to get played in this closed beta, I was not able to explore everything that the map had to offer. Like, there was still always more for me to be able to do basically around the world. I did get to explore each of the systems at least somewhat, but there was just always going to be more Easter eggs, more things to discover, more areas to explore,
I like that,
etc., more bosses to uncover as well and kill.
The fact that he's saying this, all of this, about a closed beta test that lasted 2 days is a good indicator that these guys have built an actual MMO as opposed to ashes of creationing everyone. I like that.
Like that, there was just always more to do for PvE. So not much but good things to say other than that the PvE content is challenging, guys. Just bear in mind, this is not for the faint of heart. And so it's going to encourage you to group up with other people and try it. One final note on the dungeons. Some of the dungeons, like the hidden dungeons in the open world, are solo. And again, those are like the hidden ones. And then some of them are party dungeons that you will find out in the world. So there are different types of dungeons. And I don't think...
Good. Solo and party dungeons. Good.
And I don't think the trials are able to be done in a party either. You must do those solos as well. Now let's talk about PvP content. Guys, they had most of the PvP content disabled, so they didn't have a lot of the small scale stuff that they were had been kind of teasing with us.
They don't need to worry about PvP content being disabled because most people who get into PvP content are disabled anyway, so that makes sense.
In the game, but they did have the open world PvP content in it, so I can talk about a little bit how that system works. A lot like New World, this system requires you to flag for PvP mode in town. Now, this is a closed beta, so they didn't have any rewards for flagging for PvP in town, but they did mention that they're looking at giving some very steep rewards, potentially for flagging for PvP or being PvP enabled.
God, I hope so. Please put some rewards in PvP. Make it something that's good. Oh, the thing is, okay, so PvP is such a catch-22. People want PvP but then PvP is in a game, and it chases away the main player base once PvP is solved. God, it's such a fine line to make good PvP in MMOs.
At all points in time. But if you're PvE enabled, as far as I'm aware, you cannot be PvP'd in the game. But if you have PvP on, you must flag for PvP in a town. And if you have PvP on, there is no punishment for killing you in PvP. And there's no punishment for killing other players in PvP. I was flagged for PvP most of the time because there was only like 40 people walking around in the world at any given point in time. And there were there were times where people came to try to kill me, which was pretty fun because I slaughtered them.
Good.
Every time.
How did these dog shit players get this goddamn beta access and I didn't? Goddamn it! I will suck you off under the desk. CEO of Chrono Odyssey, give me that goddamn key.
It was a lot of fun. And again, the combat feels really engaging. It's not like New World where somebody could just run away from you the whole time. There are gap closing abilities.
Thank God. Thank God. It looks like they looked at the PvP of New World and they were like, yeah, we're not having this dog shit of just running around in circles for 20 minutes.
And pull people, especially as a berserker. I felt I could pull people in. They couldn't just necessarily kite me the entire time, although that is what a ranger is going to try to do to you if you're a berserker. But if you're solid, you can use the terrain to your advantage. You can try to use your movement speed buffs and your self buffs, and then again pulls and various CC abilities to your advantage to try to engage in open world PvP, which has been a lot of fun. I can absolutely see this. As far as the guild stuff goes, it was very primitive, so I didn't see any way to declare war.
I like that. I like the fact that you can fuck with your characters and make them look freakish
on another guild. But again, they said that they had deliberately disabled a lot of that content because, well, there's just not enough people to do GVGs in a closed beta session like this. So I'm hoping that when the game actually does come out, you absolutely should have, like this, it's all set up in a way that you should have war versus war decks against various guilds in the game. And then you should be rewarded for being able to...
Oh my God, that's me. No, it's not me. That guy's got way too much skin pigmentation. I take off my shirt and it's like a flashbang goes off.
To kill other adventurers. But if you don't want to participate in PvP, you should be able to just turn on the PvE mode and kind of avoid it altogether.
Yeah.
Now, I was also told that they're trying to step away from a massively large scale PvP. So if you're a Throne and Liberty fan, I've got...
Fuck. That hurts to hear. Love the jiggle physics. Yeah, that was great. That he opened the menu and the tits jiggled. Love that. I'm sad to hear they're moving away from large scale PvP. But maybe that's a good thing. Because organized PvP groups where there's like 50 people playing suck the leader's dick to be a part of the guild, and then you have to be someone's bitch in order to survive. Maybe it's better that they decide, okay, let's avoid this entirely if they can't balance it out. Or maybe that's a downside that's going to get annoying over time.
Some bad news for you. It was very unlikely that you will see massive massive PvP aside from big open world GVGs, which are very possible. I think that the developers are trying to keep it under about 40 players in a given match. Now there are 100 members allowed per guild, which is pretty large overall, but I think that the game can absolutely handle it. That does not mean that we're not going to see 25 to 40 man content in PvP. They have not confirmed anything like that, but they have certainly alluded to content like...
I hope if they've got group PvP, it's always going to be like 25 versus 25, and it's not just going to be 25 versus 1 and you get zerged down and then you're fucked.
That being involved in the game, and then GVG content being a large part of their open world PvP experience as well. And I certainly, again, when I engaged in the PvP, it did not feel clunky. It didn't feel helpless as a melee character. It felt like I could actually engage and fight somebody, even though, again, both of us were relatively new to PvP in Chrono Odyssey. We were all using our abilities and trying to engage to the best of our ability. And I'm very excited for it because the combat is some very top grade stuff when it comes to MMOs overall. All right, so that's like the TLDR of the various systems of the game. Of course, it will be timestamped. Guys, remember to like and subscribe on the video. It does help tremendously.
Very nice.
In the algorithm to go ahead and like the video for me. And then you can subscribe because I'm going to be going into each of these.
Oh my God, look at this goddamn... Look at Goon Squadron. Look at this fucking figurine in the background, dude. Oh, that's beautiful. I need one of those. I need like 7 of those surrounding me. God damn.
Systems in more depth live on my Twitch channel. If you are watching this on YouTube, there's a good chance that I'm already live talking about the game, showing my gameplay from the game. Or if you're watching this in the future, these videos are already out and you can see these on my channel. So we're going to be making a lot of Chrono Odyssey content. Guys, my thoughts on the game. This is the next big... MMO. This is the game a lot of people have been waiting for. The graphics look absolutely stellar. The main storyline is gripping. The NPCs could use a little work. Like I said, there's tidbits here and there where the game can absolutely improve on. But guys, I mean it when I say, if you're a life skiller, you're going to love this game. If you love the Dark Souls franchise, you're going to love this game. If you love PvE content and MMOs in general, you are going to love this game. This is your next big game that you will be investing into, and you're going to have a lot of fun with. I know, because if you watch my content and you like any of the games that I like so far, you're going to love this, guys.
God, I might, this might be the one. This might, I'm hesitant to say this. Here's the thing that's going to fuck this game up for me. You know how they said no pay to win? What if there's pay for convenience, pay for gear, pay for mount, pay for this, pay for that? That's going to piss me off. And they're going to be like, no, it's not pay to win. That will fuck this game up for me. And like you just pointed out, Lab Monkey, it's a Korean game. That's what concerns me. That will fuck up this entire experience for me. But so far, I'm liking what I see.
It's going to be really good. It's going to be really good. I'm going to be talking all about it on my Twitch channel. I give the game an absolutely stellar rating. I'm going to be making a crazy amount of content for it. I cannot wait to play more of it. I was constantly hungry for more when I got like the, 36 or 48 hours of access that they gave us here. And I just couldn't get enough. And I know that you guys won't be able to get enough either. So make sure you guys sign up for the closed beta. Again, this is not a sponsored video. This is not paid at all. I am just giving my honest thoughts about the game. But yeah, guys, remember to like, comment, subscribe. I'll catch you in the next video. Yeah. I'm very excited for Chrono Odyssey.
Good video. I hope it's good. I need to get into that beta access. I don't know who I need to suck off, but I really want to play this game and experience it firsthand. I'll be very disappointed if this game is super pay to win bullshit, Korean dog trash, fucking, yeah, I hope it's not that. But everything I've seen, even in neglecting what he said, I like what I see here. This feels like what we should be getting standard in MMORPGs in 2025. We should, and I'm saying this as someone who really, really fucking likes the experience of Guild Wars 2 personally. We should not be playing Guild Wars 2. We should not be playing World of Warcraft Classic. We should not be playing fucking RuneScape or all these games that are over a decade old. We're supposed to have advanced the formula by now into something better. And we keep on getting piles of dog shit from these MMO companies. And from what I'm seeing gameplay-wise, this should be the standard. Chrono Odyssey shouldn't be something amazing, it should be the standard. We should have all moved on from those old games, but we keep playing them because nothing better comes out. And I hope to God, I agree with Blue Squadron, and I hope to God there's no pay to win in this game, but I severely doubt that there's not going to be pay to win in this game. That's my biggest concern for this game. You can't just whiteify Frogan like this and then pretend like you did something. This is just, what if Frogan was white? That's all this is. You could try your shit with me. I know. Now what the hell is this? Okay, this was the other link you sent me. Iranian state media claims there will be a surprise tonight that the world will remember for centuries. We are going to remember. You will remember this. Iranian game studio makes Half-Life 3. God, I wish. This will destroy Israel. And ironically, if they made Half-Life 3 and it was good, that would be enough funding for them to continue bombing Israel for the rest of forever. That would be the way they win the war. Parrying with 250 ping might be Big Suck might be forced to play ranged class and Pussyfoot with dodges. Maybe. That's something I'm so used to playing from Africa. But God, I hope it's not. I hope I can at least play on 150 ping and at least have a chance to dodge some shit. Otherwise, I'm royally fucked. And I'm gonna have to like preempt all my dodging. It's from a studio with a blockchain game, so don't have high hopes. Okay. About no pay to win. I don't have high hopes, Newgash. I genuinely don't have high hopes about them not being pay to win. But here's the counter argument to that. This is a good game. For the people who love RuneScape, this is a good game. You know what's not a good game? This. This is not a good game. So maybe they have some dodgy blockchain bullshit in the background. But I hope it's not tied to this game. I hope that this is their flagship, and then they can keep doing manipulative shit somewhere else, and then I won't give a fuck. You have to suck a lyric so he can suck Thor, so he can suck a horse. Yeah, I'll pass then. I don't want to get involved there because Lyric will make posts about how I didn't do it right. Did you ever play RuneScape 3? I tried, GLD. I tried and I couldn't do it. It hurt too much. I genuinely tried to play a RuneScape 3 and I couldn't do it. It was uncomfortable. It felt weird. RuneScape felt better. But maybe that's because I'm a fucking boomer. That's just how it is. So, second video on this. Baggins. I'm gonna be honest, I trust Baggins less than I trust Blue Squadron. But maybe he points out something that Blue Squadron missed.
Given the opportunity to play a preview of Chrono Odyssey, which is a next-generation MMORPG developed by Chrono Studio and published by Kakao Games. Now, this is not a sponsored video, but its planned release date is this year in 2025, and it's going to be playable on PC, Xbox, and PS5. Now, I've known about this game for a while, and one of the things that's kept me intrigued, or definitely has piqued my interest, is the fact that it features a action combat system quite similar to New World. And like with New World, it also has a heavy emphasis on open world, crafting and gathering. We get some...
Okay, so understand where Baggins is coming from. Baggins is coming from the perspective of he played a lot of New World. Why I trust him less is because he really loves New World. And I think he's put too much faith and enjoyment in New World. And also I think he was bought out by the devs and stuff like that. It worked out for him. People love watching him. I understand he's got his own community. Good for him. But my personal take is I have many disagreements about New World itself. Right? And so I will take everything that Baggins says with a pinch of salt. And that's nothing against him. It's just that I think our opinions on things just don't align as much as my opinions tend to align with whatever someone like Blue Squadron would say, if that makes sense.
Classic tree chopping content, just like we would in New World. Basically, the game seems like it could be a very valid replacement for New World, like basically New World, but better. And now that I've had a chance to play the game, I am ready to talk about that. Do I think this game is better than New World? And just, how does Chrono Odyssey work in general? So whether you're a New World addict like myself and looking for something to replace the hole in your heart that Amazon has left, or if you just want to know more about Chrono Odyssey, today we're going to be talking about character creation, crafting, PvP, progression, and so much more. So if there's a particular aspect of this game that you're interested in, you'll be able to scrub along in the timeline or check out the timestamps down below. But that being said, let's talk about Chrono Odyssey. Now, in classic MMO fashion, after you choose your server, one of the first screens you'll be presented with is your character creation, and more specifically, your...
How many players per server? That's important.
Class choice. Chrono Odyssey does feature a strict class system. I believe at release, these are the 6 classes that are going to be available.
Obligatory. Hey.
The Sorcerer, Assassin, Berserker, Paladin, Ranger, and Swordsman. But within this beta, we only had access to 3 of those classes. That was the Berserker, the Swordsman, and the Ranger. Now, my understanding, in the way the class system will work in this game, there isn't going to be the classic holy trinity of tank damage and healer, but certain classes do lend themselves more to that role than others. For example, the Swordsman does have a lot of tanking capabilities. I decided to go with the Berserker personally. Each class has 3 different weapons it has access to, and some weapons do seem to cater more to a playstyle than the other. So with the Berserker, you had the chain blades and you had the dual axes, but then there was also the Great Axe, which was more of a tanking weapon. And then again, with the Swordsman, you could have like a sword.
Okay, Great Sword, sure. I don't think there's a dedicated healer class in this.
shield, dual blades, and a greatsword. With a ranger, you had a bow.
Did Baggins start monetization with New World? I don't know, actually. I don't know enough about his history. I just know that I disagree with a lot of his opinions. Okay, so the female ranger is the fleshlight class. That's what we've learned. Again, I say...
or crossbow, or the rapier, and they would all have like a little different quirks in terms of how they would play. I would like to go for the paladin, but sadly that was not available. That would probably be the playstyle that suits me the most, having some sort of support and healing options. One thing that is also worth pointing out is you guys looking at the screen, if you're like me, you're like, oh no, there's gender locking, we're gonna have to be a female ranger. That is not true. You can change your, like, everything about your character. The customization is pretty insane, which I guess moves us into the next part of this video, and that is character creation. Yeah, there are a lot of sliders. You can do a lot of things with your character. Eye color, hair color, facial hair, the size of your nose, your cheeks, your, what do you call that bit under your chin? You know, like your double chin or whatever. The character creation in this game is insane. You can spend hours and hours and hours in here. I didn't spend too long. I just made some like fake sort of Geralt, which I seem to do a lot in most games right now. But yeah, character creation is really, really crazy. And it is worth mentioning that even though there is a strict class system here, which certain weapons are only available to certain characters.
Why do they make all characters so handsome? They make them all look so handsome because it's fuckbait. Everyone wants a fuckbait character or they want a fuck ugly character. Those are the only two options MMO players go for.
Characters. There is variety in your playstyle because of the 3 different weapons, and you choose 2 weapons, so you can use any.
I wonder how many Hitlers this game is going to have running around. You know what, Fiend? I have a feeling they're not going to put the square mustache in this game.
3 weapons, but you'll be weapon swapping between one and the other. So again, for me, choosing the Berserker, I had the chain blades, and then I had the dual wielding axes, and then I had the great axe. And I could choose 2 of the 3, but if at some point later on down the line, like I started off with the chain blades and the dual wielding axes, and then later on, I dropped the dual axes for the great axe, then I could just go back, you know, as you guys see fit. After character creation, we get thrown straight into a cutscene and get to see some of the backstory with Chrono Odyssey. This is a very dark fantasy game. Lots of people...
I think that I think a downside is you've got characters that only have 3 weapon choices. That seems like a big downside. There's very little variability when it comes to weapon choices with the characters. That seems to be a big downside.
People getting decapitated and disemboweled and stabbed and blood and gore and tentacle monsters, and also a cool Scottish guy called Balder exists in this cutscene as well. But most importantly, after this cutscene, we move straight into the combat. The devs do give you a chance to check out combat straight away with your class, which I think is pretty nice. So you get all 3 weapons, and you get enough weapon mastery that you can switch out and try all of the abilities. From what I saw, every weapon has 8 abilities in total. You get 4 on the left-hand side skill tree, 4 on the right-hand side skill tree, and the middle skill tree is pretty much just all for the passives. With my guy, I had...
Okay, what does concern me about this bar at the bottom here is this reminds me a lot of Blue Protocol now that I'm looking at it again. Blue Protocol had a kind of similar system, right? But the problem with Blue Protocol was it was such a one-track ARPG third-person game pretending to be an MMO. And I'm hoping I don't see that with this. I hope, like, at worst, the start is the same, and then you can go and do what you want, and there's some variance out there.
Had a builder sort of spender system. I looked at the swordsman and the ranger. It seemed to be the same thing as well. So you have your vigor, which in this case is, yeah, it's your resource that you use to get abilities. So doing default attacks, build it up, and then you can spend it on certain abilities. That's represented by the big yellow bar at the top. And then we have the smaller yellow bar, which is your stamina. And you use that for dodging, but or blocking, and some abilities also use stamina as well. So yeah, it's fairly similar that we get in many other MMOs. In terms of the actual combat feel, it is very much an action combat system, which makes me happy. There is no tab target here. There is an option to lock on if you want. Don't believe that works in PvP, but we'll come to that later on in the video when we talk about PvP. But either way, the combat system...
Okay, so so locking on is going to be a trap for new players, and then they're going to get into PvP and try and lock onto you and not understand why it's working, and then report it as a bug when you fucking style on them. That's fantastic. 8 skills, all tied to 1 of 3 weapons. No skill, gem, utility, nothing. Who knows? He's just talked about weapons, each weapon having 8 skills. Sounds fairly similar to something like Guild Wars 2. I think maybe they're trying to avoid ARPG vibes like Path of Exile would have. But maybe that's because it's still beta. Maybe they're going to add in more weapons like Karagud said. It's hard to say because you can only judge on what you're seeing here. And I don't know. The problem is because I didn't play the game directly, I don't know what they're not talking about. We don't know what we don't know currently, if that makes sense.
system was very fun. It was quite flashy. I would say it's distinctly quite Korean with all of the animations and the big pop-ups and stuff, but I did enjoy the combat, especially as I got more comfortable with the game. I found the combat to be very enjoyable. Switching between the weapons felt quite fluid, and also the responsiveness, like just attacking. One thing that we're not really...
Will you ever play PoE on stream? GLD I don't know if this becomes a job, maybe, but probably not at this stage, because who wants to watch me sit there and figure out fucking gems for 4 hours and do nothing else?
Seeing here is you also have a special move with every weapon. You just press right mouse button for that. It's either going to be the block with the great axe, or for me with the dual wielding axes, it was like a berserk mode where I would take damage like over time, but then I would also do more damage. So yeah, combat, as you can see, pretty enjoyable. You have combos, you have a spender, you have stamina. You look at the enemy, you attack them. They sometimes get staggered. Bigger enemies will stagger you. Combat, generally, first impressions, not bad. Now, let's move on to the graphics and the UI. Now, I think at some point in this video, we are going to show it here. I was playing...
The movement seems to be the worst part of this. The movement seems so weird.
In epic quality at this point. Later on, we do bump it up to cinematic, which is the highest it can go. Epic was the second highest. The graphics, I think, look okay. They don't look too insane, but as you guys will see, I'm just playing in a 1080p resolution. So this is not 1440p, this is not 4K. So I believe the game can look a lot better at those higher resolutions. This is just what I play because it works for my setup with streaming and recording. But nonetheless, you see as we move through the trees here, the game does look pretty insane with those spikes and the dragon flying over and the lightning
immediately
and stuff.
I saw that tail flail up. Pirate Software is not going to enjoy this game. You saw he break there and the tail came up. Yeah, this is not a Pirate Software game.
I think it's still a very pretty game, a very epic game. Again, not the most amazing graphics, especially some textures look to be pretty low res, but the UI, especially when it comes to the inventory, I do very much like. It reminds me of New World's UI, but that's not a bad thing. I do think the UI in that game looked very good. So overall, UI when it comes to the inventory, big thumbs up.
Looks very similar to New World's UI, but this also looks very similar to other similar games. You could say this looks like the Dark Souls UI in a lot of senses.
Normal graphics for the game, I thought are passable. They're nothing insane, but they're definitely not ugly. One thing that I would like to see going forward is the ability to scale up and down the UI for the combat screen. I just thought like my abilities and my health bar took maybe a little bit too much space, but again, that's nitpicks there. Generally, I thought the game was good looking, you know, probably like a 7 out of 10, and the combat so far very much a thumbs up as well. A lot more flashy and a lot more chaotic than New World, but by no means bad. It was very enjoyable combat, especially as we move further into the game and got more comfortable with my character's playstyle. Now, I'm personally somebody who plays MMOs more for mechanics and gameplay, dungeons, PvP, as opposed to the storyline, but I thought since we're doing a review or a cover of all aspects of the game, I would talk briefly about the story and setting of Chrono Odyssey. One of the coolest things about this game is the dark fantasy setting, and it is quite dark. I mean, you can see from some of the clips here, there's like a severed head, there's somebody getting impaled on a sword.
This is definitely something you want your 12-year-old playing so that they become an edgy boy, and every time in the future they play a multiplayer game, they put the 3 X's on either side of their name. It looks similar to similar games. Yes, I know. I say important. Follow me. Sub on YouTube for more important takes. Like, it looks similar to similar games.
Game is pretty cool, and it doesn't hold back on showing you some pretty messed up stuff, and I thought that was pretty cool. Again, I did skip almost all of the dialogue, and sadly, after you get through this sort of beginning starter zone, all of the quests just move to text. Now, whether this is going to be replaced with voice acting later on, I don't know. Again,
it should be. I'm sorry, it's the modern day. This needs to be replaced with voice acting. MMO players don't read anymore.
We're in a preview of a beta, but yeah, it was just a lot of quest text after maybe about 20 minutes. But the general setting and the idea with the time reversal thing is pretty cool. I find it a bit weird that you just find a time relic in a wall and then you become the hero. You know, it's a bit contrived though, the classic cliche. But hey, it's an MMO, it's a game, it's supposed to be fun. I don't think the story, like I say, it's not the main reason I play these games, but the dark fantasy setting.
That's disappointing to hear. I play MMOs because I do like the story. I do enjoy the story. I like world building. I like lore. I like things that are less contrived and feel less like that. That's sad to hear. I like those elements of a game because I think they hold a game together over a longer period of time than games you play for a month and then decide to never touch again.
Is pretty cool, so definitely gonna give a thumbs up for that one as well. So after finishing the tutorial, we have the classic MMO start, or very reminiscent of New World start, washing up almost naked on the starting beach without really any weapons or gear to our name, and I'm presented with a big body of water. Now, being the New World player that I am, I'm very curious as to whether we can actually swim in this game.
Yeah, do we walk on the bottom of the ocean? This is important. New World players all have PTSD from the fact that our fucking characters just march on the bottom of the ocean like they're one of the skeletons from fucking Pirates of the Caribbean.
You know, that's the bar with New World for the past 3 years. We only just got swimming, but this game, I can confirm you can swim from the beginning. In fact, movement in...
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
general, there are a lot of things you can do. You can't straight up scale a wall like you can in Dune Awakening, but you can double jump, you can climb over boxes. If a ledge looks like you could sort of grab onto it, then you can, which is pretty cool. There is a mount which you get access to as well, and it took me an embarrassing long time to find access to where we get that mount. But if you guys would like those tips and tricks for free.
Childe, I've played PoE. I'm scared to touch PoE 2 because I know it's going to be amazing, but I have played through PoE. My favorite was a duelist character that I built with a counter build, where what I would do is I'd stand perfectly still and everything that came near my character just evaporated.
Free if you're thinking about playing the beta on the 20th of June, and you want to know where to get them out, make sure you hit that subscribe button. One thing that I wasn't too keen on with the movement is you get this like conservation of movement. So if you're moving really fast and then you stop, you kind of like skid a little bit before you can turn around. I don't know how to describe it other than you'll see it. When you're trying to do jumping puzzles, I found very frequently they actually had to switch from one weapon to the other, because when I was using the dual wielding axes or hatchets, my character had more movement speed, and I needed to remove that movement speed because I would just go too far. I would step to the edge and I would just fly off, and it caused a lot of issues when I was trying to do these puzzles where
Okay, so just like Blue Squadron, he also has an issue with the movement.
you jump from one ledge to the other, because I would either go too far or I would go too fast, and then I wouldn't press jump at the right time.
There's no need to get Chinese in a game like that.
So yeah, I don't. Maybe I'm just bad. It probably was just a skill issue, but yeah, ever so slight problem that I had there, where your character, it felt like we had a little bit of a slippy floor situation where they wouldn't stop as quickly as I wanted them to. But outside of that, movement in this game feels very fun, and the fact that we get a double jump with your character and with your mount, pretty cool.
Do you see why I say that I take things that Baggin said with a pinch of salt? Because he just said outright, he just said movement's bad, and now he's making excuses for it.
As well. When it comes to crafting and gathering in Chrono Odyssey, I can easily say that it is very well done. It honestly reminds me a lot of New World systems, but I mean that in a good way. The crafting and gathering in New World was one of the best aspects about the game, and it is very, very good in this game as well. You can pick up flint and sticks off the ground. You'll be doing this on the starting beach, and then you can use those to make basic tools like a logging axe, mining pick. There is fishing as well, skinning knife. You can take those tools and then skin animals. You can gather hemp. You can chop down trees. You can mine iron, and you take the ore. You take the unrefined wood, turn them into planks, turn it into leather, turn it into cloth. You guys get the idea. And then you can turn that into your crafted goods. Now, there is an extra element here. You also need this thing called Arch, A-R-C-H-E.
Did I play Budcraft? No. Benji played Budcraft. He said it wasn't that good, and I trust his opinion on it.
And the tier of Arch that you'll get depends on what level of stuff that you're gathering. So if you were mining iron versus mining titanium, for example, you would get gray arch versus the green uncommon arch. And if you wanted to make uncommon gear, or gear that would be appropriate for level 5 or higher, then you had to be mining material that was like, you know, of that tier as well. So there is some element of gathering the stuff that's appropriate for your level, but at the same time, you could gather stuff.
Hold on, real talk for a second. What makes New World crafting better than other games? Guild Wars 2 has crafting, Elder Scrolls has crafting, Mabinogi had crafting. So it's the fact that crafting is a real world gaming element as opposed to a contrived completion bar at the bottom of the screen. So you get to watch your character chop down a tree and then the tree falls down. You get to go mining and mine a bunch of stone and watch the stone shatter. You then have to take these resources, and instead of having this contrived system that says you can magically turn random raw stone into some crafted thing, you first have to turn the stone into stone blocks. You have to process what you're doing, and you are leveling up the entire time, and it's way more integrated, right? So grouping Guild Wars, Elder Scrolls, and Mabinogi together is probably not a good idea because each of them has a different mechanism with crafting. But I can say this pretty comfortably after trying out some of the Guild Wars 2 crafting. Guild Wars 2 crafting feels outdated. It feels the same as World of Warcraft crafting. Right? Online, Elder Scrolls Online feels about the same, but I haven't played enough of that, and I haven't played Mabinogi, so I'm not sure how to compare it to that. Right? But Guild Wars 2 crafting doesn't feel directly integrated into the gameplay of the world the same way they've integrated combat, the same way they've integrated character skills or movement, or the way that you have to look at the world and the dynamic events that go through the world, if that makes sense.
that seem to be way above your level. So occasionally I would find these giant red glowing trees. Sometimes I found meteorite ore, or even like these blue trees, which seem to be used as a resource for like much higher level crafting, like level 25 or even level 40 crafts. But I could gather...
See, like shit like this, where it actually feels like your character is doing something, feels more valuable as a crafting system, and makes you feel more immersed in the gameplay than your character does this, and a little yellow bar falls up, and then the thing disappears. Does that make sense? It's actually why RuneScape has one of the best crafting systems, because you get to see some effect in the world around you, and you have to actually put in effort to craft, and part of the value of crafting in any game is that there has to be some degree of effort involved in it.
Other than very early on, it would just take a very, very, very long time. But I could still do it, which again is different from New World, and I think I kind of like it because, yeah, you can go out and get whatever resource you want, require, you know, in that, as long as you have the time to do that. You know, if you're willing to spend 5 minutes chopping down a tree. There was tiers of tools as well, which I believe would make your gathering faster, and there are also levels associated with gathering as well. So you could level up your logging.
This is literally the New World gathering system. Real world crafting is nice, but it's more important that crafting matters within the gameplay loop without being necessary. Usually actionable buffs from crafting is the best way for that. So yeah, like integrating it directly into the game itself, as opposed to it feeling like a system that's been like strapped on afterwards and doesn't feel as impactful, is what makes a crafting system feel either dull or outdated, right? So like, look at World of Warcraft crafting, for example. It's not very integrated into the world itself, but people slog their way through the crafting a lot of the time because the output on the other end is highly valuable, or at least used to be highly valuable. People did the crafting in New World because it felt good to do the crafting, not just get the output, if that makes sense. Same with RuneScape. The crafting systems feel good to interact with. Now, I can't compare it to Mabinogi, right? Because I haven't played that one.
You could level up your mining, which would give you more mastery levels, which I believe, and there is going to be some citation needed here, but I believe it would allow you to gather quantities, larger quantities, and also gather more efficiently so you could do it faster. So yeah, there are levels for gathering, but they don't restrict you. It's not as if you can't chop down the higher tier trees until you're at a certain level. You can do it from the get-go. It's just going to take a very long time. And also, again, you need a bunch of that arch stuff if you want to craft gear. So you do actually have to do a certain level of gathering before you can go straight into crafting. Whether you can buy or trade the arch, I'm not entirely sure. I will need to check to see if it's bind on pickup. But that leads into the second section here with the crafting and gathering. What can we actually do with it? Well, there is no player-to-player trading, but there is a trading post. So you can post stuff on the trading post.
That's disappointing. I was hoping there would be player-to-player trading. I wonder why that's not in the game. Maybe to avoid cheesing or to avoid feeding. But again, okay, they're using the trading post system from New World again.
It was pretty functional, you know.
The system was okay in New World. I think it could have been done better. But the system was okay.
It would, what you would expect from a trading post. You could put in buy orders and sell orders. One thing that was pretty cool is it would also track trends. So there wasn't really a lot of people selling stuff because this was a preview with only like 30, 40 other YouTubers and streamers.
Makes RMT harder. That's fair. Maybe that's why I swim. No trading means no duping. No, there's all ways around duping, but I wonder if they've thought about that. I wonder if they watched all the dupe world videos that came out, and that's why they're doing things in this way. That might be why. They might be, like, it's almost impossible to stop RMT entirely, but doing something like this does make it more difficult and more contrived to keep going with this kind of shit.
But people were selling fish, and you could see the price of fish over the past few days. It would give you an idea of how much it's gone for. I thought it was pretty cool. You can only put the orders up for either 7 days or 14 days. Again, these are probably things that could change further on down the line, but that's something that I noticed. Oh, and one of the big things when it comes to crafting that you guys will be happy to hear, you can craft from your storage shed. So there is a storage shed in town. You can check everything in there. When you go to a crafting station, it will see stuff in your storage shed, so you don't have to have on your person. Thought that's a pretty nice quality of life feature and definitely worth pointing out as well. But yeah, crafting system, gathering system, very reminiscent of New World, but for for me, in my opinion, that means it was very good. Something that the devs have promoted when they've talked about Chrono Odyssey in the past, and I can confirm is pretty true, is exploration is rewarding. Exploration in this game feels cool. It was nice to just go out and discover things. There's lots of little hidden puzzles around the map. So there was these jumping puzzles which you could find from time to time where blocks would jut out and then you climb to the top and you get a chest with a little bit of loot. You would find these hidden labyrinth dungeons basically, which were like solo time trials that kind of reminded me of the dungeons that you do in Breath of the Wild. Those were pretty cool. You would get a chrono point at the end of them, which we'll talk about that in a little bit. And then there were these beacons. You could find a beacon of time as well, which would also give you a chrono point. So yeah, just generally like going out and exploring, climbing to the top of things. You'd find chests like hidden in caves and stuff. Exploring in this game was super fun.
So that's reminiscent of what Guild Wars 2 does, and I like that. I hate jumping puzzles, but I do like the fact that you get rewarded for exploration.
Fun because of the movement system with the double jump, and it was also very rewarding as well. So yeah, big thumbs up on the exploration within the game. One of the things that's cool with the map is you can create your own icons. So if you find a cool space that you want to share with your friends, or like where an open world boss spawns, because there's a lot of cool open world bosses as well, or you just find a big area filled with resources you want to gather, you can actually use these map icons. You can place down a lot of them and just note on the map. So you can make your own personal map with your own icons on the map, and then you can set those to track as well. So if you just want to put it on your compass up at the top, then you can go towards it. One thing to mention, there isn't a mini map right now, but in a recent interview that Canon did with the devs, they did say that they were aware, like 95% of people that they surveyed said they want a mini map, so it's something they're considering adding. But yeah, in general, the map...
They should open a mini map, or they should do it like Diablo style, where you get like an overlay mini map. But I think it would be better if you just have like a mini map in the bottom right corner.
Looks really beautiful. The icon system where you can add things in based on what you've discovered and then track it and pin things.
Got my security deposit back and got gifted a stroller. Good. For your kid. Good. Stroller. I hope you got a good stroller, by the way. I hope you didn't get one of those dog shit ones. What you want is you want a stroller, and this is really important actually. This is a complete side tangent. But 8X is having a kid soon. What you need is you need a stroller that you can close and open with one hand, right? Because I promise you, your hands are always going to be filled. Oh, God damn it. I fucking knew you were going to do that, 8X. Will you stop? Save your money. Buy shit for your kid in the future. I was sitting here, in the back of my head, I was sitting here like, don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. And just as I let my guard down, just as I thought you weren't going to do that, you motherfucker. Thank you. I appreciate it. But don't do that. Save money for your goddamn kid. You motherfucker. I should have known. I shouldn't have let my guard down. When you came in here, I shouldn't have said hello. I should have said, don't you fucking dare. That's what I should have said.
Everywhere and just exploring in general to get resources, to get rewards. Again, very nice, very well done system in the game, especially considering this was just like a preview of a beta. I expect the map to be a lot bigger and a lot more fleshed out, but it already felt pretty cool and pretty awesome just going out and finding things. And one of the most important systems, in my opinion, when it comes to the early game in MMOs and in even the mid and end game is progression. How often are you getting rewards? How good are those rewards? Yeah, you guys get the idea. The progression in Chrono Odyssey, I would say, was fairly slow, but enjoyable. I didn't level up too quickly. I wasn't getting weapon mastery points like constantly showered on me. You would get weapon mastery earlier, like, or the first few levels of weapon mastery would come in faster, and then as you get like above 10, the points would come in slower, as you guys would expect. The same with your character levels as well. There would be milestones that you could hit with your character level. When you hit level 10, when you hit level 15, you can choose a special...
I like the fact that there's milestones that comes with this. I suppose it's kind of like a standardized system that we're now moving away from, like the whole leveling thing. But I'm glad that this game hasn't entirely moved away from levels. Right, I like leveling progression in MMOs, and I think that was one of the biggest downsides of fucking New World, was that everything was tied to weapons and nothing else. It made you feel like you desperate. God damn it, you did it again, didn't you? Okay, that's you resubbing. Okay, thank you. And don't listen to his message. Don't you fucking dare. This animal comes in here and he fucks up everything. And he destroys all the animations I have. Don't you do it. Don't you fucking do it. Save your money. Use your money on yourself. I don't know why this goddamn oiler comes in here and fucks things up. You know how fucking dodgy it looks? I realized this the other day because of you, 8X. You know how fucking weird it looks when there's like 20 people in here and there's fucking 127 subs? People are like, this bitch is botting. Fuck this guy. I swear to God, at some point you're going to get me in trouble, Twitch. God damn it. You can't tell us what to do. You're not your dad. Do I have to go out of my way, Sniper, to fuck your dad to get you to not do this? Because I will. Sorry, fuck your mom. And your dad. I'll become your dad's dad. Then you have to listen to me. What happened to TTS? You want to know what happened to TTS? That's what happened to TTS. This message on Tangier did not exist weeks ago. There is a non-zero chance that you motherfuckers abused the free TTS to the point that Tangier changed their TOS. There's a non-zero chance that you fuckers are responsible for this. I want you to be aware of that. I'm on a 30-day cooldown of the free TTS, and I'm trying to figure out a way around it. And I'm probably going to waste all of the money that ADAX has given me to try and get premium on and Tangier so that it'll give me like infinite free TTS. That's what happened to the TTS. You fucking animals destroyed it. Raise the price. No, I like the fact that people get free TTS. What is TTS? Text to speech. So you used to be able to click a button on my stream, type something out, spend channel points, and then you would get a TTS message that would play on the stream. But that's on cooldown now. Mostly because of Ashura.
Passive ability, or sometimes even an active ability. So at level 10 with my Berserker, I chose a passive that increased my rage generation or something like that. And
what is CBT? Current beta test.
Level 15, I chose an active ability where I would go into unarmed and just start punching, and every time I punch them, I would get...
I'm glad your fucking bits are wasted. Good. Don't use any more.
HP back, which was actually really crazy for sustain. I was able to like solo a bunch of bosses with the level 15 ability. So yeah, progression felt cool. I was getting weapon mastery fairly often. Gear drops, I was getting them from enemies. I was getting them from chests. I was getting quite a...
They made a scorpion with a big ass. Someone is going to make porn of the big ass scorpion.
A lot of upgrades from crafting. Crafting did seem to be like one of the most important or powerful ways to level up your character, but you could just go around and kill bosses. They would almost always drop something, but the drops weren't always great. Sometimes I just get like a crappy green item. Other times I get like a shiny blue or even like purple sometimes. A system that I really enjoyed doing during the preview was these bounty boards. So you could go to the bounty board, you could pick an enemy to kill, you would go out, kill it, bring it back, get some gold or whatever, and you would also get these bounty tokens, and then eventually you could spend them to get some gear.
Plague, it can't be either of those people, because if you saw the horse mount, when the horse mount stops, the tail flips up, and there's not like a big swinging ball sack and dick there, so you know they're not going to be interested in this game. It just doesn't work for them.
That was really cool. While I was out exploring, I found this cave with a portal in it. I went into the tribe.
You find Lyric so boring. I don't know why you brought that up, Adax, but this is not Lyric, this is Baggins. They kind of do sound similar now that you say it, though.
There was these different rooms that I could go into. I died the first time almost immediately. The second time, we managed to clear all 4 floors, and then we got a bunch of tokens, which we could then spend within our own separate shop there as well. So yeah, just a lot of cool systems to like get better gear. And I think, honestly, they've got a really good system at the start. Some of the drops needed adjusting because, like I say, you'd spend so much time killing a really epic boss and then get almost nothing from it. But I do think that generally the progression felt like it was a pretty slower pace, but enjoyable nonetheless. Crafting was very, very important when it came to making my character stronger.
Okay, what's more important to you? A meaningful progression that's slower, or progression that you can blast through so you can play the end game? I'm genuinely asking, what works better for you guys? Do you fucking hate the progression system? It's in MMOs, and you just want to get to the MMO, like the end game where the real content is? Or do you prefer it when it takes you time and effort to get to the end game and it feels meaningful? One for new games. Depends on the game. Is there an end game to begin with? You know, they haven't spoken about it. The problem with all these reviews currently on Chrono Odyssey is they've played this game for 2 days So if there's an end game, no one's seen it. The biggest concern I currently have is that they're going to throw in Liberty-us, and they're going to put a timer when you get to the end game, and you're going to pay money to get rid of the timer. Especially because this is a Korean game. That's what scares the shit out of me. Because then they're going to say, oh, it's not pay to win. You're just paying to get rid of the timer. And then there's just some guy in a back office rubbing his nipples to the inconvenience he's caused everyone. That's actually a big concern of mine. I prefer there to be a speed leveling option. Depends on the game. If the early game sucks, I want to blast through it. If early game is good, give me meaningful. That's a good take. Depends if you can make the journey worth the destination. Classic did it well. I'd argue I enjoyed the journey of New World as well because I enjoyed filling time gaps with crafting and gathering. So I think the problem with New World was that you weren't just filling time gaps with crafting and gathering. I feel like you wanted to craft and gather because it was more interesting than the other components of the game. Which is a huge downside for that game, right? But I think I want a game that's slow and meaningful, and because it's slow and meaningful, you want to play it. Let me have some of my cocoa square. I like to take your time since it's an MMO that's meant to be played for countless hours. I've got a counterpoint, actually. Actually, no, it's not much of a counterpoint because of the word meaningful. If a game is slow and meaningful, it's going to be good. If it feels like a fucking slog, but there's no meaning behind it, the same way when New World launched, there was this giant leveling chasm between level 30 and level 50, where there was almost no content. That fucks things up. But if it feels like you're doing something, like there's some value to be had in going slow and progressing slowly, that means this game's going to have a better lifespan than something like New World did. I have the longest time wanted a game where every gear step is meaningful and could be used until endgame, instead of being a feast of changing it every 2 levels. Same. Actually, same. I want it to feel like you're having things added to the game instead of things being taken away from the game. That would be much better. I prefer slow and meaningful, but also capped so that it doesn't run away from me with gear and power creep. If I play it slower than the rate of updates. I think even if the rate of updates is super slow, if it feels good and it feels meaningful, you'll still come back and enjoy it. Even if you've completed it, or maybe you'll start a new character because it just felt that good. The destination of New World was not worth it. It was just an endgame of endless ball torture. You're right about that. You were rewarded with do the same content 1,000 times so you can marginally increase your maximum gear score. Oh, ADAX, but you forgot. You forgot the best part of New World. You get to the end game and you've got 3 fucking dungeons to go through. And when you've done that 1 billion times, don't worry guys, we got new content. It's the same dungeon, but this time everything does 5% fire damage. Man, I love that about New World. It was so fucking unashamedly just remix the same shit instead of give us something new. Man, it was so bad.
One thing that I was not expecting when I jumped into Chrono Odyssey is the difficulty of the game. I died quite a lot, especially when it comes to the first boss, and I don't want to give too many spoilers because, you know, I think it'll be fun for you guys to get in there and try it for yourself, but the 1,000-fold Piercer, you guys are going to experience that in the beta. It's a tough one. Again, the combat is definitely going down that sort of Dark Souls element where sometimes you get hit and you get hit really hard and you get punched on the ground, and then when you're on the ground, they're just going to punch you over and over again until you die. Yeah, the combat in this game can be quite punishing. I did find that once I started making some gear upgrades, that made a huge difference, so I think just focusing on your gear, that is very important, but there is a huge element of skill as well, like dodging at the right time, learning to read what you're...
Man, I'm gonna have to preempt my dodges. I'm gonna have to see it coming from a mile away with, like, 200 ping. But I hope I'm able to figure that out.
Enemy is doing is pretty big. One piece of feedback that I saw from various other YouTubers and streamers is they find it difficult to read what the enemy was doing animation-wise. My typical way that I would play around this was I'd just go in for a few hits and then I would dodge. I'd just wait until they do something and then I would go back in for a few hits, and it seemed to be pretty effective. But like I say, with these boss enemies, they would have like delayed animations where they would jump up in the area and then you think they were going to hit you, and then the hit would come a little bit later, which is
That's cool. I like that. I like that there's delays on shit like that. What's sad is they could have made that work. New World was also the first game where Cosmetic Shop was so bad I spent no money. I spent money in the Cosmetic Shop. It's the first time I've ever spent money in a Cosmetic Shop ever, was New World. I didn't buy a single piece of gear. I bought the emotes because I wanted my character to have the emotes. And then after doing it, I felt instantaneous regret.
Like the sort of classic Elden Ring mechanic where you just got to learn the timing for things. But yeah, a bit of Dark Souls-esque combat. Deaths happening quite a lot. The AI actually being kind of challenging in some regard. This was a bit refreshing and unusual, especially for early game in an MMO where you just breeze through everything. The amount of times I died was honestly kind of crazy, and also I kind of enjoyed it at the same time. So if you guys are anything like me, if you're a bit more...
That sounds good. I like a game that's got challenge to it. Look at the beginning of the Dune MMO and how much I bitched about how fucking stupid the base game AI is. For the first 5 hours of that game, you are playing against nothing but the most borderline retarded NPCs. And even when you get to higher levels, once you understand how fucking stupid the AI behave, you can deal with an infinite wave of enemies and be perfectly fine. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. I want a game that offers some combat challenge. That's the worst part about Guild Wars 2 in the early levels as well. You are literally an unstoppable god just breezing through shit. It's literally so easy that there are some quests where you get NPCs that follow you, where you can do nothing. You can go jerk off for the next 5 minutes because the NPCs are going to deal with all the enemies for you. It's real fucking sad. I hate it when that happens in an MMO. Not for me. With what I said, I want to know I can reach max build and enjoy endless flexibility in build crafting. I don't like gear treadmills at all. I think gear treadmills are fine, but the problem is the old gear cannot be outdated by the newest gear. That's a shitty system that immediately irritates me.
Masochistic, and you...
I also hate it when MMORPGs have this thing where they release a new expansion and then all of the progression you've made on your character is completely meaningless and worthless. I fucking hate that WoW did that all the time. Every time there was a new expansion, everything you did was dog shit and invalidated by like your fucking legendaries. Your fucking purples, your epics, your blues were immediately invalidated by the next piece of shit green gear you got in a follow-up quest for the expansion.
Like more of a challenge, I definitely think Chrono is going to tick some boxes for some people, and other people they're not going to enjoy it at all because, yeah, again, it can be quite brutal at times. Very quickly, while we're on the topic of death, some of you guys might be wondering, are there any penalties for dying in Chrono Odyssey? As far as I could tell, it was just durability damage. I wasn't dropping any gear or anything on death. And the durability damage...
That's fine, but I think there needs to be a harder punishment then. Maybe a little bit of durability damage, and maybe you need to, I don't know, like WoW system where you have to run back to your corpse. That's nice. I prefer those kinds of systems. I think if they added a mini game to the death system, it would get annoying over time. I think if they removed critical elements like EXP and shit every time you died, that's going to piss people off and make people not want to play the game. I think it's much better that it's a simplistic system that punishes you in a straightforward manner. Hold on. The only game I can think of that had milestone gear like you were talking about that was meaningful was Lineage 2 gear breakpoints. D grade at 20, C grade at 40, B grade. However, you're right, it did make the previous gear. Yeah, that's the problem. So WoW had this, Ion had this, Rift had this. Guild Wars 2 kind of doesn't have that, where everything kind of feels meaningful. It doesn't feel like the previous gear is immediately invalidated. It feels like you've just got more options for gear. But maybe I haven't played enough Guild Wars 2 into the expansions yet to experience that personally. But I like it when a game doesn't invalidate all your previous progress. It fucking sucks when everything does that. It's really annoying. In WoW, 10 hours into the X-Pack, you could go and solo the old race. Yes. And that felt bad, Relantis. That felt so fucking bad. It's literally the game telling you everything that you did and you worked for in the past is now fucking meaningless. And any new player who starts playing during the expansion will never have the experiences you had.
I mean, it wasn't really that big of an issue. You could go to this guy in town and he would repair all of your gear for like 100 gold or something. So it didn't cost a lot. Items can break, but you can repair them back to max durability. So there was no like permanent breaking of items. You wouldn't lose something permanently. You wouldn't drop it on death. You just have to do, basically the penalty for dying was a very small repair bill. As it would be in most other MMOs. Now, a very common question that I see get asked about pretty much any game I stream or cover content on these days is, can I play it solo? And obviously, I expect people to be asking this with Chrono Odyssey as well. Can I play Chrono Odyssey solo? My answer, based on what I got to play in the preview,
yes, based on what Blue Squadron said,
is yes, absolutely. You can very much play Chrono Odyssey solo. I spent most of my playtime playing solo. I did group up a few times for some bosses, but it is worth mentioning that some of those bosses I did manage to solo as well, not wanting to flex too much, but a lot of the content in the game does seem to be geared towards solo exploration, and I found it very enjoyable. That being said, I believe you can still group up, and things do scale for groups. There is the classic of dungeons and things like that as well, and there is...
Okay, that's fine. But is there meaningful multiplayer in the game? Does multiplayer give you something meaningful? As opposed to, you can do this boss solo, versus you do this boss not solo, and it becomes a health sponge.
Mechanics where some weapons allow you to taunt. I saw this with the Great Axe weapon that I had. There is a taunt, so obviously that's designed where, you know, you're going to be playing the tank, you're going to be taking the aggro, so other people can do more damage or maybe use support abilities. So there is an aspect. It is an MMO, a massive multiplayer online, with the massive multiplayer. But if you do want to play it as a massive single player online, an MSO, then there does seem to be a lot that caters to that as well. Very much so, perhaps more than most other games that I've seen these days. Chrono Odyssey is definitely a solo-friendly game. For PvP in Chrono Odyssey, I didn't really get to see too much, if I'm being honest with you guys. There was only really two forms of PvP that we could do. One was duels, where you can just go up to somebody, hover over there.
Okay, so this is the same thing that Blue Squadron was talking about. I'm actually excited for an action combat dueling system. I think that's going to be really good. In Guild Wars 2, the expansions and such brought out only new stat combos, which open up new build options, but not stronger per se. Guild Wars 2 didn't invalidate it, but after reaching even exotic with the stats you want, unless you want to change because of new stuff or balance patch, you will never ever drop something you want again. That's good. I prefer that. I much prefer that over the WoW system. I way prefer that. And I suppose the deeper I get into the expansions of Guild Wars 2, the more I'm going to start to understand that. But damn, I want to do a whole stream where I'm not even playing Guild Wars 2. I'm just learning about Heart of Thorns, because I've been sent some DMs about all the info of Heart of Thorns before I even start playing it. Vertical progression always lets me wondering, am I even good at this game, or am I just overgeared? Yeah, no. The problem with vertical progression is also, if you enter something like PvP, the entire game becomes not about what is your skill set versus someone else. That becomes the niche case of when someone is the exact same gear as you. The problem in PvP becomes who has better gear. Nothing else matters. Especially in a tab targeting system. Sometimes I think gear systems are backwards. New gear should unlock higher difficulty levels, not make existing content easier. That's probably a good take. I agree with that. I do think they have it backwards, and I think the reason they have it backwards is because they want you to feel how good the progression is, right? But the issue with that is, if you're going to make old progression feel easier to do because you've developed further, then yes, you need to have the balance on the other side of new challenges should be unlocked that's going to be difficult for you to complete. I think that's probably why in WoW, I think it was Legion or was Battle for Azeroth, I can't remember. But one of them had the Mage Tower, and it was one of the most enjoyable parts of the game because it was actually challenging to do.
Character card and then request a duel. You could do this outside of town, and then this flag would pop up in the middle. It would sort of isolate you from everything else, and it would be a fight to the death, basically. The combat in PvP felt pretty good for what it's worth. You know, things were connecting. There was definitely getting to read on what your opponent's doing.
I really wonder how this is going to work with my ping, and whether I'm royally fucked in PvP, or it's going to be the Dark Souls PvP with ping. For anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about when it comes to you have an advantage when you got a higher ping. I'm going to show you. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. This was Dark Souls 2 PvP, and the higher ping you had, the better you were at the game, because this kind of shit would happen.
Oh, jeez. It's 2-on-1, pal. Give it up.
So yeah, like I was saying, I was a god at Dark Souls 2 PvP because of how shit my internet connection was. Because where I was on someone else's screen was not where I was based on what the server was reading.
Using a stamina at the right time and stuff. I think we're all a bit newbie because, you know, most of us had like 10 hours at most, or 10, 20 hours, and that's not really, you know, when I compare that to my hours in New World of 7,000 or whatever, there is going to be a difference between how many hours you spend in the game, but nonetheless, I feel like skill expression was apparent in those duels. Another form of PvP that we had access to was the ability to PvP flag. So when you were in a town, you could press N on the keyboard by default, and that would flag you for PvP. You get a little symbol up in the top left and a pop.
Ah, yes. The N key. The standardized key for PvP, both in games and in the real world.
Up in the screen, and then you could go out and attack other people who were also PvP flagged. We tried this out. I got Editor Jack, who's editing this video. Shout out to Jack. And I attacked Jack, and I killed him, and nothing seemed to happen. He didn't drop anything. I don't believe he lost any gear or whatever. So PvP flagging in Chrono Odyssey in the beta seemed to just be for fun, basically.
I think that's a better system. I think maybe you should get XP or something, or maybe a different kind of system when it comes to PvP, but I think full loot PvP will chase away the largest majority of normies and kill the game so fucking fast.
Basically, but one thing that we have heard about this game is they are planning to add an area called Eden, which is a PvEVP, so player versus environment versus player.
Hold on, why the fuck am I seeing ads? I'm subbed. Wait, never mind, I wasn't subbed. Now here's... How manipulative is that? Thank you, Chielde, for making my taxes harder. But think about how manipulative that is from Twitch's end. You're gonna sub. Boy, you gonna sub to channels, or we gonna show you ads. Get back in those ad picking fields, boy. Every fucking time. It's so manipulative. I hate it so much. You should sub because you want to, not because you want to avoid ads. So I'm sorry for your loss. I will be sure to spend your money irresponsibly.
Basically a big PvP zone with special resources and items that you can get in there. I don't know too much about it. I believe it was referenced in an interview that Canon had with the devs. I'll put a link to that in the description down below. But nonetheless, there is a plan for a PvP zone. You can PvP flag, but there wasn't really any pros or cons to it. And you could also request a duel with somebody. One thing that we didn't try is if you could do a group duel. I don't think you can, because when we tried to do a duel, it said that you can't be in a party. Also, one thing that we know right now is there is no instanced PvP, so there's no 3v3 arena or battlegrounds. That's something that the devs have said they might add to the game later on. One mechanic which is unique to Chrono Odyssey is the Chronotector. It's the medallion thing that we get out the wall at the beginning of the game. This gives you access to special time.
Ah yes, clock and ball torture. Now Blue Squadron didn't talk about this thing, so this is important.
powers, basically ultimates for your character. Now early on, it's going to be fairly low impact. You'll just have one ability where you can basically pulse a circle around you. You can use this to reveal clues of things that happened in the past. It's basically just for certain quests.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. So if you're retarded like me, you can still complete the quest.
Fairly early on, after you defeat the first Chrono boss, you'll unlock the ability to summon him. You can have him as a summon for 30 seconds, but with time points, or Chrono points, I don't know exactly what the name of the currency is, these can be achieved through open world or from completing the labyrinth dungeons. You can spend these to upgrade the ability, so...
Hold on, there's plenty of people always complaining about how they want full loot PvP, just not enough to support the game. XR, think about it this way. Who are the loudest, most obnoxious people you've recently seen in gaming? It's probably the feminists and the people who keep pushing for this narrative of unrealistic body standards, or there needs to be more diversity, or fuck me, how dare you do this, it's misogynistic. And when you cater to that, no one wants to play the fucking game. It's the same thing with the full loot PvP crowd. The people who want that get that, and then no one plays their fucking game. Natural diversity is fine now. Yes, but that's what I'm talking about. Is not the pushed, forced kind of shit. It's when it naturally shows up because it's part of the story or part of the development of shit. I'm willing to bet you now, Khaldun, if you went back to the games in the 90s and like the early 2000s, you would find more diversity in those games than you would find in modern games.
I extended the duration of the summon by an additional 30 seconds. I reduced the cooldown by 60 seconds. You guys get the idea. There's a couple of NPCs you can talk to in the Citadel. This is an area that you travel to when you have the map open. So
oh, look at her. Oh, man. Woo, it's obligatory. I'm sorry.
The summoning stone, you can fast travel to any other summoning stone, or you can travel to the Citadel, and then from here you can talk to NPCs. One will set up which monster you want to summon, basically, and again, this is prerequisite on you killing said monsters. So in the preview, I had eventually killed 2 different bosses, and the second boss was just like this big pair.
Okay, so it kind of works like collecting boss souls in Dark Souls.
Legs, which would stomp the ground and then disappear, which was handy for breaking the boss's stamina, but I preferred to go with the big spear guy because he stuck around for longer and could hold aggro. But either way, we could upgrade the abilities. We
get spirit summons.
Had a time stop ability, which would basically just stun the enemy for a period of time, although it didn't seem to work on all the bosses. I think the time stop does work in PvP. And then you had the summon, which was the most useful for me in combat, and then we had the reveal. Although later on down the line, I took a look at the skill tree. You'll also get something that allows you to rewind time for yourself. Basically sets you, after a certain amount of time, you go back to where you were 10 seconds ago in terms of health and resources, so you can reset your cooldown.
So you get like an ultimate ability that you get to pick based on variability. I like that. That leads to a lot more gameplay variability. Surveys with no skin in the game are not that valuable. I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Entertainment industry was better at diversity when they weren't trying. Here's the problem, is the definition of diversity changed to them, Cyro. What diversity in video games used to mean when no one was talking about it was you get to see a wide variability of stories, belief systems, the way people think, and you would see fucking women in games, men, like different races, a bunch of shit from a bunch of different perspectives. Then, in the modern day, what diversity became was no white people. No white people in the game. Right? Then it became no men in the game. So now it wasn't just white people that were the problem, it was all men were the problem. Right? Then it became no white people, no men, and no woman, because gender binary is racist somehow. So we need to have transgender characters in the game. And as we've seen, slowly as they built out this weird fucking structure of diversity, meaning excluding people, it took away no, I mean racist, Chielde. I mean racist. As they built out this framework structure, it's now fallen apart. That's the issue, right? I'm trying to give you an example of this, right? I had a meme of this. actually. I was going to post in the Discord. Now, I understand it's a Family Guy meme, which minus points for that. But I did have it here somewhere. Fuck, I may have moved it into a file somewhere. I don't want to reveal my future desktops. Yeah, I think I moved it into the file. Let me show you. Come on. Open that expansion drive. Thank you. Where was it? Here you go. This is what I mean. This is what it used to be in video games. Name 20 games that have a female protagonist. Tomb Raider, Crypt of the Necrodancer, Bayonetta, Portal, Jotun, Life is Strange, Transistor, Perfect Dark, Metroid, Beyond Good and Evil. A Hat in Time, Crosscode, Valhalla, Night in the Woods. By the way, Valhalla's a banger of a game. A Night in the Woods, Mirror's Edge, Horizon Zero Dawn, Child of Light, Celeste, Nier Automata, Lollipop Chainsaw. Name 6 more. American McGee's Alice, Alien Isolation, Indivisible, Final Fantasy 13, Shantae, Castlevania, Order of Ecclesia. Name 5 more. Iconoclasts, bang of a game again. Freedom Planet, Jamalami, Tales of Berseria, Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. And then they say go fuck yourself. Right? One of the most memorable characters, for me personally, in StarCraft 2 was Tosh. Let me just show you. They weren't trying back then. They weren't trying. This character was barely in StarCraft 2. He was fucking barely in the game. And he was such a good character. Good fucking character he was. What a fucking badass. Not a second hesitation in this man's eyes. What an absolute Giga Chad of a character that I remember General Horace Warfield to this day, and he was barely in the fucking game. That's how much of an impact he had. He was such an awesome character.
Heard you boys needed some help. We came as fast as we could.
Ain't no time to be lying down on the job, General.
This character, General Horace Warfield, in the few cinematics he was in, he was such a badass fucking character. He was so awesome. And when Kerrigan comes to kill him, he's like, fuck you, kill me, bitch. He's like, if you think I'm gonna beg, fuck off. But you let the weak, like the wounded go. You piece of shit. Like, he doesn't hesitate at all. He was so cool. And you know what the fucked up part was? Blizzard wasn't even trying back then. They weren't even fucking trying. That's what pisses me off about this diversity shit. It was so good. It was so good. All this DEI horseshit, none of it needed to exist. None of it needed to be there. But look at it. It was so good.
You can use all your cooldowns and take a bunch of damage to your
That's
health
what
and then go
pisses
back
me
to how
off.
you were. And the other ability was basically to stop gravity for a period of time, so you could just hover or float. And again, these all had skill trees associated with them, which you could invest the chrono points to upgrade them. So it's a pretty cool system. You can basically think of it as an ultimate. Everybody has access to it. It doesn't seem to change depending on which class you pick, but nonetheless, the summon definitely early on was the MVP for me. But the hover for open world exploration, or the gravity stop, and also the time rewind did sound very useful in certain PvE and PvP scenarios. For endgame in Chrono Odyssey,
DI was just welfare for white women. They benefited the most. Yes, they did, Jimmy. It's actually really funny and ironic if you think about it. You know, if most like slave owners and shit in America were white, that means they were married to white women, so they were in the jacuzzi with us, doing all the bad shit, and then somehow they fucking snake their way out of there, and somehow they're oppressed, and then somehow benefiting from it the most. It's incredible. Sylvanas Windrunner was legendary as well. Yes, Plague, old Sylvanas was badass as fuck, and then they turned her into this diversity fucking shill piece of shit trash. I fucking hated it so much. Blizzard pissed me off the most because they pushed all of that so hard.
It goes without saying that we didn't get to see the endgame in the 2-day preview. If we made it to the endgame in 2 days, that would be pretty insane, especially considering the leveling was quite slow. So I don't have too much to talk about here, but I thought it would be worthwhile putting in the video and letting you guys know what information is publicly out there so you don't have to go seek it yourself. We have a Q&A from WCCF Tech. I'll link this in the description down below. They asked the devs, what's the plan for the endgame? Let me read verbatim exactly what they said. Dungeons and raids are core components of Chrono Odyssey's PvE content. Designed as endgame challenges, they feature intense boss battles and offer some of the most rewarding progression-based loot. These encounters demand strategic cooperation, making them a central part of the game's long-term experience. So, yeah, good news. For those of you who are avid MMO fans, especially, the classic piece of MMO endgame content is the dungeon and a raid. Both of those do seem like they will be present in Chrono Odyssey. And then for PvP, they have talked about that PvP VE zone. So there's a big PvP zone that also has some very important loot in it as well. So yeah, it's the makings of an endgame. There isn't really too much known about it, but it is confirmed there will be dungeons, there will be raids, and there will be a big PvP zone, which has elements of PvE in it as well. Now, one of the last topics I wanted to cover in this video before we get to my quick thoughts and review, ultimately on Chrono Odyssey, is monetization. This has been one of the most frequent...
Oh my god, he's going to talk about it. Blue avoided this entirely because I don't think he knows the drama. Or maybe he purposefully avoided it. I don't know. But the monetization really stresses me out. And I hope it's a Korean game, so I fucking don't trust it. I want to see if he has any information on this. This is really important.
Negatives that people will focus on with the game in that it's going to be pay to win. The reason why people would say this is because it is developed in Korea and it is published by Kakao Games. Both Korean MMOs and in particular Kakao are notorious for publishing pay-to-win MMOs. However, the model and what the devs have told us, including an interview from Canon with one of the executive producers, is there will be no pay-to-win in the game. They've said...
Yeah, but what does that mean? There's no pay-to-win in the game, but there's pay for convenience, there's pay to progress, there's pay to skip the timeline. What does that mean? What does that mean? Pay to win is such a nebulous fucking term, and I think we've all been psyoped into the idea that pay to win is this hyper-specific thing, and I still see little bitches in comments about my Guild Wars 2 video being like, no, it's not pay to win, but they refuse to admit that there are parts of the game where you can pay for shit with money. And they're like, oh, but that's not pay to win, that's pay for convenience. But that's such bullshit. It's such fucking bullshit. All of it is pay to win. And now what's going to happen is I'm so scared that this game is going to have like pay for convenience, pay to skip a waiting timer, and they're going to be like, no, but that's not really pay to win. You know how like, fuck, what was it? EA was doing that shit where they were like, oh, it's not gambling, it's surprise mechanics. That's the same shit. Win what exactly? Win your time back. Win any amount of your time back whatsoever. If any game anywhere allows you to win in some progressible manner, in a forward direction or win back your time from it, it's pay to win.
Again, it will be the buy-to-play model. They'll have paid cosmetics, and they'll have a season pass. And again, I know I'm sounding like a broken record here, but like New World. Now, one thing that people are maybe speculating here is there's a difference between pay-to-win and pay-to-convenience, and then there's a sliding slope on how...
Yeah, there's not. There's no difference. There's no difference. It's all horseshit.
How convenient does it become until it's pay-to-win? For example, New World. We just talked about it. Is New World pay-to-win? Most people would say, no, it's not. There is the option for pay-to-convenience for those of you...
There's pay-to-convenience, which is pay-to-win. That's paying to win. Convenience, you're winning back your time. You're getting things easier than everyone else who has to put effort into the game. Guess what? Pay to win.
You're not aware in New World these days, you can buy gear sets. These are basically loadouts. You can slap weapons and armor and
You can buy loadouts, you can buy gear sets, you can buy extra slots. Guess what? All the things that you would otherwise have to spend time in the game building up towards, you get by paying them fucking money, which is pay to win. End of story. All these people sucking dick on the game. Oh, the million multi-dollar company. Oh, it's not pay to win, guys. Fucking all of them. Pussies. Fucking pussies. All of them. Little bitches unwilling to admit that it's all pay to win. I will die on this fucking hill. Pay $150 to get enough gold to buy a legendary weapon. Yep. In Guild Wars 2, you can essentially buy all legendary gear if you break the credit card. Exactly. That's pay to win.
Into them. How does that help you win?
Anything that isn't cosmetics is pay to win. Counter argument, Jimmy. Cosmetics is also pay to win. Because if you can't figure out the visual progression of a character, are you not winning? Is not one of the fundamental elements of playing an MMORPG to make your character look good? You are winning by skipping the idea of playing the game to make your character look awesome. You don't see someone walking past with an awesome mount or piece of gear anymore, and you go, God damn, what a legend that guy is. You go, I bet you paid $70 for that, you fucking little piggy. That's what happens. Pay to win.
And well, if you're doing a
I told you I'm a fucking extremist about this. I am alhamdulillah fucking Osama bin Laden of pay to win, sitting in a cave trying to figure out how I fly 2 planes into any pay to win department of any MMORPG.
Speedrun in a dungeon, and you need to play like 3 or 4 different builds if you need to switch from a light armor tank to a heavy armor tank, depending on when you're doing the trash and when you're doing a boss, and then you need a different protection amulet for the final boss, and just being able to quick tap a hotkey to switch between those different sets helps you do a run faster and therefore get a higher place on the leaderboard and therefore win. Then yeah, you could make an argument that loadout...
Yes, it is pay to win then.
It's all pay to win, but you could also make an argument that just getting a cool skin and making your character look cool is winning as well. Some aspects of pay to win,
it is pay to win,
is just down to what you determine as winning. For me, the question is, will we be able to buy things off of the store? You know, will we be able to just buy power? So far, the devs are saying no. They say they have.
Oh, it's only buying power. That's such a fucking weak take. That is such a weak peg. It only counts as pay to win if we're buying power. That's such a fucking weak take. If you can buy gold, if you can buy gear, if you can buy any form of visual progression, if you can buy back your time, if you can buy to make a timer go away, if you can buy to get extra something that saves you time that other players don't have, it's pay to win.
No plans to. They promise there will be no pay to win. At this point, all we can do is either take them on their word and say, okay, thumbs up, or you can not believe them and, I guess, not play the game. For me, at this point, it seems like there isn't any further that we can go with this. We can't get angry at something they haven't already done, so it's simply the case of whether you trust them or you don't.
I don't trust them. Sorry, I don't trust them.
I don't trust them. Now, for me, my experience with the game so far, I really like it. It seems like there's a lot of promise here. This game does seem pretty fun. So yeah, I'm just going to hope that there is no pay to win. If there does become rampant pay to win, I will stop playing. It's as simple as that. I enjoyed Lost Ark up until the point...
Good, I agree. I will stop playing as well. I won't pay either.
Where I realized the game was just offering me, you know, I was trying to go for upgrades by doing all of the island adventures or whatever, expeditions, and getting the upgrade materials. And then I'd go to upgrade my weapon, I would fail. As a result, I wouldn't be able to do the next tier of Abyssal Dungeon, and then conveniently, the shop would pop up.
Hold on. You can pay to win legendary weapons in Guild Wars 2, but not the armor. You have to farm those, though there's components that are tradable, so in that sense, yeah. So you buy gems, you convert your gems to gold, you take that gold and you buy it off the trading post to make your life easier and save yourself a bunch of grinding time. People pretend you can just buy the whole thing, though. No, there are parts of it you could buy. Like you said, the legendary weapons. Is it pay to win is a yes or no question. It's not a where on the scale is it to become pay to win. It's, is the thing pay to win or not? It's that simple. I'm a fucking extremist on this, and I will never budge on this position because there are so many little bitches out there who go out of their way to say it's not pay to win so they can make up an excuse and feel better about whatever game is their favorite. I'm not saying a game is bad. I'm saying pay to win makes a game worse, yes, but I'm not saying a game is fundamentally bad if it's got pay to win or not. I'm saying this is pay to win, stop being a little bitch about it. It's that simple. You could have a really fun, awesome game that is enjoyable and fun to play, and it still has pay to win in it. But most of the time, pay to win means that development time is being taken away from making the game good and leaned towards making the game shittier to force people to pay for stuff.
And be like, hey, do you want to buy some materials? You know, you can try again. And I realized that at that point, it was just like one stage away from gambling, and I stopped playing the game because, yeah, I was basically just buying gems to upgrade my weapon, which would make me more powerful in both PvE and PvP. So if Chrono Odyssey finds itself at that point, I very likely won't play the game. But for now, based on what the devs are saying, and again, in case we haven't covered it yet, within the preview, there was no signs of any in-game store or something. It's very unlikely that devs usually put any sort of store within these preview builds, but there wasn't anything we could see. So yeah, I'm just going to hope for the best, but it does seem to be a rarity that Korean MMOs don't have pay to win. In fact, this might be the first one. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but yeah, it is uncommon for games that are developed by
I don't trust it. I need to see it. I need to see it for myself to believe it.
These studios do not have pay to win, but we shall hope for the best. All right, friends, that is it. That is everything that I have to
imagine a shop in the beta. Oh man, sounds like New World. Or by that metric, pretty much everything is pay to win. Yes. Every time you're spending money in your credit card swiping as opposed to paying for a subscription or just outright buying a game is pay to win. Yes. Almost all games out there, especially the online ones, have pay to win in them. Worse yet, most of them have moved past the pay to win model into gambling boxes where you pay for the box for the opportunity to pay to win with a 5% chance, and then you spend $1,000 getting the legendary item just for it to be outdated on the next patch by the time you get it. Not talk about weapons, then explain if armor in Guild Wars 2 at legendary is pay to win. Does it count if there's some components that can be bought, but some that always had to be grinded? Yes. That's pay to win. If you can buy some of them, so you're taking money, converting it to gems, converting it to gold, buying the thing off of the trading post off of money that you didn't grind in-game to be able to get that thing. Sure, you have to grind, but you have to grind less than the people who didn't have to do that. So yes, pay to win because you're winning back your time. That's simple. Does someone to play your account? Wait. Does paying someone to play your account count? I'd say that's outside of the realm of the devs doing pay to win, and that's more like that's a personal problem and you're probably breaking a TOS. Paying someone else to play your account is breaking TOS. That's like in all TOS systems. So that's you just breaking the rules of the fucking game. Games have pay to win to finance them, yes, but there are more upstanding business models that we used to use in the past that kept World of Warcraft going forever and it had no pay to win. And guess what? It worked. It was the biggest game, the biggest MMORPG in existence when it wasn't pay to win. Damn, it's almost like we already had a solution, and because of that we had to invent problems so that game devs could sell you a shitty solution to a problem they invented. Shocking. New Vaseline, yeah, I found it. It was under my desk. I left it on the top of my PC case.
To say about Chrono Odyssey currently, what I do plan to do...
Also, this is not new Vaseline, this is my Vaseline. I had like 2 tubs. But WoW has it now to, could WoW exist without it now? WoW couldn't exist without it now because they're too fucking stupid to make good content. So they cope and they want to make more money because they realize that one mount, one pay-to-win mount in fucking WoW made more money than the entirety of StarCraft 2. So obviously they're going to fucking do it because these little cocksuckers are going to keep paying for it. Pay to win is never going away. It's only getting worse until people stop using those systems entirely. Any game with a trading system is pay to win then, if there's any form of system to input real world money into the game. So any game with trading plus microtransactions equals pay to win by definition. Yes. Any game where you can take your fucking money and spend extra money in the game that gives you something in return, that's not a fucking sinkhole, which is illegal because that's a scam, is pay to win. It's that simple. And if you have a game, this is how extreme I am on this, right? If you have a game where you are doing RMT, you are literally breaking the rules of the game. And if the game decides we're going to stop RMT by making RMT part of our system, you are then going from you breaking the rules to them breaking their own fucking rules. Hence pay to win. It's that simple. It's that simple. Damn. Yes, I'm that much of a fucking extremist. And all these pussies are out here not hating on the fucking people who keep funding these systems. It's that simple. And they're only going to get worse until people stop giving them money. Go on Guild Wars 2 right now. Look for the LFG page. There will be people selling raids and strike. Well, there you go. You buy you take your money, you credit card swipe, you convert gems to gold, and then you go pay for that shit. Nice and simple. When did gold buying become a thing in WoW? When they added the WoW token. WoW token made that very straightforward. People forget that WoW tokens weren't always a thing, and there used to be a time when you straight up couldn't swipe for gold at all. There used to be a time in World of Warcraft where the only thing you were paying for was a subscription model. And no, subscription models are not pay to win because you are paying to play the game. You're paying to play the game. That's what you're paying for. You're paying to spend your time in the game. You're not paying to get time back from the game. It's not like you pay a WoW subscription model and you'll play the game for 8 hours and then some fat guy in a back office hits a fucking time stop machine, rewinds the time, and then you get to relive the last 8 hours of your life. That's not how that works.
Is take different sections of this video, like the crafting and gathering and the classes, and do separate deep dive videos. So if you like Chrono Odyssey, or if you like what you're seeing here,
hold on. Let's say the devs put a mechanic in the game, too easy to leveling and grinding process, so it's totally official, and you have to pay to play said game. Would you consider that pay to win? Yes, because you're getting a fast track that other people don't get. You're literally again winning back your time. You are winning back your time versus the people who don't play. Who don't pay for those systems.
You'd like to know more about the game in more depth rather than just like these 3-4 minute segments that we did on everything. We're going to have complete videos dedicated to different sections on the game, as I did try to...
everyone gets the mechanics, so then what are they paying for? If they're paying to play the game like it's a subscription, then yes. If you're paying to get some advantage, no, I don't understand what you mean. No, unless that mechanic is obtained through extra swiping. Are you sick? Yes. I've been sick for the last fucking week and it's been killing me. I hate it so much. I actually kind of went into a sleep coma over the weekend trying to get better and it didn't help. Didn't make it... okay, so you're saying the mechanic exists in the game. People can pay to experience that mechanic. Or are you saying people pay to play the game and everyone experiences that mechanic? You got to make that more clear. Oh, God. I want to fucking die. You got to explain that better. Because you said everyone gets the mechanic. He's saying people pay to play the game. Oh, wait. Pay to play the game. And the mechanic exists. Then you're paying to play the fucking game just like everyone else has to. Okay, but how does this pay-to-win system affect you? Because someone else is getting progress over you, which means they're winning against you. They're winning back their time. They spend less time on the same thing that you would otherwise spend your time with. The whole, okay, but how does this affect you doesn't work on me. Because it does affect you. They're winning against you because their character looks better, because they spent less time doing the same thing you did. They got better gear, they got better systems. It takes 5 seconds to click a button after you've swiped your credit card. It might take 5 hours to grind something to get the same thing. Why would I be mad at people who want to use money? Because they're going to get better things than you. Why don't you play Diablo Immortal and see how that worked out for people? And you know what the thing is? That game fell apart because they started putting the pay-to-win characters against the pay-to-win characters. And then they got really fucking upset because they couldn't stomp the people who weren't playing pay-to-win. They ruined their own system. In Final Fantasy, there's a mechanic that lets you level secondary jobs faster than the first game. Than the first one you leveled, so everyone gets access to that mechanic. It's general. It's a subscription-based game, so you also have to pay for it. So you're paying a subscription to play the game. That's what I understand. And everyone gets access to it. So you're paying to play the game, and everyone gets access to the same system. I don't understand what people don't understand of monetized advantage. Like there's any wiggle room. It's cope. It's just cope. People don't want to hear cope when it goes against the idea, because they think you're saying your game is shit when you say it's pay to win. But those are two separate arguments. Whether a game is good or not is only partially dependent on whether something's pay to win. You can have a good game that's got pay to win in it. But you can also have a bunch of dog shit games that are dog shit because of the pay to win. But people hear pay to win and they have this knee-jerk reaction and they fucking panic and they stress about it because they think you're saying this game is not worth playing because of it. If a game has microtransactions and trading, both, but those two systems never interact. All items bought with MTX account bound and is only cosmetic is the only way I could see a game having both and not being pay to win. Like I said, visual progression argument. The only way I can see that not being pay to win, because you remove one of the fundamentals of what makes MMORPGs super important and super fun to play, is the progression argument. So do you know how you have that system being not pay to win? You have your microtransactions, right? You have the game world. You spend money in the microtransactions just on cosmetics. But those cosmetics only affect what you see on your screen, and no one else in the game world would ever see any of these cosmetics that would ruin the visual progression. That is the only thing I can see around that. If they can see that cosmetic in the game, you are ruining the visual progression of the game, which is one of the most fundamentally important parts of any MMORPG, is looking at someone's character and going, holy shit, what a fucking badass. Look at their amazing weapons. They must have worked so goddamn hard to get those. But by removing this and making exceptions for cosmetics, fucks that up as well. That's right, I'm this based. I'm this based on pay to win. The very best you could ever say about these things is it's neutral, like that it's, that is the best. It's never because of those MTX. You can kind of make the argument that cosmetic stuff is neutral, right? But you ruin the ability for people to identify who are the best players in a game. I'll do spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch another time.
To play as much as I can in the 48 hours that we had, and I have quite a lot of stuff that I want to share.
Could you kindly confirm the anticipated release? Oh, okay, so the workout challenge stuff, I'm trying to figure out the minutia of it. I think I'm going to aim at Black Desert Online first, but I'm trying to figure out how do I do this with a timeline so that I'm consistent, if that makes sense. Also, I just got done fixing my diet and shit, so that I can do this without falling over dead and without crying like a little baby bitch. So we'll see. Give me like a month. I'll give you an extended timeline so I don't fuck it up for myself. I'm still trying to figure out if it's worth it for people to want to watch that, Keith.
Yeah, with you guys, including just some generic tips and tricks and some pointers for the upcoming beta. If you guys are interested in this game, you don't already know, you can play it on the 20th of June.
You'll see, Lab Monkey.
You need to sign up for the game on Steam. You need
if I get it right and I figure out how to do all of it, you'll see what it is.
Register your interest over there. I will be playing, and I potentially will have keys to give away as well. So if you guys are interested in more Chrono Odyssey content, you can go over to Twitch. Maybe we'll be able to give you a key there. Otherwise, you can just subscribe.
On that one, I don't agree. I think if cosmetics from a cash shop are completely unique to the cash shop, they are not part of your visual progression. Okay, let's just ruin that for you. Let's just ruin that for you. So what you're saying is, you're a game dev, and you make sure that everything that comes out of the cash shop is not obtainable in the game. So what you're saying is we need to make all the pieces of the game look like gigantic shitty pieces of fucking trash, and then we need to make everything in the cash shop look fucking amazing. Because everyone looks like a fucking peasant unless they give us $100. So everyone who gives us an extra $100 gets to look awesome, and everyone actually playing the game gets to look like a filthy fucking peasant, and they can fuck off. That's more pay to win than anything else. Because now you're saying we won't even let you look awesome in the game. And now you've incentivized them to make everything in the world look trashier than what's in the cash shop. I told you, my brethren, I told you. I will bomb the pay-to-win centers. I will fly the next Boeing 747 into that building.
Subscribe here on the YouTube channel for more thoughts.
I told you, I'm a fucking extremist on this. I know people aren't going to agree, but I'm a fucking extremist on this point.
I'm definitely excited for this game. If you guys are fans of MMOs in general, specifically if you're a New World fan like me, I do think there are a lot of similarities here. There is some crossover. The combat is quite different. It is, like I say, it's more flashy, it's more Korean, but I do very much enjoy this game. The exploration was super fun. The crafting and gathering was very chill. Yeah, so far, looking forward to this. I really hope they don't...
This looks good. This looks good. I don't need to hear anything else from him. This looks good, and I'm so scared that they're going to fuck this whole game up with pay to win. Theoretically, if you made the cash shop items good looking, but the best looking items are only legendary grinded achievement items, what then? Well then, in that case, what you're saying is, for the laziest players who are pieces of shit, you can get good looking items without doing any of the difficult work. So you get to skip the mid-range, right? So now you've got a bunch of people who are willing to grind out the legendaries and make the legendaries look awesome, and they've spent a bunch of time getting these legendaries, and they look better than what's in the cash shop. But now there's a mid-range between your shitty gear and your legendary gear, and in this mid-range, you can now buy a bunch of shit that makes you look good and makes people think you're progressing your character. just because it's at the end of the game doesn't make it pay to win. That doesn't mean it's not pay to win. That's still pay to win. So it's like now you've got to look like a piece of shit in this middle range unless you give us money. Are MMOs economically worthwhile? Ask World of Warcraft about whether it's economically worthwhile when they were just a subscription model. When they were making the most money. When there was no cosmetics. When there was no cash shop. Ask when people loved World of Warcraft the most. Burning Crusade, Vanilla, Wrath of the Lich King. And the numbers bear that out. Misunderstood there, you can also get decent mid-range gear. Just can also buy it to get it early. Okay, so you can buy it, so you can get the mid-range gear, you can play the game and spend time, or you can just swipe a credit card and get that same gear. Guess which one of these takes you more time? This one right here. Which means you are winning back your fucking time by swiping a credit card. Literally winning back your time. The single most valuable thing you have on this planet. Can you make a YouTube video with better graphics for the pay-to-win rant? I've done this. I've done this. It's on my main channel. It's on my main channel already. Besides the insane amount of code people have, people also forget that good gameplay and monetized gain have a 9 out of 10 of a conflict of interest. Yes, but it's also, it works like this. All pay to win is dog shit MTX transactions. Let me tell you what happens to video games, right? So you have two video games. You have two video games competing against each other. One of these video games spends 100% of its budget on gameplay. They spend it on world building. They spend it on lore. They spend it on what's coming next. And maybe they strap a subscription model or something to it. Game number 2 decides that we're going to spend 80% of our time on gameplay and 20% of our time on pay to win. Guess what happens? You get a worse fucking game. Then, what they learn from this, what the lesson that these fucking pieces of shit learn from this, is that most of their profit is coming from this 20%. So the next time they do something, instead of spending 20% of their resources on making, like, pay-to-win shit, they're gonna spend 50% of their fucking resources on pay-to-win trash. Because it's just making them that much money. We've seen this. We've seen this happen. We've seen them waste fucking resources and money and time and effort and energy on cash shops. Have you ever noticed that modern MMORPGs never have a broken cash shop? Everything is fucking broken. There are bugs, there are dupes, there are exploits, but the cash shop is fucking flawless. You ever notice that? That it's so easy for you to give them money. There are like multiple ways. Any currency, anything, you can, from any country around the world. Somehow they've magically figured out that you can give them money. But they can't figure out how to not have your fucking character clip through the bottom of the world. And there, no dupes on cash shop items. Relentless, they find out that a cash shop item, exclusive cash shop item, has been duped. I bet they're on that shit immediately. Fucking 10 minutes later, that character's banned and those items are deleted. Everything else? Nah, who gives a fuck? This is the lesson that game devs have learned from us. That they need to spend the majority of their resources crafting a manipulative piece of shit cash shop and way less of their resources actually building a game. server rollback. Yes, they will fuck over the entire player base because one cash out item has been duped. They will do that shit. Okay, let me include the full context. Starter gear, mid-range, you can buy, grind, decent looking, the same way. End game gear, only grinded best looking, still pay to win, yes. Like I said before, mid-game gear, you're spending time on your mid-game gear. You're spending hours, maybe weeks, maybe even if it's just 1 hour. That is more time saved than a transaction system that takes you 4 fucking seconds to click a button if you're lazy and get the same gear of a relatively same quality to that. Pay to win. You're winning back your time. You're literally winning back your time. No, not the gear scats. Cosmetics, yes. I'm just talking about cosmetics. Doesn't matter. Your visual progression in a game matters. And I'm tired of pretending it doesn't. I'm so fucking tired of people pretending that visual progression in MMORPGs doesn't matter. Because it does. It matters. Even at the mid-range. Even not at max level. Even if it's just in the middle. Still pay to win. You're still spending extra money. So we need a porn game that is pay to win or pay to come. Yeah, you're winning to lose the cum in your balls. You know what? That's coming in the future with VR when they get us like the full body suits. What's going to happen is regular people are going to play like porn games and not feel anything, and then like EA is going to be like, if you pay us an extra $500, then your suit's going to jerk you off. You can feel what the inside of your favorite anime character's pussy feels like. And if you don't pay us, in the next 10 seconds, the suit's going to like inject a big black dick into your ass against your will. And it's not going to feel good. You're like, oh fuck, swipe. They jailbreak those suits so fast, probably. And then you get banned, and they'll brick the system the same way the Nintendo 2 Switch will be bricked. In a solo game, who gives a fuck? Rolantis. If we're going down to a solo game, who gives a fuck if you're spending money there? What, for yourself? Okay, good, great, wonderful. Who gives a fuck? I just think you're a dumbass if you're doing that in a solo game. But I'm not going to say that's pay to win. Because you can do whatever the fuck you want in a solo game. You can go download mods and exploits and cheats and whatever the fuck you want. But in a multiplayer game, that shit matters. There's actually nothing you have to say about this topic anymore, because if there is a hypothetical isn't pay to win, they would do it anyway. Like, what are we talking about right now? Exactly. Lots of games don't let you use default model just because they want to tempt you to buy stuff. Exactly. It's all just a manipulation to get you to spend money. Here's an even more fucked up thing that actually pisses me off about Twitch. Twitch is pay to win. You don't want to watch ads? You got to sub. And you know what the worst part about it is? It's not like you sub once and ads are gone everywhere. You sub to one channel and ads are gone on that one channel. Life is pay to win. Yes, that's exactly why the fuck we play MMOs. Is so we can escape the real world. And they keep bringing the fucking real world into MMOs. That's the worst part about it. Life is pay to win. I get it, I just wanted to know where the mid-range fell. Same thing. Same thing. If you're spending less time, if it took you... It would be pay to lose. Like, let's say a transaction, on average, you got the exact same piece of gear, and getting that exact same piece of gear, you could swipe a credit card for $5, right, and get a piece of gear, and you got the exact same piece of gear by clicking one button, then it's pay to lose. And you got the piece of gear for free playing the game. One of the biggest elements of MMORPGs. Twitch Turbo here pays us more than what you would pay to someone you care about, and we will remove ads everywhere across the site. Good. Twitch Turbo is better than subbing. Probably. Actually, probably, yes. I'm entirely against Twitch serving you a bunch of ads and treating you like pieces of shit. I fucking hate it. And it's one of the reasons that I hope Twitch dies. Because literally the only good part about Twitch is that you can sometimes get drops from video games for yourself. And the community. The actual people, the viewers on Twitch are literally the best part of Twitch. That's it. That's it. Why no drops? Because we're not playing a game right now. We're playing that game called Real Life and it sucks balls. The only drops we get is we get Jeff Bezos' nuts dropped on our head in the middle of the night. We get dropped off at Epstein Island. That's what we get. Counterpoint, her son and his orbiters are on Twitch. True. True. But I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about people. Super. I'm talking about human beings here. I wanted it to die so those fuckers in charge and their favorite Sand Rider crew has to put the fries in the bag. I think the worst part about Twitch is seeing how much potential it has as a streaming service. Okay, I'm going to be right back. I'm hearing sounds outside my house. So I'm going to be right back. So just give me a second, okay?
There is a very unstable situation.
Alright. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. It's just homeless people. So it's pretty cold now, because it's winter. So there were like 5 or 6 homeless people huddling around like a burning trash fire across from my house. And luckily for me, they were fighting with each other and just making noise. So nothing major. Which platform fucks your taxes more, YouTube or TTV? So Twitch does, unfortunately. Because Twitch there's a double tax, whereas YouTube it's a single tax. And plus all the YouTube stuff goes straight to Ilgi, who is the editor for the second channel. Because I would like if he's gonna edit stuff, I'd want him to get like at least 50% of everything, if it ever becomes viable, before I even see money. So I want him to be able to cover his expenses. Now, unfortunately, the crazy homeless people downstairs woke my wife up. Upset her a little bit. But she was nice enough to give me my second meal of the day. A beautiful cauliflower, broccoli, and chicken breast green curry. A Thai green curry. And fuck, does it taste good. Is that the new meta? Bum fights? Pretty much. In my country, they're always fighting. So, I live in a pretty shitty area, right? I've said this before. You ever try hippo meat? No, but I'd be open to doing it. I live in a pretty shitty area, right? Literally the house that I bought, the only one that I could afford, was an abandoned crack house that my grandfather used to live in before he died a long, long time ago. So when I was looking for like an affordable apartment and shit, I saw that this place was up for sale. Got a hold of it. And it's a fucking disaster. But it was cheap. Me with chopsticks. I love chopsticks, dude. You gotta be cultured. And these are not just chopsticks. These are stainless steel chopsticks. The shitty wooden ones keep breaking. I've tried crocodile. I like ostrich. Ostrich is fucking fantastic. You live in a shitty area in white, right? And you're white in South Africa. Everywhere is shitty. Look, everywhere is some relative degree of shitty, but there are like white enclaves in places like Cape Town and stuff where you're perfectly fine and you're safe. Mostly the city and stuff. In Johannesburg, in Bloemfontein, in the Karoo, especially in KwaZulu-Natal. God damn. Shit gets difficult. But, wait, my wife and I are still saving for the 20% down payment on a 9 million rand house. Jesus, dude. Well, good for you. Stop giving me fucking money and save up your own. Croc is chewy as shit and not worth the effort. It is worth the effort because you're eating it wrong, Faith. If your crocodile was chewy, that means they probably overcooked it or they didn't cook it enough. Do you know where crocodile meat belongs? It belongs on a fucking pizza. It's so good. Crocodile meat on a pizza is so fucking good. Oh my god. It's glorious. Ostrich is exceptional. That's like chicken steak. Oh god, I love ostrich. Big chicken is good. But essentially, the homeless people are fighting over who gets what position around the dustbin that they've set on fire. And it's a pretty regular occurrence. Plague, it's not my fault that they farm crocodiles to eat them. Okay? They're delicious. The meat that I would be willing... My rent is 52,170 Rand. How does that translate to the cost of living in your world? In my world, that would approximate to, just off the top of my head, about 2/3 of everything I would spend in the space of a year. But that's only because I built a battery system and solar system into my house to try and counteract the fact that we never have power. The next thing I'm going to build into my house is a water reservoir system, so that while I'm getting to the US, I can have water available at all points in time. Because every now and then they switch the water off for like 10 to 15 days. Which fucking sucks. My country's a shithole, and it's never getting better. No. Bum fights is occurring outside my house. They're getting mad at each other. It's the funniest shit ever. But I'm glad it's not anyone trying to rob me. Haven't they finished that desalination plant? No. It's probably never going to be finished. They'll be working on that shit for years. Now let's move on, away from the pay-to-win argument, because I'll be here all night fucking screaming like a madman about how retarded people get with pay-to-win. People love to pretend that whatever their favorite game is doesn't have pay-to-win in it, but almost everything that is an online multiplayer game, not even an MMO, has pay-to-win in it. Almost everything, because it's just that profitable to do. I assume you got a lot of sun time. Wouldn't solar panels be great? Still too expansive. You mean expensive? Or expansive? We get a lot of sun, even in winter, Barando. I've got a battery system that powers my house through the night. And what happened was, back in the day, when I was more actively trading a bunch of crypto, I made enough money that I could afford this crack house, and then I could afford to attach a solar system to it. And my original calculation was that by attaching a solar system to this house with batteries, I would have to live here for 7 years for the battery system to pay itself off. After things started downward spiraling in my country, I redid the calculation, and it turned out that the battery system I had attached to this house had paid itself off in a year and a half. Are you already planning how to move to the US? Yes, I am, Keith. I am, and I've got to figure out how I'm going to do it. I've got a few options, and I might end up working on a weed farm. That might actually be one of them. How long have you been there? My entire life. I've lived my entire life in this country. I've looked into Australia, but they get fucking rough on South African immigrants. They don't like us over there. I think it's because a lot of South Africans, there's like a very similar culture to Australia down here, at least for whites. You have a STEM degree. No, I don't. I don't have a STEM degree. I dropped out with 3 subjects left. So I left my STEM degree behind because I did a cost-benefit analysis, because I was getting death threats, because a bunch of bad shit had happened to me personally, and I chose to leave it behind, realizing I was going to be in debt for the rest of my life if I kept going, and I'd be unemployed. Are you going to be the next Elon when you go to the US? No. I swear to God, if I became a billionaire, I would literally just be streaming non-stop. No, look, the degree's not a scam, Cyro. It's just I realized I saw where my life path was going because I was working at the same time as I was getting a degree. And without going into or breaking any of the very many NDAs I ended up signing, and for some of the things I ended up designing, I was likely going to be building bombs for Israel and bombing kids in the Middle East. And something about that just didn't sit right with me. So I moved away from it. I moved towards doing a lot of project management and systems engineering and independent contractual work and working in the cryptocurrency fields and working with another way larger YouTuber than myself who I still write scripts for, and he's gonna be relaunching his stuff soon. But I'm not willing to sit on a pile of money enjoying life knowing that something I built destroyed a kid's life or fucking killed someone. And other people who want to do that, I don't judge you. But I can't do it. If you were a billionaire, you would have to buy streaming services so you can avoid bans. I would do it if I had to. If Fate has a good sense of humor, you'll move to the same state as Muckluck. Yeah, I'll just be his next door neighbor. He'll just wake up one day, walk outside, and I'll just wave to him, and he'll just have like a stroke on the spot. He'll be like, what the fuck? No prior knowledge. That would be the funniest shit ever. Track down where he lives and specifically target the house next to him. But I do have expertise in multiple fields, right? More experience-based than degree-based. And a lot of the time I've ended up in positions where I'm teaching people with degrees in my life, which is real fucking strange. But I've done like multiple jobs. Currently, the most viable one it looks like is if I move to the US, I would need to move somewhere that does either cannabis farming or cannabis manufacture. So like production of oils and shit. Because I've got a bunch of stuff that I've done in this country, that I tried to do in this country, that didn't work out because it just turns out that it's just way too expensive if you're white. It's just what it is. Business rules don't benefit whites in this country. There's no like, you're gonna run a company, and it's gonna be okay. Also, I'm not a stoner, Faith. I have partaken in like cannabis products and shit, but I'm not someone who's gonna use it regularly. Mostly, I actually just test the stuff to make sure it's safe on myself, and then I was selling it to market. I started doing it when I started making cannabis oil, full spectrum stuff for cancer patients, and I was doing that for free. And then someone was like, you should try and make a business out of this. Because the problem with cancer patients and leukemia patients is they keep on dying. And also, you have to give it to them for free. Well, let me test this one more time. No. More textile-based. I could go textile-based. I never finished my degree, but that doesn't mean I don't understand how all of that shit works. It's not a hard leap. And the calculations are pretty fucking straightforward and easy to do. And I've started to notice that a lot of business fields care more about what you can do than what qualification you have in the background. Unless, of course, that qualification is related to some regulatory body, blah, 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 all of that shit. But that's fun. So now that we've moved past Chrono Odyssey, let's see what else we got going. Now that I've got some food in my stomach. We're going in all directions today, I see. I'm going to skip out on the Dungeon Soup one because I've seen it like 25 times. Let me scroll up here. Oh, look at that. Big shock. Asmongold is being called a Jew lover by Hassan. Wow. I remember a time in history when that shit happened. When is Chrono Odyssey releasing? I don't know. But the beta is apparently on the 20th. So I'm looking forward to that. Be a forklift driver, easy as hell. Look, if I needed to, I know how to do a bunch of manufacturing stuff. So like if I needed to, I could go to the US, get the US qualification for welding and become a welder. The biggest issue for me is I don't want to give up streaming, right? As selfish as that is, I don't want to give up streaming. Which means my options are either try and make streaming into a career and then get involved with an org in the US and then move over there using that, which would be awesome because I think living in Texas would be cool as fuck. Or I have to find something that allows me the time to spend time with my family, work a job, and still stream, which is a big ask. Big ask. With your background in systems engineer and tech, you have a high chance of finding a six-figure 2 million. Yeah, I wish. But the fact that I don't have the degree will hold me back on that one until I can prove myself. And that's something that builds up over years, right? Because you get, you need to stay in one place or working for someone consistently, or you need to do job hopping to make that happen, right? So that takes time. Texas is not cannabis friendly. I'm aware of that, but that just means I'd be moving to Texas if I was a professional streamer and joining an org, which is where most of them are based. If I was going to go down the cannabis route, I wouldn't actually be moving to Texas. I'd probably be moving to some fucking degenerate state like California or some shit. I'd be moving somewhere where I can apply my manufacturing expertise into shit like that. Temporary option to get out of your country. You may have just linked the thing I've already signed.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on. Okay, I can't play that. That'll get copyright struck. That's the Bill Burr clip that Super sent earlier. Explore. Okay, no, that's Australia. You know what? I'll look into that. I'll keep that open on a tab. Thank you. Thank you, Chelda. I think, like, this is one of the things that people like to complain about in the US, is they keep on complaining about their cannabis regulation, but they have no fucking idea how good and clear their rules are until they go somewhere else in the world. I think it was you who linked Bill Burr. Super. Might have been something else. Okay. Actually, I know what I wanted to do. Before, okay, this is a short clip. We'll do this one. This one's nice and easy. Let's see what the fuck this is about. Am I surprised that Hassan is calling Asmongold a fucking Jew lover? Absolutely not. Not even in the slightest. Even the worst shithole state in the US is still safer than where you are right now. You're not wrong, Dogrock. This is the funniest thing I saw, is I was talking to someone, and I was like, man, moving to Texas would be awesome. And they were like, oh, but don't you know that Texas has a 6% crime rate? Me, living in my fucking shithole, where I live, the crime rate is 26%. It was the funniest thing. Like, everything they said just made the US sound way more appealing. Like, the worst place in the US is probably better than some of the best places here. 5:23 a.m. Guess I'm gonna lie in bed. Dude, Barando, go to bed. Go to bed. You need to sleep. Is Hassan still alive? Didn't the bullet they fired at him kill him? Someone shot at Hassan? There's so many jokes I could make about that. With how the US is going right now, though, with their racism and immigration shit, have you considered Asia? I have considered Asia, but the problem with any other country is I would have to learn to speak a language. Now, my wife would be fine, because my wife speaks like 7 different languages. I'm dog shit. I'm in trouble because I barely speak English. I'm fucked. You think I'm going to learn another language? I'm screwed. Racism in the US is only for brown people. No, this is the thing, is like, people seem to think in the US that these problems are gigantic. You guys have entire fucking news stories about like 1 or 2 people who got killed in an incident. We fucking die, like we have like 30 people smash into a wall inside of a car, and it doesn't even make the news. Why not Europe? Mostly because of the regulatory laws, mostly because it would be impossible to find a job, mostly because it would be very difficult to find any program that's willing to take anyone who's white. That's just not the way that the world's working. I've looked into it. I've talked to a lot of immigration officers. There are some places potentially I could go, but I need to save up a lot more capital for that to happen. I just googled the crime rate of my town, 1.2%. So you literally live in an area with no crime. That's what you're telling me. Let's find out why he's being called a Jew lover. As far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't Asmongold been like incredibly fucking critical of Israel? He's been saying shit like the US shouldn't be funding Israel and shit. How about the Philippines? They speak English. I haven't thought about the Philippines. I'll have to look into it.
I'm an Israel lover, okay. I mean, you could say, I guess, no, you can't say Jew lover, right? You can't do that. Because there were other people.
Yeah, but everyone knows he means Jew lover. Come on. Come on.
People that did that before and it didn't go very well for them. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to it.
If you don't like it, you can leave, okay? Why don't you get the fuck out of my country, Asmongold?
Hassan, famously known for his...
Wait, did Mr. America deserved 9/11? I fucking hate this country. How dare they just say, get out of my country? Isn't Turkish boy here on a fucking visa? Or do I have that wrong? Or did Daddy Hassan pay for one of those golden visas? Did little terrorist supporter boy just say, get the fuck out of my country? Maybe it's time to go back to Turkey, Hassan. Asmon consistently sided with Israel whenever he talked about the Middle East and stuff. That's why Hassan is saying this. So you're saying that Asmon, is Asmon 100% on the side of Israel? Because I'm pretty sure, though I'm not sure about this. So, I'm fairly certain I've seen clips of him in the past saying that the US should stop giving money to Israel. But is it more like they're taking all the clips where he's like, okay, Israel's in the right when they did A and they did B, but they're not in the right when they did C. And what they do is they cut out the last bit where he said that I disagree with C, and then they're just playing A and B for Hassan. Is that what's happening right now? 102 crimes per 100,000 inhabitants I'm from. So 1.02%. The catch is I live in a shithole where people don't even care to do crimes. They just fuck off. That's hey, at least no one's robbing each other. And I'm willing to bet that the violent crime rate is even lower then. Unless it's domestic. Then you don't have to worry unless you marry someone.
Unquenching support of American values.
Francis was a socialist. This motherfucker is an American. And I think Americans are gross. Why don't you get the fuck out of my country,
You know what? I think Hassan will say whatever the fuck he has to say to maintain relevancy. I think he will say whatever wild shit he has to say. He is the ultimate capitalist. Asmon's line is, Hezbollah is worse, which doesn't make Israel good. So you're quite literally telling me, Relantis, that Asmongold is critical of both sides. And now Giga Capitalist, who's managed to monetize communism, is saying, get the fuck out of my country. The only time Asmon got banned was because he said Palestinian culture was subhuman. Yes, I remember that. And I remember him being remorseful about that and saying what he said was wrong and being critical of himself when he came back and saying that was the stupidest fucking thing to say, which is fair. So he walked back that statement. which is better than Hassan, who's like, oh, let me just suck off a terrorist live on stream. Oh, you're just like Luffy. Oh.
It's gold.
What
if you
is
don't
this?
like the fucking First Amendment, get the out.
Is he talking about his First Amendment right to stand in the middle of the highway? Okay, yeah, right, got it.
Go to a country that doesn't.
I would pay really good money to see Sam Hyde show up at Hassan's house. Not even do anything, just show up and stand there menacingly at a window. The USA has been giving money to Israel for decades because they're trying to build a functioning democracy while getting bombed and attacked by jihadists. After telling them to stop attacking and getting ignored, we started supplying them with weapons to fight back more effectively. Okay, but why? Okay, here's the question, and this is coming from a place of pure ignorance. What interest does the US have in the Middle East that needs to be so desperately protected? Because from my perspective, if the US is defending Israel, there must be something there that the US wants. What is there that the US wants? Oil, that's fair. Are Israelis sitting on any oil mines or like anything that they can pull out the ground? Because as far as I'm aware, it's the Iranians who have all the oil. Oil and weapons testing. Weapons testing, yeah. Weapons testing makes sense. It's the perfect testing ground as a constant war. So that kind of makes sense. The American interest is entirely religious. They're Christians. Believe if the Israelis build the third temple, then the end times can begin. So they dump all this money to try. Okay, is this one of those conspiracy theories? Or is this like, is there like a piece of paper saying that somewhere that the US has signed? Because people get fucking wild over religion. It's like a $9 billion plant. Hold on. It's partly a Christian thing. A lot of US companies have engineering in Israel. So it sounds like their biggest testing is military based. Their biggest reason for it. Jewish lobby is very strong in the USA. That I do believe. And Israel to them is far more than just a state. So basically, you've got people who are interested in Israel because of a religious reason or an ethnic reason, and they have the power to make sure that the US is on their side, right? That's what you're saying. USA wants a stable trade partner in the Middle East for all that oil. Pakistan used to be our buddy doing that. That makes sense. I mean, look, the US in the past has been very well known for destabilizing countries and eliminating people that, you know, didn't want to work with them, right? They've been very well known for doing that in the past. So if there's some kind of US interest, the US will back whoever they believe is going to work with them best. And if that's going to be Israel, and it means they're going to get a bunch of oil out of it, I believe that the US is going to do that. Oh, I'm dying. And told just build a $9 billion plant there, as well as testing the Iron Dome system. Okay, so it sounds military. You see, I don't know about this. Generally speaking, as an engineer, you're kind of like a mushroom when it comes to this stuff, where you're kept in the dark and you're shoveled shit, and you're just told to focus on your thing and keep your head down. And I looked up a little bit and I didn't like what I saw. I don't like, you know, war collateral and shit like that. I think that's very... I don't like it. I don't like living with it. I understand that collateral is always going to be a factor of war, but I don't like to live with the idea that some of that blood might be on my hands. Intel, for instance, does a lot of R&D in Israel along with some manufacturing. Okay, so it's basically it's testing war tech and fucking oil. That's it. US gets intel as well from Israel. What intel are they getting? Oy vey, they're bombing us again. This is the intel you wanted. Do you want a bagel?
Have free speech protections.
Okay.
Yeah, go live in Turkey, bitch. I don't get it. Why don't you go to a country? Why don't you go to a country where there's no First Amendment?
Did the fucking Turkish guy just tell the American to go live in Turkey? What kind of clown world shit are we fucking watching here?
Why would I want to go to a country with no First Amendment? Also, Hassan doesn't like the First Amendment either. I mean, he's regularly...
Hold on, Hassan Habi, fake push to unban Aiden Ross from Twitch amid controversy over their past behavior. Calls efforts to unban Aiden Ross from Twitch forced and fake. Citing, okay, yeah, so Aiden Ross got banned. I'm not even sure what for. I barely fucking know the guy. I barely know any of the Zoomer streamers. So he doesn't like the idea of free speech either then. Yeah, that makes sense. That is unless Aiden Ross did something really fucked up, like killed a dog on stream. That would make sense.
For banning people. He was crying about Aiden Ross.
Hassan is from New Jersey. Is he Turkish? So, okay, wait, he was born in the US, is what you're saying. Because as far as I'm aware, every single clip I've seen is him saying he's Turkish. So he was actually born in the US and is a US citizen. Okay, let's check this up. Let's check this up because I don't know which direction this is going. Is Twitch streamer Hassan... Is Twitch streamer Hassan a US citizen or not? Because I thought he was Turkish. I thought he was born in Turkey and his family moved over here. Hassan Piker, known as Hassan Abi on Twitch, is a US citizen. He was born in New Brunswick, New Jersey. So, okay, so what the fuck? So you've got one American telling another American, get the fuck out of my country. You know, that used to be reserved for KKK members in the past, but I suppose they're getting diverse now, huh? Hassan Piker is of Turkish origin. He was born to Turkish parents in New Brunswick, Jersey, but grew up and was raised in Istanbul, Turkey. That's so fucking strange. His family had emigrated from Turkey, from Thessaloniki and Crete, Greece. Well, that's confusing. So, okay, it doesn't matter. He's a US citizen with Turkish heritage. So he's just a US citizen to me. He's just another fucking American in my books then. So it doesn't matter what the circumstances are. It's literally, he's just a US citizen.
Getting unbanned.
You'd think someone born in the US, living in one of the best countries in the world, having gone through the best shit ever, being a Nepo baby, would fucking love being a first worlder. But apparently not, huh? He keeps on saying how much he fucking hates Americans.
And recently, don't ever believe Hassan cares about the First Amendment. He cares about weaponizing
a literal self-hating American. He should move to California.
Other people's care for the First Amendment against them in order to push his own goals, like standing in the highway, which is clearly what I'm discussing here.
That's fair. So, all he cares about is using free speech, quote, as a weapon. That makes sense.
Because this is the clip.
Would you ever move to Alberta? I'd move anywhere in the US I could. Cyro.
But we'll finish it.
I don't like that you're trying to... Yeah, go to Tel Aviv, dude. They don't got free speech there. Go to Israel. You seem to love Israel. Why don't you go live there?
I didn't know that. Do I? That's crazy. All right.
Yeah. Him moving to a different country would be biological warfare and violate international law? Okay, well...
That's funny.
Even more.
Okay.
Him moving to... Okay, so he's saying that because Asmongold lives in Fulth, essentially, right? Trump may deport him if he can break the birthright debate. That'll be interesting. I would think that as a US citizen who's supporting terrorists, that he would be in prison already. Like, he would have been charged and, like, fucking under some law or something. But I suppose not, right? Because technically speaking, he can still hide behind the idea of freedom of speech. But maybe I'm wrong. Alberta is Canada. Don't take that bait. Very bad decision. Well, I wouldn't know. I'd need to learn about it. I'd need to spend time researching it. Hassan Piker lives in Los Angeles, California. Makes sense. According to NBC News, he has a studio in his home where he broadcasts his political commentary on Twitch. Okay, so the Nepo Baby story matches. He's got an infinite amount of money. And now he's saying if Asmongold moved, it would be biological warfare. Which, to be honest, fair take. It's like you said, Coffee, he is kind of a champion of Nurgle.
Even more, what? Are you saying it's good that there would be biological warfare for me to go to Israel? Like, is that...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Can you see that Asmongold's turning his own manipulative argument against him? Asmongold's now reframed his argument to say, oh, so you want biological warfare against Jews. He knows how the shit-talking game works. God, this is some professional... This is a course. This is a class that you're seeing right here. He's reframing shit in a certain way. And so Asmongold's decided, okay, I'm not going to take this seriously. It's time to be ridiculous. And so he's like, oh, okay, so you want biological warfare against Jews. It's big brain.
That what we were implying? You know, it just seems kind of a weird way to say that.
You're just telling me exactly why now he should move.
Happy birthday to...
And then he fucking goes, okay. Two shit talkers. Who can, like, honestly, this is not even close to the worst thing that Hassan has ever said. Not even close. Why do people care that much? It's not even close to the worst thing that could be said. Hassan isn't even good at shit talking. No, he's not. Hassan unfortunately does this thing where he fucking panics and he flips out and he just starts screeching labels in one direction or another, which to me indicates that he's never had a real argument in his life, and that, like, the worst thing that's probably happened to him one day is one of his fancy shoes got scuffed. I bought more. God damn it, 8X. You're supposed to spend that fucking money on yourself. Damn it. But it's even worse, to be honest. Birthright citizenship will never change because military members were stationed overseas who have children, their babies would no longer be considered American citizens. I wouldn't know about that debate, but all of this just seems like shit talking. And the worst part is, Hassan's not even nuanced enough to be good at it.
Happy birthday, dear Hassan.
This is crazy.
Yep. Happy birthday to...
That's the voice of Dan Clancy. Is that Dan Clancy singing happy birthday to Hassan?
Man, that's really something, huh?
Do you want to know how you catch Hassan? Do you want to know how you do this? How you catch someone like Hassan is really, really easy. Is you look at him and you say, so, Hassan, do you or do you not disavow the Armenian genocide? And when he starts going, you just say, no. Do you support the Armenian genocide? And you just keep pushing on that point. You know how that question kids used to ask each other? Does your mom know that you're gay? Oh, god damn it, you're fucking using those fucking goddamn emotes again. Ah, shit. I need to figure out ways to turn this stuff off. You're gonna make me get rid of my partner program. I swear to god. I mean, not the partner, the affiliate program. Just to make sure you save your money. Birthright citizenship, this is honestly to be misconstrued simply What is being argued to be removed is that currently, if you knocked up your wife, waited 8 months, and flew to the US, and she popped it out there, the baby is a US citizen, that is what being argued should be removed. That sounds like a really weird loophole, and I'm surprised that exists at all. But that's real odd. That's a real strange one, if I'm being honest with you. But okay, on to more interesting news. Let's see how Twitch is fucking things up. So, there are 2 videos on Twitch that I wanted to watch. I just saw the time. I need to head to the gym soon. We're going to get through these videos. We're going to crack them out. Tomorrow, I want to do some prepping, if I can, for Guild Wars 2 and for Heart of Thorns. And then maybe on Wednesday, I can carry on playing Heart of Thorns. Because I'm looking at it, and I really want to play it. Didn't know about birthright citizenship. I thought, like, one of the parents had to be fucking a US citizen or something. Or, like, there was some extra requirement. It's not just that, you know, if you crank the baby out on US soil, that's all that matters. I thought there was more nuance to that. And that was like the whole people simplifying an argument down to the dumbest points. Have you tried a World versus World yet? No. I'm saving that because I'm considering doing a singular video just on World versus World. All right. Let's see why Twitch hates people multi-streaming and what they're doing about this. Actual news that's relevant, and then we'll move on, because the whole Israel versus Palestine and Jews bombing each other and Arabs attacking, like, all of that shit is fucking wild to me. And what the fuck value are you gonna get out of this? Some fucking fat retard's gonna solve the problem in the Middle East? Yeah, like, I know fucking how to solve that when this conflict's been going on for hundreds of years. Guys, we could solve the Middle Eastern conflict. This retard on Twitch has all the answers. Can you imagine? Birthright citizenship is kind of weird, something most countries wouldn't even consider. It sounds really, really fucking weird. But okay. Let's see what this guy has to say about Twitch is quietly punishing creators for multi-streaming.
Enforcing a rule that I never thought that they'd actually touch, largely because it's a fool's errand, and more directly because it's not going to help the platform if they start enforcing it. But over the past week, dozens of streamers have been hit with a user spam violation, and after digging into it myself, there's one clear pattern. Almost all of them had a link to Kick somewhere on their Twitch profile.
Hold on. Stop barking at homeless people. This is one of my dogs. Ugh.
Now, in addition to that, a well-known creator named Nutty just got suspended, and I think the reasons are likely connected, which again...
Nutty got suspended. For anyone who knows, Nutty is one of the friendliest, nicest people who does the coolest shit on Twitch for streamers. Like, if you're a streamer and you need to learn how to do something, Nutty has everything you need to learn how to stream. He is the best person to learn shit from. How the fuck do they suspend him? He doesn't even say bad words.
And points to this rule set that I never imagined they would actually waste their time enforcing. So let's break this down and discuss what's happening, what's being enforced, and what it may mean for creators. So late last week, a bunch of different creators started posting on Twitter and Blue Sky that they'd received a warning from Twitch for user spam. And so this is the email that they actually received from Twitch, and they all received versions of this based upon their local language. But here's what...
Spamming with other large amounts of repetitive unwanted message or abusing the Twitch report system. What the fuck does that even mean?
It says here, based on a review of your account or content, we have issued a warning on your account. A warning. User spam, spamming others with large amounts of repetitive unwanted messages or abusing the Twitch report system. Examples of violative.
Is this like if you've got a bot in your chat that goes off every 30 minutes telling people how to get into a Discord or to sub or to something like that? Is that what this is?
Conduct include, but are not limited to, advertising your live stream in multiple chats without the channel owner's consent, sending unsolicited links, offers, promotions to multiple users via whispers, or submitting large amounts of frivolous user reports. Now, here's the interesting part. At the bottom of this overall warning, it says where the violation occurred in your channel profile.
In your channel profile is your... That's not even the fucking chat. You put your link in the channel profile and they shit on you? That's insane. Hold on. I like Nutty. Nutty's great. If anyone ever streams or does anything like that, this is the perfect man to learn shit from. How did this guy get fucked over? The reason I was suspended was a simulcasting violation. I presume this was for showing multi-chat on screen. Not sure what I will do about my multi-chat widget, so in the meantime, I would recommend only using it for Twitch, or at the very least, turn off platform icons. Simulcasting guidelines violation. 1-day suspension. 90-day expiration. VOD removal, clips removal. Simulcasting guidelines violation. Failing to adhere to Twitch's simulcasting guidelines. Examples of violative conduct include the quality of Twitch user experience of your simulcast is less than the experience. Literally, this motherfucker got in trouble for showing multi-chat. That is borderline retarded. That's why Muckluck doesn't show multi-chat anymore. Yeah, I understand. That's so fucking stupid. That is idiotic. Beyond all fucking belief. That is the dumbest reason that Twitch could ever give. Just borderline. Yeah, because they do more retarded shit all the time. Holy fuck.
Twitch page. It is twitch.tv/ZachBussy. And it doesn't mean that that's chat. It means your actual page itself. If it was chat, they would say in chat. So that's a very odd thing here to
I thought you knew this. I knew it existed, Faith. But I never thought that they would be dumb enough to enforce something that retarded. I know that putting multi-chat is a risk. But removing from that Twitch stream experience feels so fucking stupid that I don't want to do it. But I think it's even dumber that they would go out of their way to enforce something so fucking stupid. What is multi-chat? Look above me. You see the little symbols next to everyone's name there? I won't capture my hand. You see how everyone's got a symbol next to their name? That's multi-chat.
People or to warn people for user spam in a place where there is no...
I wonder if my multi-chat is fine because the way I've set up my multi-chat is, if you look at this screen over here, this screen has the chat that I can read. I've mirrored that chat so it shows up on the stream, but it is not directly touching or feeding into anything on Twitch and is simply showing up on here. Which might mean that because it's not taking messages and sending them over to the actual Twitch chat, it's not a violation and that's why it's fine. Or it's probably because I'm a literal nobody. Being a literal nobody has its advantages on Twitch. That's just the thing.
Directly interactive features. So I started reaching out to creators to find...
Could be just an excuse if he's the only one Perhaps they actually have some other reason. They might, and I think we all know that Twitch gives people on the surface one reason, and then in the back rooms they have another reason that they tell everyone that they did it for. Sent you some links about 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship. I'll take a look at that later. I'll take a look at that like off stream. But thank you. Super. This is fucking retarded. But hold on. I saw a Tectone video recently, and he's been unbanned from Twitch. And it looked like he had 2 chats in his thing. Okay, I'm gonna watch that later. Hold on. Here, look at this.
Okay.
Look at this. Look at Tectone's stream. He's got 2 chats here. I wonder if Nutty got banned because it was taking messages from YouTube and sending them into the Twitch chat. Tectone has 2 separate chats, one for Kick and one for Twitch, as far as I'm aware. And that's why he might be fine. But you know what? We'll finish off with this one today.
Acting to...
We'll finish ourselves off to Frogan. It'll be a difficult one. But we'll do that, just because you asked.
Find out more about this overall thing. Now, I'd asked about link trees, Kick, OnlyFans, Fansly, gambling, any kind of gambling links, or DeviantArt, just as a throw in there. I don't actually think that's a problem
I'll
for
watch
Twitch.
it another time.
And I said,
Super.
hey, do you know if by chance you had any of the following links in your profile/panels? And I sent this to dozens of creators who received...
Hold on, look closer. They're both the same chat on both sides. Okay, now he's blurred them out. Someone's spamming the N-word. Let's go back to his channel. Which one did I click? I opened this one. I've got this one literally sitting over here because I want to see Tectone's thing. Fuck. Where's one that shows his multi-chat? Probably the Guna game. Fuck's sakes. It's blurred. Is there no point in time? Okay, so we've got 2 chats here. I'm not seeing the same chats here as I'm seeing here. Oh, wait, no, they are the same. Accelerator, 1996, Accelerator, 1996. Riven Even 2. Frenzy Fox. It seems like one of these is different than the other, and one of these is syndicating messages over to the other. I don't know. I need more information. I need more clarity on this. How creative can one get on meme platforms? Twitch people communicate through Pepe emojis. Well, I mean, a few people were using the Zulol thing along with a gun emoji to being like, I should shoot George Floyd at some point, which was pretty entertaining. But Twitch didn't like that, and like if a streamer laughed at it, they would just ban his channel. That was like a thing for a while. But I don't know. More information is needed there.
This overall email and asked people to reach out to me as well. And I'll just show you some of the answers here. I had a panel image that linked to Kick in my channel.
Okay. Yeah, that is against the TOS. If you've got anything on Twitch that links to any other streaming platform, they get pissed off at you.
I saw your post about the warning. Random question. Do you...
God damn it, 8X. Okay, that's the appropriate emote. I'll give you that. But save your goddamn money. I think YouTube's fine with it. It's Twitch who has the problem.
How many Kick links in your channel profile? Oh, I do. This person said, I had a direct link to my Kick. That was the only panel Twitch removed, but I removed the rest myself. And then this one said, hey there, I only...
Yeah, if you have a Kick link, they'll shit on you. This has been known for a very long time. This is not new information. If you post that you're multi-streaming on YouTube, that's promoting another platform, and that's against their TOS, they'll knock you down. Whether it's YouTube, Kick, DLive, doesn't matter. They don't like that. I know because I read the TOS very thoroughly when I was doing my Twitch speedrun ban, and that was one of the rules, is you're not allowed to promote other streaming platforms on their site. So that was one of the first things I did.
I have a doubt for a Kick link. Nobody is able to tell me yeah or not. Some say yes, some say no, but no Linktree, OnlyFans, Fansly, Gambling, or DeviantArt. So in many cases, Twitch just removed the panel themselves, the kick panel.
Yes.
No further action was necessary on their part, but Twitch wasn't really being upfront about the fact that that was the case. Now, this immediately threw off some very serious, suspicious flags for me, because why would they report it as user spam? Why would you get a warning for user spam? And the actual truth of the matter...
You know what the thing is? This sounds like Twitch is behaving like a spiteful ex, right? But not like a woman. More like a man. If it was a woman, it would be more subtle. There would be more finesse to the damage. This is more like a girl dated a crazy guy, dumped him, and so every weekend he shows up at her house and takes a shit on her lawn. That's what this looks like to me. There's no subtlety to this. You know why it's happening. There's no art form to the suffering. It's just they're gonna be here every weekend taking a dump on your lawn from now on. Out of pure spite. That's it.
Matter is that means it's likely a placeholder category, because Twitch currently doesn't have a proper category for this type of enforcement. So it implies this is a new enforcement that they are undertaking. Now
the new enforcement of spite.
That led me to trying to figure out, okay, they don't want people to promote Kick. That means that it can only mean one thing, their simulcasting guidelines. So if we take a look at their simulcasting guidelines,
yes,
it says the following guidelines have been established.
Yeah, you're not allowed to promote other platforms, yes.
Ensure that the quality of Twitch's user experience of your simulcast is, at minimum, no less than the experience on other platforms or services, including by your engagement with the Twitch community, for example, via chat.
So basically, this is fine, because it's not interacting with Twitch. And if I'm multi-streaming to YouTube, and I'm multi-streaming to Kick, this is not technically a guideline violation, because the quality of the multi-chat is being re-syndicated everywhere else. And it's not spamming the Twitch chat, because the multi-chat I've currently got doesn't move messages onto the Twitch chat that's on their site. Second paragraph, don't list the links to leave. Hold on. You should not provide links or otherwise direct your community to leave Twitch for your simulcast on other services, because we value the community. Yeah, so that's the one. That's the one.
Chat. So this one doesn't actually apply in this case, but it's essentially saying, hey, if you stream on Twitch and you stream on YouTube and you only respond to the YouTube chat, that's not a similar experience. You have to maintain the engagement with the Twitch community.
Can Twitch see my messages? No, not directly. The only way that Twitch can see your messages is here on the screen. None of your messages are being sent into the actual Twitch panel chat.
As well. Now, this is the one that does apply. You should not provide links or otherwise direct your community to leave Twitch for your simulcast on other services, because we value the community on Twitch and the integral role community engagement plays for all.
That's the biggest fucking lie I've ever seen in my life. We value the community on Twitch.
Twitch users. So this one is essentially saying, we don't want you letting anybody know that you're even streaming on another platform. You can do it, but no one needs to know. The last one here, and this one is the most ridiculous, you do not use third-party services that combine activity from other platforms or services on your Twitch stream during your simulcast, such as merging chat or other features, to ensure the Twitch community is included in the entirety of the experience of your live stream.
Now that might be a violation on my side, but currently I don't give a fuck. They can suck my dick. They can lick my fucking unwashed balls from the back. I set this up, it's staying there. They can eat shit.
Here's the important part. If you fail to adhere to the simulcasting guidelines, Twitch will send you a warning prior to taking any
cool, so until I get that warning, I'm not going to do anything.
Enforcement action. Now, this takes us to the reason why I'm actually making this video, because I was originally just going to make this a tweet. But we have now seen it step up to another level. If you don't know, Nutty is a well-known streamer, makes a lot of very cool things for creators. And
he does. Fucking Nutty is incredible. I cannot sing this man's praises enough when it comes to streaming. He does such a good job.
Is a very entertaining streamer overall. And he got suspended this morning for simulcasting guideline violation. Date received June 17th, ends on June 18th. A 90-day expiration. This violation will expire from your account on September 15th, 2025. Until then, you may receive escalated consequences.
If you keep this up, you won't be invited to the Streamer Awards or Disneyland. Well, I don't want to go to Disneyland because I don't want to end up on Epstein Island 2.0 getting raped. Right, so that's good. Oh, wait, no, I'm over the age of 12, which means they're just going to chop me up and eat me on the table while they're fucking kids around me, right? Which is a preferable end than getting to see them have sex with children. I'll give it that, right? As to the Streamer Awards, why would I want to go back to high school prom? Why would I want to do that?
Is if you commit another similar violation.
No, my kid wouldn't be at risk because I would fucking murder people with my teeth before I ever let them near my kid.
And the reason for his 1-day suspension, simulcasting guidelines violation. Failing to adhere to the Twitch simulcasting guidelines. Examples are the exact ones I just read. Now, he does go on to say here, I'll take the suspension.
Now, you see, I'm safe from all of this by being a literal nobody. Because I'm a nobody, Twitch doesn't care, so I'm safe.
But these guidelines are unbelievably stupid and need to be rewritten. By this wording, you technically can't show stream elements / Streamlabs donations on stream. How the fuck does acknowledging other platforms on stream exclude or limit the Twitch community?
Now, it doesn't, but they just want an excuse to get rid of people and use it as a threat.
I wholeheartedly agree with Nutty on that, and it's one of the reasons why I never imagined that they were actually going to enforce these overall rules, is because it makes Twitch out to be like the jealous partner trying to control you the same way that they were trying to do before they introduced simulcasting.
See, even he sees it. He sees that Twitch is behaving like a spiteful ex. Even he knows.
Casting or multi-streaming. And it's when they first came out with these rules, I was like, oh my god, they're trying to do the thing where, hey, we're going to allow you to multi-stream, give us a big clap and pat us on the back because we're being so nice to you, but we don't want you acknowledging that you're on YouTube or TikTok or Kick or LinkedIn or wherever you are. You can only focus on us. You cannot have eyes for anybody else. And I think that is such a silly overall premise, and you're trying to control the creator while also trying to claim that you're doing the thing that is nice for the creators. Now, again, for a year and a half, they've done nothing to actually enforce this, and so I give them credit for that. I was like, okay, correct. They've made the correct decision here. They're not going to waste time and effort on enforcing these really ridiculous and stupid guidelines. And again, I'll point out the one that Nutty points out here. You do not use third-party services that combine activity from other platforms or services onto your Twitch stream during your simulcast. You do not include any donations or tips or alerts from TikTok because somebody was kind enough to give you some money there, or somebody followed you on YouTube. You're not allowed to acknowledge any other platform other than Twitch. This again, this was more extreme than the previous wording overall, in that when you were single streaming on Twitch, you could absolutely take a donation. You could absolutely have third-party alerts from things like somebody.
They've literally never in the universe enforced this rule until people realized that they could go to other platforms. Now that they're losing viewers, now that they're fucking having a fucking panic attack. Now it's a problem. How many subs does this guy have? 7,000. Zach Bussy might be the problem here. It might be that he's showing his bussy on YouTube. That might be why his sub count is, double mine. That's an issue. But I mean, he's making some pretty sensible points here. So can I blame Zach Bussy for making some sensible points?
subscribing on Patreon. So they actually took a step backwards in terms of being a creator-first company by introducing this in terms of some of the rules. But again, they never enforced it. The second part here, such as merging chat or other features to ensure the Twitch community is included in the entirety of the experience of your live stream. This part drives me insane because the premise of it is completely flawed. When they sat down, and I believe that Dan Clancy sat down and was asked this directly by Harris Heller, who I know also believes that this is a really silly rule.
Yes, retarded.
He told
Harris Heller's another big name. He probably also has some sensible takes. Excuse me while I do something in the background. This is incredibly important. You'll have to forgive me.
And then maybe if I can find the clip, I'll put it in this video. If I can't, unlucky.
And we think it would hurt the Twitch experience.
Yes.
If you combine chat, because part of the whole point of Twitch is the Twitch community.
There we go.
Okay, so that's point one.
So it would hurt the experience. How would it hurt the experience? How would it hurt the experience? Do you feel hurt? Do you people on Twitch feel hurt that the experience is combined? Does it pain your anus? Do you feel a penis inside of your anus that there's chat? I mean, how dare I, right? It's disgusting, I know. So fucking stupid. What a stupid fucking thing. Harris Heller does a lot of stream tutorial type stuff. He makes good content. Harris Heller makes very bespoke, unique, interesting content because it's very well edited. And his idea for stream music was fucking exceptional. But my problem is, a lot of the time, none of the things that Harris Heller does is beyond anything basic or generic for streamers. That's why it's so hard to watch a lot of his stuff. Remember, ferret emotes constitute nudity. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Competition give Twitch less money. Less money equals less quality. Worse viewer experience. Checkmate. So basically, become a monopoly. Break regulation, like US regulations, where you're not allowed to have competitors. You've got anti-competition laws to prevent that kind of shit, and Twitch is violating them. That's what I'm hearing.
And so in general, and that also goes to alerts and other things. The idea is the Twitch community is the Twitch community. We don't mind you simulcasting, but we want the Twitch community to be the Twitch community. Now, the other reason is if we did have you combine chat, you are now responsible for whatever is said on the chat on those other streams.
You are always responsible, and I think Twitch chat usually has the filthiest fucking shit always said. It's always, whenever I look at like Asmongold's stream, it's always someone on the Twitch chat who's saying like Omega Jews are the problem, or saying like wild shit. It's never Twitter, it's never even Kick. Now that I look through his Kick streams, it's always the fucking worst shit that I've seen on Twitch. And somehow, they think that it's going to be worse somewhere else. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit.
But the reality is we've always had that responsibility as a creator. If you're playing World of Warcraft and somebody types something racist in the chat there, guess what? You are responsible for that. You could potentially...
I just got a question. Do you think, like, if I work on an art piece, if I work on an artistic expression on Twitch, if I wish to display my art to the world, am I now violating TOS? I have to ask questions here. This is incredibly important. Is this now, this artwork, this beautiful Mona Lisa that I have crafted? Oh, sorry. Excuse me. That was very offensive of me. That's better. Is my beautiful artwork now a violation of TOS? Yes or no? Twitch, you decide. This is how dumb these fucking rules are.
Be suspended. That's true in League of Legends. That's
so about Hassan's chat. No, Hassan's chat is fine, Filter, because all of them just want to kill and murder Jews and think of Israel as a place that needs to be nuked. And if you're Jewish, you should die and be murdered and slaughtered. And that's perfectly fine, because the Twitch staff have confirmed that Jewish people to them are not human beings and should be treated as less. And believe that 9/11 should happen again, so they're perfectly fine. But if you call a fat bitch fat, that's a problem. That's an issue.
True in voice chat in Fortnite. If you're playing random duos or quads and you're on voice chat and somebody starts saying a whole bunch of slurs, guess who's responsible? You, the creator, for having platformed it. So the idea that...
Which is fucking insane to begin with. How am I responsible for someone else's speech? That's insane. That's fucking ridiculous. And it's just an excuse they're going to use because someone talked about a sensitive topic in a way they didn't like.
Twitch is trying to protect you is complete and sheer and utter nonsense.
Retarded.
And the actual reality is they're trying to control creators. They're trying to say, we're allowing multi-streaming, but we're not going to allow you to do anything that would be related to multi-streaming. So you might as well just not multi-stream because you can't acknowledge or say anything to anybody else in any other stream that you're actually doing. That's an insane premise.
This makes me want to make a joke. Do I make this joke? Because I know if I make this joke, it's gonna upset someone and someone's gonna take it too personally. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna say it. You know what? For Twitch being a platform that hates Jews, they're pretty fucking good at Jewing people. They're fucking exceptional at it. Damn.
So
it's not about caring about other people's feelings, Tialde. It's about the fact that making a joke like that will make people think that I'm on one side of the aisle or the other, right? And I'm here to laugh at everything. Right? That's why I hesitate with something like that. Is if I make that joke, then all of a sudden people are going to be like, oh, he hates Jews or something. Like they're going to take it too far in one direction or the other, which is fucking stupid as hell when I'm just making a joke. But you know what? Fuck it. Fuck these people. I'm a literal nobody.
To that is to say, well, okay, you can react to somebody that is on your YouTube chat, right? You can't show it on your stream, but you can react to it. But that in and of itself creates an exclusion for the Twitch community. So
yes, so what they want is they want the ability to ban you for whatever the fuck they want. So you might as well break all of Twitch's rules until they catch you, because they're gonna ban you if they feel like it or not. They have enough vagaries in their TOS, and I know I've read through it, that if they feel like banning you, they will go out of their way to do so.
You can't do that. If you respond to somebody on YouTube, the people in your Twitch chat cannot see what was said. And so you responding to them excludes them, making it against...
So you're supposed to neglect one side of it and just focus on the Twitch community. That's what they want.
The rules, and making them very confused as what the hell you're responding to. Are you just responding to random things that you've made up in your head? Who knows? So the entire premise of these simulcasting guidelines are not about protecting you. It's all about protecting Twitch. So the question is, if Twitch hasn't cared about this for a couple years, why do they care now?
Because they can use it as a weapon, that's why.
And the answer relates to the original point in this overall video, in that people are getting dinged with warnings for promoting Kick. There has been an undeniable migration of creators who were previously streaming only on Twitch to now be streaming on YouTube and Kick and TikTok and other platforms that may be having a negative impact on Twitch to a point where...
Abso-fucking-lutely, it's having a negative impact on Kick. I mean, on Twitch. Look at the shit. Let's pull up the graph. Look at the shit. Kick is right here. Kick is catching up to Twitch. It's nearly 1/4 the size of Twitch. And Twitch is deserving this downfall. Twitch has all the opportunities to be a fucking incredible platform. And it's refusing to be one because it's so fucking politically motivated to be a sack of shit that it keeps on losing. It keeps on falling the fuck apart because they're too dumb to realize that they don't control shit, the viewers do. And if they offer a shitty experience that pushes streamers away, guess what? Then the viewers leave as well. Kick doesn't have enough busty, blonde OnlyFans girl. Twitch might literally devolve into just being a porn site. I wouldn't be surprised if it does. Look at this shit. 500,000 average viewers. 2 million average viewers. They're a quarter the fucking size of Twitch now. And here's YouTube with like a fucking 69-inch dick just waving it around, helicoptering it in the wind. Jesus Christ. Without even trying.
It now makes sense for them financially to start scaring people.
Wait, oh yeah, you did say that, Faith. Only thing is going to be left is titty streamers. Maybe not even that, because I think the titty streamers will realize that they can't manipulate 13-year-old boys onto their site after a while, and it'll fall off, so they'll also be multi-streaming, and then eventually they will leave too, or get banned.
To start enforcing some rules.
Isn't Twitch a net negative? Twitch has always been a net negative. Twitch has yet to have a single positive year of profitability because they keep on being fucking retards and fucking up the platform. Twitch could literally be the streaming utopia. Instead, it's the streaming hell.
Twitch right now, and for the last number of years, has been entirely focused on monetization, which I think has resulted in a kind of burnout among communities. I don't know if it's the case for you, but I hear it all the time. I read it all the time that creators are earning less money than ever. Their subscription counts are down. And as Twitch continues to try to squeeze blood from a stone, I think it's driving people away. They're seeing that as Twitch is chasing these dollars, communities are finding a better experience on other platforms that they previously would not.
They are, because they're being treated better by other platforms, even if those platforms are backed by gambling or whatever other illicit shit. That stuff doesn't matter as much as offering a good experience to viewers. That's all that actually matters. How good is the experience for the viewer? And if you keep on getting rid of the fucking people the viewer wants to watch, guess what? Your platform goes under. Jesus Christ, they're such dumbasses.
Actually even entertain, and simulcasting is exposing this. So what does this mean for creators? Well, unfortunately, I think it means that they're probably going to have tighter enforcement going forward. I think that they're probably going to take a more proactive approach to...
What a bunch of fucking losers. What a bunch of fucking losers these Twitch staff are. What a bunch of fucking morons. Tectone City was getting paid like 2.5 times what Twitch paid from Kick. I'm not surprised. I'm shocked. I did the calculation for Asmongold streaming for a month on Twitch versus Kick, and he earned in 2 days off of Kick what he earned off of Twitch in a month, right? Which is an insane amount of money, which is like $32,000 US, which is ridiculous. But the fact that that's a 2,400, wait, no, hold on, a 24,000% difference in income is ridiculous.
I mean, removing Kick links from bios is probably a pretty easy one for them to do, to just scan channel profiles and go, okay, warning, 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 and take those out of commission. But then secondarily to that, I think that we'll probably start seeing them enforcing on things like if you have notifications for other platforms, if you have combined chat, perhaps they're going to be under additional...
You know what? Actually, good. I hope Twitch does this. I hope Twitch keeps putting that gun in their mouth and pulling the trigger. Because eventually, they're going to pull the trigger and a fucking bullet's going to blow their brains out all over the fucking ceiling. And they're going to have deserved it. You need to jump to Kick fast. Yes, I do, actually. I need to set up kick streaming this week.
Scrutiny as a result. And the thing that concerns me is that I don't think this is going to inherently benefit Twitch. I think that while they want to keep people on the platform through a level of control with these overall guidelines, the reality is it's going to have the opposite effect.
And you know what the funny thing about that is, Adax? About you fucking up my taxes over on Kick, is Kick is actually easier to do taxes on. Not only because if you do a sub over there, I think it's 95% of it goes to me, but there's no double tax like there is on Twitch. But I need to double check that. I need to look into that back end.
In any case, what do you think about this overall?
Also, go to sleep, Adax. God damn it, you got a family on the way.
Are you somebody who is multi-streaming? Maybe don't tell me in the comments below, because maybe Twitch will actually use that as a source of information to be like, oh, we're going to go take a look at whether those people are doing it or not. But let me know, how is your overall current experience on Twitch right now? Are you feeling like...
My experience on Twitch hasn't changed because I'm a literal nobody, so I'm fine.
Like it is the same community experience that you've had 5...
Holy crap, are you skipping sleep? No, Syro. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go take a shower, and then I'm going to go to the gym.
Years ago, 4 years ago, or are things changing? Do you feel a little bit more burnt out? Is your community feeling burnt out? I'm kind of curious what you think overall and what your current experience is on the platform. And if you haven't already subscribed to this channel,
I think Twitch is gone. Twitch is going to keep on doing this shit, and eventually it's going to kill itself. And it's going to be well-deserved. And I hope every single one of those fucking... look, I might, at some point in the future, finally be able to go and live in the US. And if I do, and Twitch is dead, I need the former Twitch staff to know that when I go to McDonald's, you don't put onions on my fucking burger. Okay? Or I'm calling the manager. I will call the manager if you put onions on my fucking burger, okay? You don't cook them properly. They're not going to be crispy enough. I know they're not going to be crispy enough. I know you fucks don't know what you're doing with the onions. You just put some raw piece of shit on there. So you can put the fries in the bag, but don't you dare put the fucking onions on the burger. It's not about there being onions on the burger, 8X. It's the fact that they don't cook them enough. That's how that works. If they cook them like shit, I don't want them on my burger. Right. Second last video. Let's see why this woman almost sued Twitch. And then when I'm at the gym, I'm going to rewatch this video, but it's going to be the Tectone reaction video so I can see what he said about this.
Guys, little update today. I figured that it's been 5... Hey guys, little update today. I figured that it's been 5 months since I posted this video, and I really thought that you guys deserved an update on the situation. I have gotten a lot of questions.
I just gotta say, this is a complete side note, but her face is giving me Uncanny Valley vibes just because of how much makeup she's wearing.
Recently, some people still wondering if the situation has been resolved. Most of my community does know, the people who join my Twitch streams weekly and the people who are part of my Discord community. But I wanted to make sure I did a video here as well, just because I think it's worth making a video about. I want to tell you what happened to me and where I am now compared to where I was at the beginning of this year. I'm recording this video at the beginning of June, 5 months ago, at the beginning of this year. Twitch completely locked.
You can't lie that nose with your makeup. Look, I don't think she actually needs more makeup. I think she looks and she needs less makeup. I'm willing to bet she looks better with less makeup. I think this whole mistake that a lot of people make is they think they need to put on tons of makeup and shit. Also, I have no problem with a nose like that. That's okay. That's good to me. I don't like bitches with the pig nose thing. Don't work for me. Also, what the fuck did you... This is not a kill myself situation here. So what the hell are you doing, Adax? Save your money.
Locked me out of my account. If you want the full details, and
she's a Twitch streamer. What did you expect? She can't follow a script. Of course she can't.
And a very upset Flexi. Go check out that video. This is an update on the situation. But basically, I was locked out. I was hacked. There was fraud done on my account, and Twitch was doing nothing at all to...
So someone committed fraud using her account and Twitch did nothing. Jesus, am I surprised? Absolutely not. That's more appropriate. Thank you, 8X. Now stop doing that. How the fuck do I block bits?
Help out the creator to listen to me and say that I was actually hacked and I didn't do anything and that someone did something in my account. It took me over a month to get my account back because I was talking to robots like AI or a wall, and I was never able to find a person. So it was a very stressful time. Finally got my account back, started streaming again, and grant you, this was right after I did my Naruto Pain Arc event over on Twitch in December. Then
I don't know what that means, but is this another person who just watches anime on stream? Who just steals copyrighted content? Is this like... Please don't tell me this is another one of those people. I hope when she says her Naruto Pain Arc thing, that doesn't mean she was just sitting there watching anime, stealing content from paid services. She has Ichigo in the back. That's right. Actually, you know what? I lied. There was a fourth anime. I forgot about it. It's Bleach. Bleach never finished, did it? What was the last thing I watched on Bleach? God, I can't even remember.
Right before my payout happened for the month of December.
I see that gay little bitch in the corner, though. Fuck, that guy's such a pussy.
I was locked out of my account. So my last payout on Twitch was in the middle of November. So many people showed up and supported all through December. And then right before I was able to receive that income and support from all of you, lost my account. No communication. Twitch kept telling me that everyone was on holiday and to basically fuck off. And then I struggled
Yeah, welcome to Twitch. Welcome to Twitch.
All through January to try and get in contact with someone and solve it. Finally got my account back. In February, began to stream again. Was equally very happy to be back and to hang out with everyone again because I love hanging out with all of you. It's so much fun. But
okay, it's been 2 minutes. Get to the point.
At the same time...
Hold on. I get that she's giving backstory and stuff, but I'm pretty sure she could have gotten to the point. She said fraud happened, she was locked out of her account, she restarted streaming. I've learned 3 points in 2 minutes.
I was terrified that it could happen again at any minute because I didn't know who did that to me in my account, how that happened. Twitch was giving me no information. They just randomly opened my account back up. So I began streaming again because you guys are so amazing as a community. You continue to support me through February, March, April. But what I was struggling with, and this is bringing me anxiety talking about, I don't like this. I like keeping it positive. I deal with this stuff kind of in the back, behind the scenes. This is something I don't like my community knowing about, but it was actually affecting my community and it was making me incredibly angry. What was happening is that when I got my account back, I was not receiving pay.
Man, the jump cuts. Like, look, I know I'm not good at stringing a sentence together, and I use a lot of jump cuts, but this is, like, making me feel a little bit wavy here. Like, god damn. There are so many jump cuts in this. Painted blue and she's a Navi. A fucking 8X. Jesus Christ. You guys through all your celebrations. I hope you burn through all your bits and get scammed, damn it. Stop it. Save your money for yourself. I keep saying this, you motherfucker. I should have streamed 10 years ago. I just don't like talking to myself in front of a computer. That's what my delivery job is for. She really likes Bleach. I counted 3 Ichigo figures. I see 1.
Payouts. It was saying I was not qualified. So then I was like, well, then where the fuck is all of that money going? All of the support that all of you were showing me, all of the subs, everything. Where is that money going?
Because Twitch is stealing that. She doesn't know this. Twitch is stealing that. Why does everyone seem to have a community? Because it's a generalized word, XR. You have a community. You belong here in the fucking mental asylum with the rest of us. This whole community shit, it's like, all they're doing is referencing the people who watch them, right? What she doesn't understand is that this is the Twitch business model, right? And for anyone who doesn't know this, you're about to learn some stuff. Just save that. If you get banned on Twitch, let's say this is the month, right? And this is the 1st and this is the 31st. And you're set up that you're going to get paid out on the 31st. If you stream between the 1st and the 30th, and on the 30th, you get hit with a ban, and your payout is the 31st, Twitch steals all of that. You never see a fucking cent of that. So, if streaming is your job, and you're now back on the 1st, you got banned for 1 day, Twitch stole all your income, and now you have to pretend like nothing happened. That's how Twitch works. So, as you can imagine, Twitch has a pretty strong incentive to try and ban you on the days when you're going to get your payout. How fucking amazing is that? I had to migrate an entire Amazon Web Service stack that processed 1 million each day without taking anything offline. This bitch doesn't know anxiety. Yeah, I know she doesn't know anxiety, but you got to remember, this is like, if this is this person's job, and this person's lived a really good life, what you would consider a molehill is going to be a mountain to them because they've never faced anything worse, right? I got, okay, put it this way. I would laugh at Twitch doing something like this to me because it doesn't register on the pain scale in comparison to some of the other shit that's happened in my life. This person is very likely, based on their accent, coming from a first world country, had a comfortable home, had a comfortable life, grew up and had good shit happen to them, and they decided to become a Twitch streamer. Even if you dislike their stuff and they're an anime watcher like that Nicholas guy that I talked about, enough people are watching them watch this shit and they are getting away with it that they've managed to make a job out of this. And that means they have people giving them money and shit. They found a loophole and they're exploiting it. And so, what you would consider nothing is going to be the end of the fucking world to them. That's how that works.
Because I wasn't receiving it. I continued to reach out every single week this
that.
entire fucking year. Every single week. I had to open up ticket after ticket after ticket after ticket. Hey, I'm not receiving my funds. You are literally taking money from my community and your content creators. What can I do to fix this? Is it because of my new address?
So from what I heard, from what I understand, she's said this for a year. They've been stealing money from her for an entire year.
Is there a setting that I need to change? Because after I got my account back from being hacked, I had not received anything. So this
okay, so you got your account hacked. You probably should have had 2FA, but it's Twitch, so I'm willing to bet that they fucked it up on their side as well.
Is now not receiving any funds since November of last year, November 13th. So December, January, February, March, April, no funds. And I kept streaming, but it made me want to stop. It just made me want to give up. Why do this if they're stealing? Twitch was stealing from me. Oh my gosh. Made me want to give up. Why do this if they're stealing? Twitch was... Okay. It just made me want to give up. Why do this if they're stealing? Twitch was stealing. Hey, what's up? It just made me want to give up. Why do this if they're stealing? Twitch was stealing from me.
Am I taking fucking crazy pills here? How the fuck have I come across 2 channels that do this shit? What the fuck? Am I just like tired and I'm like fucking hallucinating this shit? Is this real?
Go! It's showtime!
Made me want to give up. Why do this if they're stealing? Twitch was stealing from me.
What the fuck? I was fully ready to defend this person. Do I need to start like doing like manipulative evil shit and just start stealing anime content and watching it nonstop? Because this seems to be the fucking formula to success. What the fuck? How are they getting away with this? Oh my, I need to start like, I don't know, I need to find a niche. I need to start just fucking watching full 90s films on fucking Twitch non-stop with a little wavy filter over it. Or transparented eyes out so that people don't fucking realize I'm stealing content. Holy fucking shit. Holy Jesus. Holy Hippocratic oath. What the fuck? How is the... How are they getting away with this? She's watching the Portuguese dub to avoid AI subtitling. That's almost genius. Oh my god. Okay. Let's focus on the topic at hand. Okay, she's stealing content. She's stealing anime content that you would regularly have to pay a subscription to watch. Let's set that aside and see how Twitch is stealing from her in turn. It's just a big circle of thievery. I bet, like, fuck, the only morally acceptable way to subscribe to this person is if you stole that money out of a fucking cash register at your local gas station, put it into your bank account, and then sub to her channel. Jesus.
Stealing from you. All of these incredible people that show up to my streams and support me. We have fun together. We watch anime together. I do unboxings as well.
Holy
and we
Jesus.
just hang out and have a great time. And there was a certain
Holy
point
Jesus.
in like March and April where someone would gift subs. Inside, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to receive that money. It's probably going straight to Twitch because they're stealing.
Is there like no self-awareness? Is there not a sense of self-awareness amongst a single one of these fucking people? Come on. I know you have 2 brain cells to rub together. I know that because you were fucking smart enough to, on your channel, put the little fucking filter or transparentize your fucking video so you wouldn't get caught. Come on. Do you not see the hypocrisy here? Holy fucking shit. Oh my god.
They're taking. Like, I was trying to figure this out behind the scenes. I ended up talking about it in my Discord to the main group of people who usually show up. I told my mods about it. I told a lot of people about it. I mean, this whole event made me go on to X, onto Twitter, make an account to try and reach out to Twitch personally and to fix all of this. I had content creators also reach out and reshare things on X. Shout out to...
Is this, like, am I living in, like, crazy world and this is actually, technically speaking, okay? Like, is it actually okay to watch anime on stream? And, like, I'm just the crazy person here? Like, I'm starting to doubt what I know about copyright law right now. And I've spent, like, fucking hours of my life looking at this shit. She got the same filter as the last one. Are we in an asylum? Fuck me. I don't know. Israel is bombing the wrong people. Fuck me. Don't say that. You make me shit myself out of laughter. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Jesus. Jesus. I was curious about non-league player opinion about Arcane, so I searched it on YouTube, and holy shit, YouTube is full of episodes. Wait. YouTube is full of couples, who just watch shows, anime, and react and get to watch thousands and... What the fuck? What in the fresh fucking hell? How are they getting away with this? Also, morning, Rabbithole. I hope you had a good nap.
Nick, who helped me do...
If it was legal, she wouldn't filter it and watch in odd languages. That's true, Rolantis. This person has built their community on a throne of lies.
That, by the way, if you guys don't follow me on X, please do, because apparently with situations like this, the more clout you have, the more that they'll listen to you. And I was trying to stay away from that app.
But I think the rule is it has to be 51% of your own content. So if the anime is 25% of the screen... If that is a real thing, XR, I'm going to be so fucking mad. We're going to be watching transparent movies from the 90s and the fucking 80s. We're gonna get ready for the fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme marathon that we'll be doing soon.
Forever, but I had to do it in order to try and get their attention. Please follow me over there in case anything happens again, so that we can rally. But it was
so we can rally stealing anime content. Oh
incredibly
my
stressful.
God.
And I couldn't understand what the fuck was...
Okay. Now that I've had my mental breakdown, now that I've had my schizoid moment, let's focus down on Twitch stealing and not her stealing.
Going on. They told me to try the onboarding process again. I did that. And then they said, oh, because you did the onboarding process again and you changed your payment type towards the end of the month, you have to wait a whole nother month now to see if it works. So then I was like, well, what the fuck? Now I had to wait like a whole nother month, streaming, receiving gifts from all of you, not knowing if I was going to get any of it. It kind of sucked the joy out of my experience streaming. I felt horrible. They would...
So she felt no joy in streaming because it was all about the money.
Close my ticket. I'd immediately reopen a new ticket the same day, explaining all over again.
I'll give her this. It would be incredibly depressing to know that someone wanted to send something or sub to the channel, and instead of getting what they believed was supporting the streamer they cared about, was instead just Twitch stealing everything.
And I
can understand how devastating this must be for her, because an honest day's work of working on something must seem like a fucking nightmare.
So many photos that I sent them to. I even began to say, look, if you don't fix this, I'm going to have to seek legal actions. I'm going to leave the platform. You are...
If she's all about the money, there's probably better platforms than that. Think about it this way. She seems to me much like a penguin on a cliff. Right? And the penguin is here. And the penguin's thinking about jumping into the OnlyFans ocean. But the penguin knows that once they jump off the cliff, they can't jump back onto the cliff. And as such, they hesitate. And instead they stay on the top of the cliff watching anime that they stole from streaming sites.
Stealing. You are stealing from my community. And they...
Yo, why?
Oh my God. I'm going to leave the platform. You are stealing. You are stealing from my community. And they would say that they... Flash... form, you are stealing. You are stealing from my community. And they would say that...
Okay, to be fair, She's saying you are stealing from the community, not from her. Which they kind of are. I've told you that you remind me of my engineer father. You're even younger than I am, but he always busted out the pen and paper to draw diagrams. Every engineer does that. Faith, we can't help ourselves. We need to draw diagrams because we think geometrically a lot of the time.
That they couldn't release certain payouts if there was fraudulent activity within that month. So then I was like, well, can you look at the details, take out the fraudulent activity, whatever the hell happened, and
I love how she thinks the entire financial system is Jenga blocks. That's pretty cute.
allow me to receive everything else that happened that month, all of the other funds? What gives you the right to just take everything? Apparently, they actually do reserve the right to withhold payouts if there's fraudulent activity.
Yes, that's what they do. That's Twitch. And guess what they're going to do when it comes down to fraudulent activity? Guess what? They get to keep all that money, and they will keep all that money.
So if you're a creator and if you have an issue, if you're pushed out of your account, banned, if there's fraudulent activity, if someone hacks you, Twitch has the right to keep the money you earned from all of the hours that you spent streaming on their platform.
From all of the hours you spend stealing anime on another platform.
Makes me sick to talk about, and that's why I think it's taken me this long to make this video.
Fraudulent activity like watching DMCA content. No, it's not DMCA content, Relentless. Don't you see how much work she put in when I... gonna click here. What did we get? Nothing. I clicked on a blank space. What do we have? Clicked on a blank space again. Clicked on a blank space again. God damn it. Okay. Blank space. Come on.
This is
finally I click. Let's see. Can't you see how much work she put in to stealing this? Can't you see the amount of transformative content that's going on here? What anime is this? Dun. Oh, this is the one that someone told me to watch. Hold on. Dun. This is a 23. Hold on. Grok, I need your help, please. Grook, please. Help. How many minutes does the average episode of this anime run? I'm assuming you meant Grok instead of Grook. No, I meant Grook. The average episode of Dun runs approximately 24 to 25 minutes. Oh my god, it's just a whole fucking episode with a filter over it. She does edit the videos down. She doesn't show the entire episodes. So what you mean is she steals it and then chops it down so it's even shorter than if you got to watch the entire episode. What the fuck? How are these people not in trouble all the time?
Because it's disgusting. And I feel like at this point, there's no good options out there for streamers, for us to just hang out and have a good time. There's pros and cons almost everywhere with every platform, but Twitch is more and more becoming something that I don't want to be a part of, and I don't feel supported, and it's scary because I feel like any day it can happen again, and they're not going to care. So
any day it can happen again. I wonder when her last anime watching episode was. Oh, 15 hours ago. Awesome.
Began to seek legal actions because I was done. It's not the fact that I wasn't getting paid. I just want you to know that, because Twitch is not the main source of my income, but it is a good chunk of it. That's not what made me mad. What made me fucking furious was the fact that they were taking advantage of my community's kindness. They were.
You mean they were taking advantage of your community's kindness the way you were taking advantage of a streaming service's content by stealing it?
We're stealing from my community that I have built, I've fostered. We have such a fun time together. I feel like you guys trust me to a certain extent with certain...
I wouldn't trust you with fucking $10. I wouldn't trust you with my best friend's cock, and he hasn't been laid in 5 years. No, not my best friend. My best friend's happily married. One of my best friends. I wouldn't trust you with a dead puppy with how much content you've stolen. You should ask her in the comments, how does she get away with stealing content?
Certain things. I hang out in my Discord all the time.
I'm willing to bet she'll just delete the comment. That's the problem.
I love chatting in Twitch and live streams with all of you. So I felt anger on behalf of my community and the fact that they were withholding the funds and that people who were trying to support a creator, the creator wasn't receiving.
What are you creating? Aside from copyright strikes in the future, what are you creating?
Any of it. Zero. And so I just thought it was really disgusting. I was literally on the verge of seeking legal...
How have I never seen any of these people reacting to like entire episodes of anime my entire life on YouTube, and we go 2 for 2 in less than the space of a week?
Actions. I was in contact with someone. You won't believe, and this timing is so weird. I don't know what happened. But April 28th, I received out of fucking nowhere a lump sum payout of apparently everything that they had owed me since December. The same
December, January, February, March, April. So 5 months. She got 5 months payout, and I wonder if it's because she threatened legal action.
Same day that I was about to seek legal actions, I was like, I'm done.
Okay, so she was seeking, the same day she was seeking legal action. All that tells me is that Twitch's process is slow and clunky, and they paid her out. Unless she threatened them directly with legal action, I don't actually see how Twitch was responding to her if she was like, that's it, I'm done, I'm seeing a lawyer today, and then they paid her out. Like, they magically, what, they got like a speakerphone in her house? Then again, the site is run by Dan Clancy. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a Goon camera somewhere in every female streamer's house. But okay, let's put her thievery aside. That means that Twitch is just lazy and takes forever to do shit, but if you keep on harassing them, eventually they'll give you what you're owed.
I'm so done fucking around with this. I guess I have to do this.
I got the Saber Rider and Star Sheriff's DVD box. Fuck it. You know what? I at some point, if I manage to get streaming to be a career for me, I was thinking that fuck it, in the Discord we would have like watch parties and do like movie nights and shit. Damn, I'm starting to think we don't need the Discord for that. I might as well just do it live and we'll be fine. I just need to put a little wacky wavy filter over that bullshit.
I guess this is how they're gonna maybe pay attention. Nope, the same exact day I got a lump sum of every single month since April 28th when that happened. And I opened up my stats, I looked at the calendar, and I made sure that they paid me in full for every single month. And it was exactly what they owed me since December. So weird timing. And I said, okay, I'm gonna wait.
No, that's not weird timing. That just means they take for fucking ever to do anything. 120 days is typical for payouts. Yeah, 4 months-ish. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
See what happens and see if my account is now normal and I will begin to receive monthly payouts. I received another payout in May. I should receive another one soon in June. Since I received the payment in May, I now feel a little more comfortable with the fact that, okay, my account seems to be back to normal, but that doesn't take the bitter taste out of my mouth of this entire experience. Man, and I even disabled ads. I was like, fuck you, Twitch. You're not taking any more money.
Wait, she put more energy into checking the account than in her videos. Look, she's a streamer. They don't do editing. They just do jump cuts. I wonder if she got someone else to edit this together. I wouldn't be surprised if she has an editor for her stuff, especially at nearly 200,000 subs. She's not doing bad. For stealing that much anime content, she's really not doing bad. She's even worse, honestly, than that other Nicholas guy, because I went through that Nicholas guy's content, and at least he does other shit. Like, he plays Genshin Impact and other video games like Honkai Star Rail and whatever the fuck else. She's just watching anime. Look at this. Anime. She's doing nothing else but stealing content. Highly produced content. She's just fucking jacking all of this. What the fuck? At least the other dude was playing anime video games as well.
From me and my community, and they run so many ads. I was like, you know what? My community's not getting ads. I disabled ads as much as I can. I think they still...
Yeah, like everyone who's a Twitch streamer forever. God damn it. Okay, look, fine. That's appropriate. The emojis, I will give you that. The emotes you're using, Adax, are 100% fucking appropriate here. Okay? I get that, but stop wasting your money. She's not worth it. She's not worth it. She's not worth your money. Until she reacts to your next anime, she's not worth it, 8x. Jesus. They both have crackhead energy, different kind of crackhead energy. She seems more like coke whore energy. You know, oh, gotta get the payout. Yes. Let me just steal some anime. Oh my god. God damn it, 8x, stop it. Save your fucking money.
Still run like one or something. You can't completely disable ads, unfortunately, on Twitch, but I disabled all of the ones I possibly could. So the income that I make on there is strictly from the support of my community. And also to work around this.
You know what? Give me a second. I need to look something up. Okay. I've not got a single thumbs down on this video. But there are 11 comments that I haven't checked. And now I'm curious, is anyone defending this guy? I have to know. Insulting Frogan? Okay, that's fair. I wasn't insulting her, I was just stating facts. I did reply to this one. Holy shit, I did. I did reply to this comment. Let's see. I wonder why anime companies and studios don't want people to stream. Team 4-Star made DBZ Abridged. Okay. Never heard of this man. And I watch anime primarily. You and me both, buddy. He hasn't mostly... hold on. What did I say here?
Is on Patreon starting June 1st. I don't get copyright claimed over there because Patreon actually cares about their creators. And if I do get copyright claimed, they warn me. That way I can make some changes. So Patreon will officially be the...
Fuck! This is... Oh! Okay, you know what this video is? This video is literally the white person version of... Yeah, homie, I shot the Quan last... Okay. He hasn't mostly. He uploads these sorts of complaint videos pretty regularly. This guy doesn't even deny it. He's like, he's only doing a little bit of copyright infringement. Jesus Christ. Holy Jesus, there's an entire community of them. I feel like, you know, when like you live in an old fucking house and you go into a room that no one's been into and you peel back the wallpaper and there's just fucking roaches and shit living in the walls. I feel like I've just peeled back the wallpaper and there's just like a whole bunch of them there. What the fuck? This bitch made a living on stealing. I have to count shit to make a living. Well, obviously the solution is, Chelda, you gotta get some tits on you, dude. You gotta get some big titties on you. Low cut t-shirt, big fucking titties, and you better start watching some anime, huh? First time I heard about her son was actually not because of his political takes, but because of his lazy watch-alongs. where he also just watches other people's stuff. He also watched some anime. Like, look, I can understand watching other people's YouTube videos, especially like slop react content. That 100% makes sense. I understand everyone loves the slop farm. That's just how it is. We're all little piggies just gobbling up that slop. I'm going to go work out and I'm going to go watch a bunch of Tectone slop. That's going to happen right now. But what the fuck? This is highly produced anime content that came out of a fucking studio. This is like taking a whole movie and watching it online and then thinking you're gonna be okay. And like Hollywood isn't coming to fuck your ass. Why are you ending on this video? This is horrible to watch. I'm not ending on this video, Adax. We're ending on the AI Frogan video.
System. I created a page on Stream Elements for tipping. So a lot of people, while I'm streaming, they just go straight to the tipping button and they'll tip me rather than gifting subs. Because when you gift subs, right now for me, I think, let me check. Yeah, my revenue split is 70-30 with Twitch. If you use the tipping system, I get like 99% of it. I think there is a small transaction fee. So I've been doing that to kind of also work.
She seems to know a lot about where all the money is going.
Around the fact that Twitch literally sucks ass, disabled ads.
Twitch does suck ass. She's right about that.
Ads made the tipping page. But yeah, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I am.
If she only disabled ads now, how bad were the ads she was running before? That's what I need to know.
Seeking other options for streaming. I started streaming on YouTube. It's been so much fun. It sucks because I can't react to anime over here on YouTube. That is strictly on Twitch, but yeah.
I can't react to anime here on YouTube. What the fuck are you talking about? That's all you do on YouTube. I've not seen a single fucking video where you're not reacting to anime on YouTube. What the fuck? Am I high? Is this like permanent brain damage? Am I having a fucking stroke right now? Wait till you learn about the channels who react to these channels and make compilations. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Christ. When these people go fucking down, when these people get nailed by every copyright system, I fucking bet they are going to cry so fucking hard. They're gonna bitch that all of this is unfair. Oh my God.
I just want to let you know that I am seeking other options, and I wanted to bring this up especially because I see in the reaction community quite a lot of issues right now. People getting banned, people moving platforms because of all of the issues.
Gee, I wonder why some of them are getting banned.
That they've experienced with Twitch. And I just wanted to update you guys on my amazing relationship with Twitch and how, yeah, I'm not having a good time over there on Twitch. Yeah,
no one is. No one's having a good time when they're getting banned on Twitch. Twitch always steals money. You're right about that. You're right to complain about Twitch. But your content, come on. Come on. Can you not see the hypocrisy? Fuck me. Oh my God. Jesus.
Love hanging out with you guys. I have a lot of streams planned for this month. It is my 1-year anniversary going full time with the channel here on YouTube and with everything.
She's been stealing anime for over a year. Holy fucking shit. Oh my God. This is insane.
Else on Patreon and Twitch. And it's my birthday month, so there's a lot to celebrate, a lot of special streams I have in mind. While I do like what Twitch used to be, I'm finding it more and more unbearable to be on that platform because of the lack of support that they provide the creator. It's actually the platform I make the least of.
They stole from you, my community, who gave to me. It's not about my money. It's about your money, but don't worry. I set up a way so that I could get your money because it's not about the money. It's about the community. But I set up a stream element so you can tip so I can get more money. But it's not about the money because they stole from me. Yeah, that's about right. 8X, that's the perfect AI summary that I needed of this video. Okay, let's put her thievery aside. If she was a legitimate content creator, who was making shit that was interesting and not just stealing anime. And she was facing this problem. I would 100% be ready to defend this person and take a shit all over Twitch. But she's making it so fucking difficult. Twitch is still a piece of shit for taking that long. Twitch is still a piece of shit for stealing money. For taking over 120 days to pay her out for 4 months. That is still a Twitch problem, and that is still isolated from her thievery. But holy fucking shit, lady. Can you not see that you can't be out here talking about stealing when you this is like, hello, 911, someone stole the car that I just stole. Please help me. What the fuck? Has anyone seen that video that happened outside of a pharmacy? Let me see if I can find it. This is literally her. Where is it? Hold on. I can't find it, but somewhere out there is a video of a car thief stealing a car, and then he gets out the car and another car thief steals it from him. 8X, do you have the video? Okay. Okay, maybe she's moving in the correct direction in life. Maybe she's moving to... Okay, maybe she's trying to figure out morality. This must be no... Wait, are you saying this is not the right person, Faith? This is not the same person? I thought this was like her then versus her now. Like she's getting better just slowly. Or is this a completely different person? This is the wildest shit. I don't sell crack. I just sell crack. Different kind, but still crack. Jesus Christ. What a fucking ending. I don't sell crack. I'm an upstanding prostitute. Jesus Christ. Jesus, holy shit. I can't fucking believe it. This must be Ohio. Okay, I understand. Doesn't say anything in the description. But fucking now I have to look. Now I have to look. Cop story, refund, Perth. Antonio, okay, that's the name. Female victim claims $20. Doesn't say where. It doesn't say where. You cannot write comedy this good. If you wrote this in a story, people would call bullshit on you, saying there's no fucking way this would ever happen. They would call you a liar. Holy fucking shit. To be fair, prostitution was the first job. Prostitution is the only job. That's the real trick, Chialde. Men literally built society for nothing else but pussy. So let me tell you, so let me ask you, who's the real gender whoring themselves out, huh? Because men built an entire fucking society just to get some. Those whores sound like they really worked for it, huh? And these women just laid back and be like, that's a good bitch. Build that society for me. Jesus Christ. I don't sell crack. I'm a prostitute. Jesus.
Amount of money on. And that's not to say, even though I have hundreds, sometimes thousands of people showing up to my Twitch streams.
She has hundreds, sometimes thousands of people illegally watching anime with her.
And hundreds of gifted subs.
How are these people so comfortable with just admitting that they steal content?
It's still the platform I make the least amount of money on because they're taking everything from me. So I am sitting here considering my options and thinking about what to do next. And I wanted to give you guys this update on the whole Twitch situation since I made that video at the beginning of this year. And I just want to say that I appreciate you guys for continuing to show up to my streams, to continuing to support me. I'm here to create good vibes. I just want to have fun with you guys. I want to have interesting
I just want to steal content with you guys.
Discussion. I want to laugh. I want to just hang out and watch anime and have a place to geek out with a bunch of people who also love anime. And this is why I do this. I appreciate you guys so much for, even though those of you who knew what was going on still showed up, still supported. And I just want to say thank you so much, honestly. I hope.
Faith, no thank you. I have a subscription to Crunchyroll. I have like different subscriptions for shit because I can't believe I'm saying this, but I have to be a responsible adult and fucking, you know, pay for the content I watch.
Hope that in the future, if I do decide to move to a different platform, that you would continue to support me and continue to bring the good.
Oh no, don't worry. People want free anime no matter where you go. You go watch free anime anywhere, people will follow you. Don't worry, lady.
Energy, the good vibes, the fun. Because I think no matter where I go, it doesn't matter the platform. What matters.
Fuck Crunchyroll. Oh, that's fair. I fucking get annoyed with Crunchyroll. But if there's a legitimate site that'll let me watch anime, I'll go there. That's where I'll go. I don't even know if there's any controversy about them. Also, fuck English dubs, always watch it in Japanese.
Is the community that we've created here, supporting me as a content creator, trusting my decision, and also if I feel like that platform will help me grow the most or make me feel supported. I feel incredibly supported on Patreon. YouTube is a mixed bag, but I'll never leave YouTube because that's how I met all of you. But Twitch, I feel like Twitch has got to go, and I don't really know what to do. I'm weighing my options right now, guys.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, Coffee. They do talk about moving platforms like they're moving countries. The same way I've been saying about how I'd move to the US, I feel like they're talking about moving platforms. Like, holy Jesus.
I just want to let you know that. Thankfully, everything's okay now. But who knows, I might wake up tomorrow and it might happen all over again. And if that
or your entire channel might be copyright claimed. Who knows? Who knows? You're living life with your nutsack out the fucking window. Are you really gonna be surprised when it gets hit by a stop sign?
Happens, I think I know where I'm going. Yeah, but that's Flexi out. Thank you guys for listening. I hope that cleared up any of your questions. Thank you.
No, I've got several more questions. Holy shit, I was willing to defend this person. I was going to go out to bat for this person and be like, yeah, fuck Twitch. Twitch is manipulative. Twitch does a bunch of evil shit, which they do. And then they fuck it up by being another person just stealing anime content all the time. If pressured, would these thieves admit it's about the money? You know what? You know what? That's a good poll. We're doing that shit. I didn't copy your message, so I had to type it out. That's a fucking fantastic poll. You got 1 minute. You know what the fucked up thing about you saying that is? I'm going to wait until this poll completes, right? But there's something fucked up I have to say about this filter. That I think some people may have missed. Holy shit. These people just steal, like, are we gonna, like, I should just build a community by just stealing movies and watching anime all the time. What the fuck? How do they get away with this? Oh my god. Why? Why am I paying for a Netflix subscription? React content was a mistake. I'll tell you why it wasn't. It's because if you're doing React content and you're adding your opinion to shit and you're doing something valuable, right? Not stealing high quality content, but you're just like watching YouTube videos and shit, and you're just keeping it nice in the slop tube region, that makes sense. But these people are stealing professionally produced works. These people were a mistake. Jesus Christ. Neat. YouTube won't post my link in the multi-chat. No, it won't. You gotta go over to Twitch for that, Faith. Posting in Discord instead. I think YouTube doesn't like the links that go outside of YouTube. YouTube doesn't like any links at all, generally speaking. Okay, so you guys think that no, if pressured, a person like this would never admit that they've stolen content. Can I tell you all a fucking secret? Something that all of you have missed. She didn't need to be pressured. She freely fucking admitted it. She told the fucking world in that video. Did you miss that? She just said, I steal content. Like it was the most natural shit in the world. Zero pressure required. Holy fuck. You should get paid for your Crunchyroll subscription. I fucking should. I should email Crunchyroll right now and say, hey, I plugged your site once. Give me some fucking money. I should like send them a video from this angle. Be like, listen here, you fucking sons of bitches. I said the word Crunchyroll at least twice in my stream. That means you owe me $25 million fucking dollars right now. Jesus Christ. How the fuck are these people getting away with it for years? I don't understand. At least this will give me... I will use this rage to lift weights. I sent all the good links to the video. Okay. Okay, I'll take a look. I might have to save them for tomorrow's stream. Free movies? Okay, that's just like stealing content. That's fine. I'm not going to click on that. I'll leave that as is, but I suppose, you know what, I'm not the moral arbiter of what people do or don't do. So good for them. If they want to do that, good for them. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what you can and can't do. I'm not your dad. But holy fucking Jesus. I don't know how someone builds an entire channel on this shit. That's a different level of thievery. And these grifters keep rallying their community like they're trying to build Noah's Ark. I just need to steal content until I'm caught and then cry about it. That's what I need to do. I've been doing this Twitch streaming thing wrong. We just need to start doing watch parties. What the fuck am I doing playing MMOs? What the hell am I doing playing video games? Enjoying myself. No, I need to be out here grinding. I need to be here on the mindset of thievery. God damn. I remember when Twitter got upset for Daily Dose because he mentioned YouTube refuses to put him on the front page because of his content. Well, I'm not surprised that YouTube wouldn't. But what is Twitter crying about? All Twitter is re-syndicated content from other places on the internet. That's like the Argentinian calling the burning bushfire black. Like, Jesus Christ. Okay. Last video. Has AI gone too far? Now, we saw AI Frogan. Let's see what that looks like. After this, I am ducking. I am disappearing. I gotta go to the gym. I gotta get some sleep. I'm gonna wake up. We're gonna be streaming tomorrow. We're gonna do some preparation for Guild Wars 2. We're gonna be seeing where we're going with that. And we'll go from there. When you make the crying apology video, can it be from the Gooch angle? Absolutely. That'll be a requirement. And you know what? I'll do it in my favorite pair of pants that have the hole by the dick. And then I'll press one of my nuts through the hole because apparently that's not enough. So let's see. Has AI gone too far?
A lot of AI videos recently, from Bigfoot AI forest videos to AI ASMR fruit cutting. But now we're...
I have seen some of the Bigfoot videos of AI. They've been all over Twitter. People have been going fucking wild with Bigfoot. I noticed that. I think this is Google VO3 that people are making videos with now.
Here at the cream of the crop. The future of entertainment is now. I've been reacting to this guy a lot on my secondary channel, More Tech Tone. But there's this guy who's
What if the anime YouTubers sue you for defamation? Well, that's an easy one, Filter. What I'll do is I'll contact a copyright lawyer and I'll be like, yo, do you want to make an infinite pile of money? I need you to get in contact with all these anime studios, please. And you'll watch the problem disappear by itself.
big fan of me and Asmongold, Moist Critical, Donut Operator, tons of other people. And he's been making AI videos of us. And they've been fucking hilarious.
What the fuck? Is that AI Asmongold? Why does he have a shoe on a chain? What in the hell? And he's got, at least he's got the N-word tie.
Hilarious. And I had to share this shit with y'all.
That frog rebellion set me back. I'd rather snort my own teeth than deal with this, so I hired another professional.
I'll be real, man. I don't think they made Asmongold bald enough. You know, we've all seen the photo with his Nintendo ass, his Nintendo controller.
Yeah, they did give him a bit too much hair, but what's with the outfit?
Ass haircut. And what's horrible is this is how Asmongold would look if he didn't spend an hour and a half before every single steak and eggs video making sure each strand of his undead hair is right into place. And I'll be real, in case he ever hears me saying that, yes, Asmon, I would prefer being bald than having that undead ass hairstyle.
Hey. Me too. This bald ass head is much better than you seeing the fucking deepest M you've ever seen in your life and this island of hair here. Fuck that. Shave your head. It's over. It's Jova. Just shave your head. It's happened. It's done. It's like a rape. It's happened. Now you have to live with it. That's just how it works. I have a 24 terabyte NAS that has all of my booty. Yaha. Good for you. Good. When you make the cry... Okay, no, I've read that one already. You really need to go into Heart of Thorns without a bunch of people carrying you. I know. I want to do it solo. I want to figure it out baseline.
Hey, I could go spend 16 grand and go get my hair fixed today. I don't, and you know I could. Being bald is beautiful. Accept who you are, and Asmon, get into the gym and shave your damn head, man.
Asmongold's never getting into the gym. What the fuck? Okay, I didn't know this was a gay AI porno, but okay, I guess.
I'm Rich. I'm here to fix the remaining simple-minded...
Wait.
That's fucking Rich? Jesus Christ.
Rich isn't Rich Campbell? Or who is this supposed to be?
I think that's supposed to be Rich Campbell, yes.
Because I hear Rich, I see mustache, I think Rich Campbell.
Fat frogs. I get a lot of HR complaints, but to be perfectly honest, I don't give a fuck. I'm not their friend. I'm the solution.
How can you be so useless at such a simple task? Look at you. From bean to cup, you fuck up. Who the fuck?
Who the fuck are these frog people?
Told you to rebel against us, you frog bitch.
Is that Tectone? Jesus, they made him jacked as fuck.
You cost me a Gamer Subs promo. I did.
These are the things that Twitch streamers would beat each other up over. If they steal anime content all the time, I completely understand fucking murdering someone in an alleyway over a promo. That makes sense. On your X page, did I see a fat electrician video linked? Maybe, maybe not. You'll have to link it to me. And my messages aren't going through. That might be YouTube being a piece of shit. Fucking Jesus Christ. He's fucking murdering someone in an alley. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? AI was not a mistake. AI's looking pretty good. I've looked up some AI porn and we still got like 5 years on that to be decent. I give it a year, Banatu. Give it a year. Look how far it's come in the last 2 years. Holy shit, one more and it'll be amazing.
I love how my AI bot just kicks the shit out of everybody, is a gooner, and shills gamer subs. Guys, I'm more than that, right? Surely I'm more than just a same shirt. Oh.
No, you're not.
My God.
The AI reveals the truth, but at least the AI thinks you're jacked as fuck, dude. Jesus Christ.
Surely I'm more than a gooner who shills gamer subs using code BALDY for 10% off, right? Wait, that's you beating Frogan? Yeah, I know, man.
Man, if Gamer Subs is willing to like go after this guy, I need to find myself a Gamer Subs thing. I need to DM some people. I need to build a community watching fake anime and then start DMing Gamer Subs for one of these things.
I'm whooping the absolute shit out.
Good luck. Lunch is over. Okay, Filter, don't worry. I'll be ducking off after this video. I gotta go to the gym, dude.
I did find out who was behind all this bullshit. Goddamn Hassan. That clout-chasing terrorist sympathizer wants...
They're bringing fucking Hassan into the cinematic universe. Okay. I haven't seen what Hassan looks like, but purely based on the way this video is built, I'm willing to bet money that Hassan is wearing the gayest shit imaginable.
Wants to take me out. He even sent me a video about it. Listen here, Asmin. You should...
Like clockwork. Like mother's fine china shattering out of the cupboard. The patterns I see on the floor reveal to me the workings of the inner universe. Holy shit.
Shouldn't have messed with Hassan.
What the fuck is that? How is this even supposed to be?
That's Hassan. That's Hassan. There's no way that's not Hassan.
Is this a Hassan viewer? I mean, alright.
It's not a Hassan viewer. That's Hassan.
I mean, probably.
Now I have your minions, and I'm on my way to get deep inside your hot pocket. Toodaloo, roach boy!
He would say some gay shit like that, wouldn't he?
Why is Hassan, man, the gayest person I've ever seen in my life? Why did he want to fuck Asmin? I mean, let's be real, guys. We all know that Hassan masturbates to the thought of getting raided by Hassan. I mean, or by getting raided by Asmin, 100%.
Well, I'm another new Charlie from the Charlieverse.
Oh, boy.
Ever since Rich came on...
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Does he mean penguins? Is this now Asian penguins?
...on board, I've had so many complaints. Sometimes I regret agreeing to be HR for Zach.
Don't you ever call me a fucking bully. I'm so much more than that.
We decided to start up some old favorites, like our podcast, so we can run others out of business. We need more fat frogs, and this is the best way we know how.
Podcast. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. This is quite a banger intro.
I miss it so much, guys. I do. I miss it. I miss it every day, man.
It looks great.
I really do, man. It was truly me and Asmin's podcast. It was so good. What about?
And ironically, I can see Joe Rogan using something like this for his podcast.
Emmy? Was Emmy there? I couldn't tell. She never talked.
Good night, Faith.
So.
Oh no, bro. Oh no, bro. Oh no, I miss it, man. I miss it.
Jesus, I wish I was built like fucking AI Tectone. Holy shit.
Yeah, Emmy had the exact same amount of input as this lamp, by the way.
Do you remember when World War II started?
Oh, God, not this.
Oh, my God, not this shit again, bro. Not this shit again, bro. It's been like fucking 8 months, and people are still talking about this, bro. 1939.
Is this because you thought that World War II happened in the 1800s?
To 1945. Same reaction? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
So, do you remember when World War II started?
Oh, God, not this again.
Oh, wait, no, I'm doing it again. I'm out of a career in 2 years tops.
Oh, God.
It's...
The AI knows it's better at us than being us.
It's over. Guys, it's over. It's so bad. It's the same photo, bro. Oh my God. Dude, and he has the better necklace too. Oh no. Is this me or is that me? Or are we? We're cooked, man. Yep, me, Asmund, Charlie, Techie, we're all out of a job. The only thing is I'm way bigger than this guy.
The guys put me in charge of dealing with suppliers to the businesses. Brandon still does all the guns, but I get everything else. It fucking sucks.
Get me my fries, or I am gonna rain down a shitstorm upon you that makes the Book of Revelation look like a fucking nursery rhyme.
I don't know who this is, guys. Who is this?
That has to be Rich.
Supposed to be. Oh, is this supposed to be Angry Cops? Oh, it's Angry Cops. Oh, from the fucking Unsubscribed podcast. Gotcha.
I don't know who that is. I thought this was Rich.
Yeah, gotcha.
Guys, arming these
that's Brandon Herrera. I just think
No idea who this is.
That's Rich. It's Rich Campbell. Okay, gotcha.
Fat Frogs has been the best thing I've ever done. I get to fuck shit up, import crazy shit, and make tons of money.
How did he did that
I
shit
had no
backwards.
idea these dudes needed so much help.
This guy looks like Ego Raptor mixed with Donut Operator.
Suggested they train up, but it isn't.
Is that supposed to be Donut Operator? The AI is still getting there. Also, you can see the fucked up cups here.
Going too well.
Oh no.
What in the fuck am I witnessing?
I don't think Asmongold can punch that well, guys. I'll be real. Now, I will say, you give Asmongold a two-handed claymore, he'll fuck your shit up. But yeah, I'm pretty sure at least 18 of his bones would have already broken by now, but from punching that bag.
Pretty sure you just gave me ocular cancer. Thanks for that.
I have a feeling that in real life that Tectone has actually done this, where he's gone into an abandoned building with two swords just so he could swing it around like a crazy person. I feel like this has actually happened.
Dad, look, training...
The real Tectone would never put on a wig, not of his own accord. And that's why I'm the real one and he's the imposter. And also, real Techie would never dual wield katanas. He would only use one big longsword or a hammer. AI hasn't caught up yet, guys. We still have a chance.
Isn't going too well. Remember that time we tried taking on the Sunwell raid and that ass clown Nograd was there? That's what Tectone reminds me of.
So, do you remember when she said McDonald's is better than Arby's?
Yeah.
That's why we own a McDonald's.
Unapproachable.
Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. This is fucking ridiculous.
It's so good, bro. Dude, I'm loving the steak and eggs AI, bro. It's so good. Same like
1 year. 1 year and the porn is flawless and you won't be able to tell it apart.
Fuck! It's over, bro! I can't tell if it's over or we're so back. It's so bad.
Of course I'm unapproachable. I'm not a fucking petting zoo. Do you want me to hand out fucking lollipops and wear clown makeup? My job is to keep these shitbags in line. Did I say you can have a break? Put that phone away before I melt it down and serve it to you as a suppository.
Bro, these chicks don't stand up to Stellar Blade.
Uh-huh.
Whatever.
I can imagine him saying that in real life.
Gooner, I'm gonna go react to riots and wars again.
Bro, when will you learn to wash your hands after you use the bathroom?
Never. That shit is poison. I don't put poison on my skin. I'd rather get type 2 diabetes.
Well, Hassan got...
Oh, no.
The AI made her thinner. Even the AI was like, this is too much processing power. Let me cut some weight off of her.
Oh, no, hell no.
Busy radicalizing Twitch further today, so he appointed me, Frogan, to lead the Froggies against Asmin while he recovers. Aloha, snack bar.
Fucking, oh, Jesus. You think the porn will take a year? I think the porn will take a year. Sheldon, I think the porn's gonna be the flagship of AI after seeing this shit.
Holy shit, bro. Oh my God, I'm gonna piss myself. Holy shit, that's crazy. My back is way more jacked than that. always
lobsters for money. Money makes the world
fucking lobsters for money. Oh my god.
go round.
Why am I always why am I a lobster fucker in these videos? I'm fucking lobsters in every one of these videos. I don't get it. You tell us, buddy. Wrong, you dual wielded before. Oh shit, you're right. When I had hair. Oh
yeah,
Jesus
there you go.
Christ.
You're done for.
Okay. Well, I don't know why I'm fucking lobsters, but guys, I'm cooked, man.
It's gonna be a meme now that he's gonna be the lobster fucker.
It's over. It's Jover.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, AI is taking over. I'm sorry, we're done. We're done. We're fucking we're not cooked, we're fucking roasted. We're sauteed over in a pan with butter. My god. Holy fucking shit. I'm so impressed at how good AI is. And I think it only gets worse from here. Or better, depending on your perspective. The porn, give it a little while, the porn will be there. Holy shit. That's ridiculous how good that was. Now, I'm gonna fuck off. We've been going for a solid 9.5 hours. By the way, I've discovered I can't stream for 10 hours without the AI clips thing that I use breaking. Thank you, Adax, and also fuck you. Stop giving me money. You got a family to support now. What is your wife? I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna dox you, Adax, not to release your information, but so I can phone your wife and tell her how irresponsible you're being with money, so that she can yell at you for me. That's what I'm gonna do. You watch yourself, goddammit. Now, I'm gonna go eat my cocoa square that I roasted in the oven. These are delicious, by the way. A fantastic substitute for chocolate. And then I'm gonna go to the gym. So, I hope you enjoyed. Holy fresh fucking shit. AI's taking over the world. Soon, if I get a hold of all this AI power, I'm gonna do some of the most disgusting shit imaginable. If you see any of the thumbnails that I now make on my second channel, you'll notice they're pretty AI generated with a little bit of Photoshop on my side. Take a look at this. Expect more of this. And if it just keeps getting better and better, I'm gonna just keep on doing it more and more. I have used AI for this thumbnail here. Fairly obvious. Pretty straightforward. And I used it for this, which looks less straightforward and obvious. It's only gonna get worse from here on. It's gonna keep on getting worse. Now, good night. Fuck off. Go enjoy your life. Go do some work. Good night, Benji. Good night, Faith. Go live your life. I don't know what you fuckers are doing here. Where is it? And I want you to remember. These balls might be AI in the future and you'll never know about it. And there's nothing you can do to stop them from